Good evening, everyone. We're a little bit early. It's Sergeant Friday with Your Ass Hurts News Network. And, what the hell? It's been, live up here in New York, and it's been quite wet, rainy, and ugly, dreary, almost depressing outside for the last 3 full days. Kind of sucks. However, I must say life is good. Had some great fried chicken today, Sergeant Friday. Hey there, Truth and Justice, True Crime with Anna. I bet, and I am me. I don't know who else you could be. I am me, but at least you know you're me, if that makes any sense. We'll probably have someone join us shortly. And as you can see from the title, Hippler tells Steve G and the state, shut the fuck up. Just shut up with these bullshit that you people have been doing for 2.5 years. What I find kind of egregious is that, and I really think what Ann should do is get little clips of all the things that Steve has come to the public and told, little clips of all the things the media has said, little clips of all of these incriminating leaks that are twisted into this horrific picture of this kid's the killer and nobody else could possibly be the killer. I really think Ann should put together a briefing or file some kind of motion or some statement with the court, or maybe even a third party people get involved, and put together a complete list and a complete documentation, video and text, of all of the nonsense these people have been saying about their accused suspect, Brian Coberger. And then especially the comments made in Judge Hippler's court under oath. Those should be assembled and put together for Judge Hippler to see. Because I think that there's statements made under oath in Judge's court that they're acting like they never made those statements. When that Santa Claus crack smoking looking fucking prosecutor, William, comes out and says, no, there was no stalking, and he's chastising the defense because they put it in a jury questionnaire, and the only reason they put it in the jury questionnaire is because their probable cause affidavit made the strongest they alluded to it in ways that were unfucking undeniable. They were suggesting Coberger was stalking these victims. All of these book writers and all of these jerk-offs on the internet and all of these fucking media personalities, he was stalking him. He was over there 12 times. And yet Hippler went in court and under oath, not even under oath, as a representative of the government that's going to prosecute this kid, stated unequivocally there was no stalking. And the defense knows this, but they put it in the questionnaire anyway, with fucking crocodile tears from that silly looking fucking broken down, hateful, lying, cheating piece of shit that he is, Bill Thompson. What the fuck kind of, that guy's in charge of law enforcement over there? He's the prosecutor? That's who you get to represent your town? At least get somebody that looks like a fucking prosecutor and not some fucking dim-witted, crack-smoking fucking Santa Claus. It's just fucking crazy, man. And for those out here on the internet, and this includes the parents that are so vocal on television that want justice. To them, justice is just finding a warm body and killing it. They anything that could suggest. This kid takes a picture of himself, and that turns into proving he's the killer of their child. What a bunch of fucking sycophants these parents are. He's wearing a hoodie. Oh, look, he wore dark clothing. Wow. This case has just really, really been an assault against an individual with no evidence. They portray the backdrop against Coberger. He's the killer. Therefore, every single thing they put forward is framed around that backdrop. And there's millions of people out here, thousands, if not millions, that accept the narrative Brian did it. That'll perpetuate the bullshit from the Howard Blums of the world and these other authors and this guy that finds gloves and all of these other jerk-offs that are out here. Oh, man. It's just... Listen, it's tragedy because they don't have the right perpetrator and or they don't have solid evidence to convict this perpetrator. And so there's been a concerted effort, and it's been done intentionally to frame this kid in the public opinion. Hello there, Thomas. Hello there, Elizabeth. And it's I'm over on Facebook and I pay attention to a couple of the groups over there, and they're just a bunch of fucking half-witted, don't know shit. The ones that are arguing he's innocent, the ones that are arguing he's guilty are both as idiotic and fucking empty-headed as the other. It's just, hey, Lori. It's just shocking to me that we can all be so easily herded into one fucking direction or another. And while, hang on, I'm going to open my, what do you call it here? I got to turn off the volume. There we go. Started 6 minutes ago over here at, what do you call this place here? How the hell do I send a message over there? I don't think there it is. On X, folks. Sorry. I confuse myself sometimes. I'm self-confusing. I don't mind. I don't even care about their GoFundMe. I really care about their egregious behavior against the. I hit something against the accused. He's the accused, and he's innocent until proven guilty. And it's just unimaginable that we've turned into the fucking Salem witch hunts of the 1600s. And this is consistent across the board with a lot of these cases. And I don't think the internet helps. I don't think true crime online helps. More so because they all dig into these rabbit holes. I mean, how could you have a creator like a Tommy Jude or a Bubbly Waters even allowed in anything called true crime? They're fancifully fucked up in their head. There's something seriously wrong with what goes on in their head. And they present things to the public that just shouldn't be. They should be, I don't even know, on some fucking fantasy channel or something. I'm not saying what they're saying can't be said, but I don't think it should be said in the context of a criminal case at all. And the same goes for Steve G. Same goes for some of these media outlets. It's it's just horrible. Meanwhile, while they're all out there digging their rabbit holes and looking at reflections and grub trucks and fucking phone videos and people walking down the street and telling you different stories about what it means and what this is that and Buddha ba. It's crazy. And they're all doing it in the interest of justice. So you're going to accuse every single person in that town. Well, one thing's for sure. By doing what they did, I'm sure they called out the right fucking perpetrator. Because they've left nobody out of their fucking narrative. Like that paparazzi guy. And there's a whole bunch of them. And the best thing about it is, those are the people that get all the followers. They get all the fucking audience. Because the audience is full of empty-headed fucking twits that they just want to fucking, I don't even get it, man. I don't understand. Sometimes I get caught up in it briefly, but to just dedicate your daily routine to all of these crazy conspiracy theories, it's quite amazing. The viewership, the subscribers that these people get. And I'm not, let me just say, folks, I guess in a way to tell you that I'm not jealous of these people is that I haven't monetized. I'm not going to monetize this channel. It's my personal channel. This is what my opinions of what I view, what I see, and my interpretation of said. And, for those of you that have followed along, whether it be politics or this, I'm quite accurate in most of my analysis. And I'm wrong, sometimes spectacularly wrong in my analysis, which, it goes hand in hand. You're going to have some of this and some of that. And the G family, Steve is the problem. And that's why Hippler tells Steve G in the state to shut the fuck up. Right? Yeah, how can you love Tommy Jude? He's got Ethan being urinated on. He's got reflections in mirrors and car paint and fucking doorways. I don't even understand how people could pay attention to that. You got to be missing something. Really, to go ahead and encourage somebody like that by your viewership, it's mind-numbing how people are okay with that. But then those same group of people don't want to look at the process of their own legal system. They don't understand any of that. But they'll sit down and they'll study how this reflection off of this door and off of this mirror and off of the fucking moon shows an image. They won't sit down and understand the Constitution. They won't sit down and read what a prosecutor can and cannot do. They won't sit down and understand what a probable cause affidavit is and what standard it should meet. And how, in this case, they tickled the judge balls by telling them, don't use the DNA. In other words, telling the fucking judge in the probable cause application or in their warrants that they got DNA. Don't use it. Don't use it. If you're going to prove this affidavit or this warrant without the use of DNA, we prefer you do that. Not realizing just how fucking much poison is in that statement to the judge, and how ignorant the judge must be to not just kick that back to the investigators and say, we don't do that here. This is a court of law, not a court of I do your bidding. There's just so many major things in this case that are fucked up. The idea that any car was part of the case, it's just insane. I was caught up in viewing the case that way. It took me a long time to finally realize, wait a minute, the likelihood of any automobile being a part of this case is almost nil. You can't establish any vehicle as being a part of this crime. So, it's I don't even know. It's crazy how far afield we go. And meanwhile, we look around and a lot of us are aware just how fucked up our judicial system is. But somehow we're conveniently unaware that that's basically our fault. I mean, these people get into these elected positions or these appointed positions by elected officials because, we let them get elected and or we supported them. And because, we don't send any complaints down. We don't really ask questions. We don't demand that these people, meet the standards and stay within the lane that government has outlined in the Constitution. We run around telling people we got constitutional rights, not understanding that that's not a fucking right. You don't have a right to free speech. The government has no fucking ability to infringe upon such speech. That's it. Those are rules for the government, not your rights. It's a given. It's a given, God-given fucking reality. Whatever comes out of your mouth can come out of your mouth. As long as you're not running in the fucking theater screaming fire, as long as your speech isn't intentionally trying to destroy somebody's life or their livelihood, then that's that. There's very few limits on what you're able to say. These people running around these streams saying, this is my opinion, this is a disclaimer, blah, 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 blah. My fucking network is called Your Ass Hurts News Network. What more of a disclaimer do I need? I'm going to say some shit that's going to make your ass hurt. You ain't got to like it. It ain't personal. I don't know you. Don't want to know you. But you're going to hear it. What Steve G has done, what the prosecution team has done, what the police have done, the judges that are involved, it's just egregiously fucked up. They have no business doing what they did. They have no business leaking any of this stuff to the media. It's just, they did that to that guy that was accused of killing his wife in Florida, and the chances of him being prosecuted because he was framed out to be a piece of shit cheating on a pregnant wife, the odds that didn't play any role in his conviction is insane. Of course it did. And you as a juror better toe the line, because society doesn't agree with men who cheat on pregnant wives. That man should be ostracized, even eliminated from society completely when given the opportunity, when you're part of a jury of 12. It's crazy what we've allowed ourselves to become, how we've allowed our systems to go down these crazy paths. I just got sucked into watching Nate Eaton's fucking Carbo Vacation drama. I don't know what that is, Lucy. I have no idea what that is. For fuck's sakes, I need a drink, says Lucy Morningstar. Hey, this thing said that there was a way that I could put your chat into my stream window, and I don't know how to do that. But apparently there is a way to do it. I don't know how. Let me see here. And I'm waiting for what's his name there, Dagger, to come up, or anyone else too. Let me invite. I'll put the link in here. But if you're gonna come in here and just start ranting about Trump or ranting about the Jews or some other happy horse shit like that, just spare me the fucking time to have to hit the ban button. East Idaho News Report. Well, what did he have to say? Lucy, there's a link. You guys are welcome to come on up. I can even, if so asked, I can even set up the call-in feature. If so asked to do so, I'd be happy to do that. Apparently, Booking.com messed with his vacation. Oh, well, that's what you get. I don't even know who that person is. I think that when you're able to sit down and try to be reasonable, I don't know what you're talking about there, Lucy. What your point is there? No idea. Hippler tells Steve G to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, they do have parameters, but look, the jury's now been exposed to all this kind of negative, nasty shit. I mean, how dare they take an image of somebody and then go on to these stories about his engagement? And I think one thing was said that I think showed that I said early on, and I think Lana may have said it, and others may have said it too, in that a lot of what you saw on those shows are pieces of collected evidence that aren't admissible in court. And they took those inadmissible pieces of evidence and they turned them into a public hit. It's Heather Fitzgerald, by the way. Who's Heather Fitzgerald? Hey, Joanne. You mean Lucy Morning? Who's Lucy? I don't know what you're talking about, Lucy. You're completely you're destroying my train of thought. I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, they can attack all the platforms they want. They can come attack mine. I don't mind. At Lucy, hey Heather. So Lucy is Heather and Heather is Lucy. That don't make no sense. That yeah, that's just confusing. I don't even know who was paid or who wasn't paid there. They crossed the line. This definitely violates Brian's rights to a fair trial. It's been a shit show. The G's don't have the right to spread lies and hate and trampling on the constitutional rights of another human being. Yeah, they don't. They don't have any evidence. They have no more evidence that Brian did it than the state does. The only thing they have is they've got a bunch of empty-headed fucking morons that accept the picture of him in a hoodie as evidence he's a creepy fucking stalking murderer. I mean, okay. I mean, you might as well call me that too. I sign up for that. There's my picture up on the fucking page there, right? I qualify. I'm a creepy, fucked up, stalking lunatic. Here. Let me see here. What do I got here? I'll open it up. So, just in case those of you, let's see, present here. Window. There we go. There he is. He's a creepy fucking stalking fucking lunatic right here. This is the guy that did it.
Therefore,
there you go.
Yes, sir.
To be logical about it.
Can you hear me now? I was muted.
Okay. Yeah, I can.
I was just showing an image of me in black wearing black glasses so that Steve Gonzalez might want to run around and tell people I'm a murderer. I don't mind.
Oh, of course. Of
You
course.
can do that all day long, right?
Of course. Yes. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Sergeant Friday show.
Rant along. It's the rant
Rant
along.
along.
Let me not hinder. Let me not cause chaos and rumor. Just the facts.
Just
Right?
the facts, man.
We want just the facts. That's all we want. The rest of that shit, you people can go wipe your ass with it.
Right.
Stop
Right.
saying murder.
Right. Murder. Why?
Murder, I say. Murder, I say.
Is there a different word for it? Hey, guys.
I don't know. Manslaughter.
Wait a minute. I gotta say it. I can say it here too. It's Dagburn Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mama. I love saying her name. Sorry.
Dagbird Johnny Gable's dead floozy mother.
That's it.
What
I
does she
love
look
saying
like?
her name. And everybody else. Wonderful to see you tonight.
Look at that. We got some floozies out here.
She's awesome.
We don't mind some floozies. Nellie M. Dane. Let's see. We got Meg.
Hello, Miss Meg. I just saw Meg earlier. And again, guys, I'm sorry.
Right there. Yeah.
Sorry. Hold on.
Forced dirt nap is something. Yeah, forced dirt nap that's a hell of a term. Gonna force you into a dirt nap, honey. Stand still. So what happened to Heather there? Hide current comment. Heather is Lucy. Lucy is Heather. I'm confused.
Yeah, Heather Fitzgerald is now Lucy.
Why is she Lucy Morningstar?
She got herself adopted out to somebody else, I guess.
Adopted?
I don't know. She just changed her name. I'm just being funny.
Oh.
I gotta stay in. I'm trying to keep myself in a good mood. I had a bad day today, as a few of you know. So I'm just trying to make myself laugh. That's all. So my apologies.
No need to apologize. Laughter is a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
And it's been gloomy up in my area for 3 days. Just rainy and cloudy and dark. Terrible, bro.
Yeah. It's been crazy and rainy, and the sun came out this morning when I got up, and it just ran away as soon as I realized it was there.
It's kind of depressing when you see that many days in a row, you know?
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, what the fuck, man? Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's time for the weather to... Mother Nature's been a bit of an asshole over the past year, I'll say. And it's time for her to get out of her mood and give us some good weather for a change.
Yeah, cheer the hell up there, lady.
Right.
What the hell? I don't know. Maybe she's got some kind of like, I don't even want to say it. What up there, Eve Lucky? So what do you think, Dago? You think Hippler's on a little rampage maybe, or
just a little one? Just a little one.
I was saying earlier we should go through the court hearings where Brett Payne admits none of his footage can identify Brian Coberger or his car.
Yeah.
Where Hippler comes out screaming, there was no stalking. And here he's now gone from 12 to no stalking of the 12 in the PCA, right?
Right.
Now he wants to say 23 trips to imply stalking.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Hippler needs to know what happened to Judge's court.
Yes. Very true. Very true.
Right? I think it's just completely unfair. Now all of a sudden he's got 23 trips to Moscow. So what if he went 350 times? You know, the whole point of
they still haven't proved that he was in that house. That's the biggest point right there.
They never even proved him on a road near that house.
Right. And they're not going to. They can't. Okay. Now I can see.
So look at Ladybug says I should be on the radio, kind of like I have a radio face or something, Dago. Or am I taking that wrong?
You got the voice. You got the voice.
The radio voice. I do local radio live for some home improvement, which is consistent with the company that I own. Mm-hmm. And I go on. I did a co-host a couple of weeks ago, and I got some great ratings from the listeners. I get a lot of clients from there, and they were like, they ought to get rid of the co-host they got and put you on there.
There you go.
That might be going a little too far. Don't let me loose. I mean, I'm contained a little bit while I'm there, but You give me free reign and you'll be freaking out.
If they put you on the radio, they better damn well give you a script. That's all I'm going to say, and I'm not going to lead into why. I'm just leaving it at that.
A script.
Yeah, you know why.
Oh, man, I need a script, says Dago. That's crazy.
And you know why they do too. Otherwise, you get yourself in some trouble, bro. And I don't want to.
Well, that's fine. But like I said, I don't mind.
I know.
I don't mind.
All good. It's all good.
Yeah, it's like I said, I'm not a monetized channel. I'm not really some big streamer out here, and I'm not looking to be. And
that's why everybody's here, Sarge. That's why
your Search News Network speaks for itself. I mean, the name of the network speaks for itself, right? What do you think you're going to get while you're here?
You bring the truth. You bring the truth, and that's why everybody's here.
Right. Well, as best as I can observe it, right? I mean, I'm not always right.
Your version of it. I'll just put it that way. The way you.
Yeah, as I understand it. True. Right. We all do that.
Absolutely.
I'm not trying to set Coberger free, nor am I trying to get Coberger shot. I'm trying to understand how we as Americans allow the justice system to operate the way it is in this case.
Yep.
That's what I'm trying to understand. How do we argue about whether Brian did it or not when the data that's being supplied is all convoluted, it's all fucked up, and it's all make-believe? I mean, if there's any conspiracy theory here at all, it's Idaho that created the conspiracy.
In a bad way.
Now, if they had came back, as Steve had said, there's more DNA at that scene to imply it was fucking Coberger's, right? And if there was blood on the sheet that was his, or on a railing, or on a glove, or for fuck's sakes, on a piece of wood out in the backyard, I don't give a fuck where they found. Then I'd be a lot more comfortable with the accusation standing against the young man.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, something at all, anything. But
right. How about blood on the trunk seal of the trunk when you're putting, you lift? They say, "Oh, he took his clothes off." Oh, okay.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
How do we know that? Well, his car didn't have any DNA on it. You can't make that conclusion, but yet they do.
That's right.
Like that other goofball guy, name unsaid. He used his shower curtain, which we then find actually hanging in the guy's bathroom. But for 2 years, we were told about the shower curtain.
Yep.
That apparently Coberger wore like a cape because, he ran around with it trailing behind him. And then once the crimes were done, he wrapped himself around him and he went and sat in his car.
Yep. Yeah.
Right.
What a joke.
It's the mainstream media is not here to help us. The mainstream media is here to get those that are in power to get their goal fulfilled, not yours and ours. They're not here to help protect our freedom and speak truth to power. They're here to speak power to you.
Yes,
right?
Sir. That is a fact. In my opinion, I do agree. And I'll be honest with you. One of the main things that bothers me about this whole thing now is you have Steve's names in this, okay? And I was thinking about this yesterday and the day before yesterday, and it just it bothers me more and more every day, is how he has made excuses and not questioned so many different things at this point as a parent to one of these victims. I don't understand it. That's all I'm saying is I don't get it. And I don't think I will.
I don't think he even, I think he's at odds with his wife, if you want to know my personal outside looking in observed opinion.
You're not the only one that said that.
I think him and his wife are at odds here.
Yeah, I've seen other people, and I can see why they've said this. I think I know where you're going, claiming that he may be, because he even claimed it, folks. He claimed one time before that he could. They asked him the question, could you see somebody else being involved in this? Would you accept that? And he said, yeah. She said no before he could even ask her. So I see what you're saying. I think they're kind of bouncing off each other.
Well, Ladybug, he must know something else. And that's just not fair to make that statement when everything he did know has been wrong, or an outright lie that was either given to him as a lie or he interpreted it and presented it to us and it turned out to be a lie. Everything. There's nothing Steve G has given the public that's done anything to further this case as far as accuracy or given us factual information. Nothing.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem as though he's tried to vet any of it either to make sure that it is right. So
it's just kind of crazy.
I agree.
He's framed everything as it proves. Look at the guy's wearing a hoodie. The guy took a picture a few hours after the crime. What kind of a sycophant does that? Well, somebody that had nothing to do with the crime that's communicating with somebody today, which that picture makes sense, right?
Agreed.
His little thumb up, and he's in the bathroom with a button-collared shirt. That means that this guy is bragging? I mean, the eyes to which he's looking through this information is just. I think here's what Steve wants. He wants a solution and an end, no matter what it might be. Right? Inaccurate, incorrect, frame, lie, cheat. He don't care.
Yeah, and I think
he just wants it behind him. He don't care what the truth of the solution is going to be.
Yep. And that you can't be that way, you guys. That's just not the way. It's not okay to be that way. It's got to be the right decision. You cannot. If you
don't
just
want to deal with it,
take it for what it is. You're committing murder. If you don't have the right person, you're doing the same thing. It's not real justice to the victims. So,
but he doesn't want justice. He wants to put this behind him, and I understand.
He should.
But
Yeah.
the best way to put it behind you is to get closer to the loved ones that are with you, and shut the fuck up.
Find the truth. Let the truth come out.
Well,
yeah.
Right. And if you're going to come in as a parent, then you really need to be fair and balanced, and you need to be, you're claiming to be some alpha male. Mm-hmm. I think you're only alpha male with submissive women. I don't think you're an alpha male with other real alpha males in the fucking room. Because there's no way anybody that would sit down and tolerate anybody that would question the shit you said, Steve. It's just sad. Come in here. I put the shit out there for anybody to come in here. Right. And it's not personal. I just need someone to make sense. You told me that this kid connected to their Wi-Fi. You told the world that there was software that could track your phone even when it's off. You told us all of this nonsense. You told us that there was more DNA. Don't worry, all these people talking about transfer DNA, there's more DNA. Now we find out none of it's Brian's. What now?
I think Nellie has a great point, and I truly agree with her.
That's true. Here, I'll put her up there.
That's truly what I believe this is, and I based on his own words.
No, yeah. He wants.
Yeah. And that's come out of his own mouth. He may not have said the word, but you can hear by what he's saying.
Yeah, he said, I know. He said there's so many things and there's no evidence for any of it. As a matter of fact, it's all been contradicted. He frames everything in the light that Brian did this. Mm-hmm. Losing a child ducks you up. Yeah.
I want to see that footage then, if that's true, because I've said that. I want to see this footage because I don't think it exists. I don't.
If there was footage of his car behind that house, it would be up on a hill. You wouldn't be able to see it.
Right.
Right.
Unless there's a camera that picks up the green one. It's right next door, sitting in that parking lot, and it looks white. That's the only thing I'm going to tell you, because I doubt that Brian sat there for hours.
He said there's a video. I know he said a lot of things, Chrissy, but none of them are actionably true. That's the problem with Steve. There's nothing he said where there's been any evidence or even any allusion. As a matter of fact, the defense contradicts it. There's nothing from the state to say the defense is wrong.
Right. There's never been any proof of anything that he said true, ever. Almost everything, just about 99.5% of what Steve has put out has been wrong.
No, everything he's put forward has been wrong when it comes to the accusation of Brian
stuff. Yeah, all of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not taking away his love for his family and his kids and the heartache that he's suffering from and the pain and I don't.
Not at all. Now, something else he's doing, I've noticed too, and it's damaging. It's damaging to the case. If people will, because he is a family member, he's the father of a victim. People will hang on to every word he says. When he came out and made the statement about it being a prank, which I think is bullshit. Everybody took that and ran with that. There's other things that he has said that people took and ran with it. Jeff H., for instance, ever since Steve made that statement about the prank thing, that's all he talks about. That makes no sense to me. The blanket thing. He made a statement about a blanket being on top of them. People are running with it. It's not a factual statement, folks. This is something he guessed at.
A blanket on top of who?
Xana. Xana being covered with a blanket. It's bullshit. Nobody
Well, that's
knows.
not what Bethany said or Dylan. Dylan tells us a completely different story.
Exactly.
Her statement's very clear.
Yeah,
Her
right.
head was by
Again.
the wall and her feet were by the door.
Yep, that's true. And
And
SJ,
here's
go ahead.
let's say that there were a lot of practical jokes like that going on, which is listen, I can't say that there wasn't. I can accept that there was,
Right.
but the actions of the two survivors don't meet practical joke. Do you follow me?
Yes, sir.
Zaynab was laid out on the floor, and one of the witnesses, or the only witness, Dylan, stated that that's what she witnessed. If she considered that a prank and ran down to Bethany's room talking about this prank, you would suspect that any prank is then eventually acted upon, or the prankster comes forward when they realize you're not falling for it.
Well, again, also, Sarge, if it's a prank, that doesn't constitute whatever she said to Hunter to have him go in and grab a knife before he went in to check on her. Obviously, that's not what was talked about. So you're not going to grab a knife to defend yourself against a prank. We all know that.
And whether she was laying on a blanket or not, I don't know. I don't know the relevancy of that. And if in fact you could have, here's what it does say. Here's the thing, folks. This is how my brain works. So let's get a look inside that fucking wonderland of fucking nightmare. In my mind, when you tell me that you saw your friend with her head towards the wall and her feet towards the door, my mind instantly then says there must have been clearly enough light to make that distinctive understanding of what you saw. Okay? And if there was that much light there, then one has to ask, why didn't she then proceed in the light? Right? Is a prank played in the bright light? Maybe. But being that there was enough light to see what she saw and describe it to us, then the idea of someone jumping out of the darkness at you or the fear of the dark is no longer a part of this. So how do you explain the behavior of Dylan and Bethany? You can't. So even Steve's argument that there was a prank that was consistently happening amongst the roommates doesn't fit into the actions of Bethany and Dylan. Maybe Payne was right, and Zana said there's someone here. Well, well, Payne doesn't say they're in the bathroom. Not that I ever heard. And I don't think anybody, especially the only witness we have is Dylan Mortensen. She says that she was in the bedroom, with her feet towards the door and her head towards the wall. Right? I think that's an accurate statement. I think that that's true. But again, see, and let's go like this: the innocent factor for Dylan Mortensen, that she came out of her room, and picked that up as she walked across that floor. Right? She said she already had witnessed the guy. He'd already gone by her room, and that's the crucial thing too. Is when does she tell Bethany? When does she start? Did you hear that? And then Bethany, what was the hour of the night that Bethany says Zana was all in black? Do you know when that statement was made in the text?
Say that one again. You cut out for a second.
Bethany's replied or something that we don't know Dylan said, but Bethany states, I think Zana was dressed in black.
Oh, it was in the text messages between the two. There was, but
you have that?
There's something missing.
There's something missing. But what time did she say that? That is crucial.
Hold on. I'll pull it up. Hold on.
You got those times?
Yeah, I got them somewhere in here. Give me a second.
Yeah, no hurry. I appreciate you doing that.
No, anytime. You know better.
They look at everything they said in the PCA is wrong. There was no 4:12 a.m. TikTok.
Yeah, that's a joke. Yes.
Right.
3:16 is when her last TikTok was 3:16 a.m.
Right. 3:16 a.m. That was it. Her phone goes silent from there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to show. What was being said during whatever they were talking about, it happened before that point. That's why the time matters.
Yeah, there's some pieces missing in between those messages or a phone call. Hold on a minute here. Let me see if I got this now. I think this should be it. That wasn't actually there in between. So where's it at? Oh shit. Okay. I gotta find mine. Buried in there. No worries.
We were also told that from Dateline or one of these other news sources that the call was made from within the residence, and that came on one of your videos the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes, sir. That's a fact. Hold on. I have a couple versions of it. I'm trying to find the one that has the times on it so we can have that to show the actual times. Oh, okay. Hold on.
No, I won't play the audio on all of these Banfield and all of these Linda Lane. I won't do any of that. Phenomenon, whatever your name is. I don't want to hear any of that stuff. I don't want anybody to try to tell me what I'm hearing or not. I don't want any of that shit in my stream. I don't get into any of that. That would make more sense that could be possible that she ordered it or 315.
All right, let me see if I can pull it without one of those things. Nope, wait a minute. Oh, it picked the wrong thing.
The time of these texts. Do they start after 4:20 a.m., nothing before?
Yeah. Well, no, there was one before. Hold on. This is gonna suck. Let me blow that up. Oh shit, this is
What up,
hard.
Carl Ferguson?
Okay. This is not the good one.
Diego, how do I get the people's chat stuff to come up on the chats on my screen?
Which one do you have?
Wait, here it is.
Up at the top, there's a little button you click. And yeah, you got it.
Hide. But
there it is.
What do we got to do? I don't see it.
They're down in the right-hand corner. It'll start rolling.
Okay. There it is, KP.
All right.
All right, I can't see it. Does it show up well enough for people on
it's small, but I can see it. The font is white. That's the problem. But I see it.
Oh, cool.
All right, here we go. All right, Sarge, I'm going to share this with you. This is a shitty version of it, but I can read it. It's backstage. Go ahead and pull it up when you want to. Okay. It's hard to see, and I can't blow this up anymore.
But you can read it. What's the first communication, the first time of the communication?
Okay. We have... Oh, man. Hold on. My damn monitor. Okay. So you
can't see it yourself.
I'm getting there. No one is answering. So it starts... In the case, if I could find this damn document, it would be easier. I couldn't remember. Oh, wait a minute. I can. Bingo. Hold on, Sarge.
Yeah, you should look at the document separately than the
That's what I was trying to find. Here we go.
Yeah.
States motion in limine. Bingo. Read text. I did. Yeah. Bingo. Okay. Give me a minute. Now, I didn't know which document it was in 100%. So I'm sorry, you guys. I'm having a bad day. You know why. So my brain is not 100%. Give me 1 second. I'll bring this right back up with the full document and we'll be able to read it.
All right. Yeah, the bathroom and Zaina and Ethan, there's no mention of the bathroom other than maybe there's a bathroom door in that hallway, but there's no mention of them being associated or occupying in that bathroom at all anywhere. Dylan states to us that she looked down the hallway and saw Zaina on the bedroom floor, head towards the wall, feet towards the door. There's no other way for her to, she can't look around corners. She could never have made that assessment if Zaina was in a bathroom. The bathroom would have been on the left-hand side of that hallway. So it would have been part of the wall. You would look down.
Yeah. All right. Document. God, there's so many of these damn documents too. Thank God for
last. Welcome, Carl. The last 24 has a new stream. Is that accurate, Dago?
Yeah, that's where we were earlier. That's Mikey. Yep, the last 24. He just had his first show tonight. Hold on here. All right. So motion and lemony. Read the text messages.
Terry Martin, I think human trafficking is tied into this because human trafficking there's more money in that than drugs. It's literally the largest for-profit business in the world. So why do I think it's connected? I think because during the last administration, where all of these people were let across the border and we lost 300,000 women and children, that there had to be transfer places and takeoff places. And I know that there was a young woman or women in that home on King Road, that had a big concern and a big heart and were interested in that. Okay. So people have asked me, I have a couple ideas that come out. My biggest concern with the case, though, comes right down to the people they call survivors. There you go, Dago.
Yeah, sorry guys, I didn't mean to.
Let me get rid of
that up, but here we go. I got the real deal here. Starting up here. So let's start here because this is all important as far as I'm concerned. It says after spending the evening out, roommates Dylan and Bethany, Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan returned to their home at 11:22 in the early morning hours of the 13th. At approximately 2 a.m., now this is another problem I have too. They met up in Kaylee's bedroom and talked for a while before going to bed. The fifth roommate, Xana, who was out with her boyfriend Ethan Chapin, was not home yet. And still, we have not been given a true time that these two walked in the door. And they said that they still weren't home by 2:30. So I don't know. But that's up to you guys to decide. The roommates debated going out for a food truck for a late snack, prompting Dylan to send a text at 2:10 a.m. to the Uber driver, Eric Gower. And she knew him to see if he was driving. Ultimately, however, the girls decided to just go to bed. He did respond to her to tell her that he was still out driving, supposedly. But we also do know that he also said in his testimony that he dropped the girls off at 156, went through the Taco Bell drive-thru and went home. So you take that however you want to. But anyway, at approximately 4 a.m., Dylan states, hold on one moment.
Uh-oh. Just when he was getting to the meat of it.
I'm right here. Sorry.
I know.
So approximately 4 a.m., Dylan heard strange noises and crying coming from the bathroom. She opens her door at one point and saw a man dressed in black with a ski mask walking by her bedroom door. She then places the calls and text messages to her other roommates to see if they were awake. Only Bethany, who resided on the ground floor, answered. They spoke for a 24-second period, during which Dylan told Bethany she thought she heard something. They spoke again a minute later for 41 seconds when Dylan told Bethany she saw a man in a ski mask leaving the house. So I'm going to tell you that in those phone calls is where the other pieces of the text messages are and that they're missing. They should have put that in there and told you that, but they didn't. So they then exchanged the following text messages, and this was between, to answer your question, Sarge, 4:22 and 4:26 a.m.
Okay, but we don't know the time of those phone calls.
No, we don't.
And that's important. That's highly important because if those phone calls are anywhere up beyond 4:20, they're writing it to make it look like everything makes sense, but nothing they've really done makes sense. So those are crucial pieces of data we're not being given.
Agreed.
Right. So what if it was 4:05 or 4:15 that she notified or she started to make contact with Bethany?
Right.
We're left to assume, and that's the problem with the prosecution. You have to build a bridge to make their shit make sense. Yeah. And facts don't work that way. Facts are self-explanatory. 1 + 1 is 2, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So this all went on for like a 4 minute period of time. All of this happened. So just from the beginning, as Dylan says to Bethany, texted him, no one's answering. As they stated, she tried to call everybody. Dylan says to Bethany, again, I'm really confused right now. Dylan to Kaylee, she texted her, Kaylee, no answer. Bethany to Dylan. Yeah, dude. I'm sorry, Dylan to Bethany. What's going on? Bethany to Dylan. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Bethany to Dylan. Xana was wearing all black. So that statement right there had to have been in that one of those phone calls, Sarge.
The way this is presented, they make it look like it all happened. They're saying the following message took 4 minutes to compile, right?
Right.
So, okay. I mean, they're giving us the timeline there, but that don't look like 4 minutes worth of conversation.
It doesn't. No. And it's also, like I said, I don't understand why they didn't take whatever statement it was that leads her to say Xana was wearing all black and put that into this conversation.
Right.
Okay. But okay, whatever. So then next, Dylan to Bethany. I'm freaking out right now. And Dylan back to Bethany. No, it's like a ski mask. That one there. There's something missing that was probably in the phone call. They should have brought that into this conversation so that it could be understood. Bethany back to Dylan. Shut the F up. Bethany.
And why didn't they stay on the phone?
I don't know. That's another good point.
I mean,
why did you, if you were making phone calls, why didn't you stay on the phone?
Why the text messages?
Good point. Good point.
Why switch over to text messages after you make direct calls? It doesn't make any sense.
And Tiger is it Tiger Fight for however that is, TYGR. Anyway, is right saying that Ann said that there was more happening before those texts. There absolutely was. Okay. And that for some reason, well, no, I know the reason that has been excluded and redacted from us for a reason. Okay. That's something that we're not supposed to know. Which is ridiculous, but okay. Bethany back to Dylan. Shut the F up. Bethany back to Dylan again. Actually, Dylan to Bethany. Like he had. Yep, go ahead.
Wait. Dylan Moritz. No, it's actually Bethany Funk said, shut the fuck up. Actually. Okay. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
All
right. Where are we at?
You're looking at DM to BF.
Like he had something over his head and his mouth. Dylan to Bethany again. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I am so freaked out. Bethany to Dylan. So am I. Dylan to Bethany. My phone is gonna die. Fuck. Bethany to Dylan. Anyway, sorry. Bethany to Dylan. Come to my room. And again, run. Bethany back to Dylan again. Down here. Dylan to Bethany. I'm screwed though. Or scared. Everybody says it's scared, but I think
they all want to give the blonde. It is what it is. It says I'm screwed, and I will not accept anybody interpreting that any other way.
I agree. Bethany back to Dylan. Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone. Then it says during the foregoing exchange, Dylan also attempted contacting Ethan through Snapchat. She again tried calling Kaylee and Xana, but neither responded. Dylan then exited her room and began running toward Bethany's room. And I'm going to talk about this in a minute if I get a chance. Toward Bethany Funk's bedroom. On her way, this part is important, I think. On her way, she noticed Xana laying on the floor of her bedroom with her head towards the wall, her feet towards the door. Dylan thought Xana was drunk. Once Dylan arrived at Bethany's room, they locked the door and both made additional unanswered calls to other roommates. At 4:32 a.m., Dylan again texted Kaylee saying, please answer. With no response. Now, I'm gonna stop right there if that's okay, Sergeant. I want to add something to this real quick. And this is every time I explain this, I want to add this to this because this is how I think this actually happened, okay? Initially, I think it was Hippler's statement, he claims that she glanced towards Dylan or Xana's room and saw her laying on the floor and as she was running by. Right. Now, I'm gonna disagree with this whole thing. And this is why. This is a 20-year-old girl. They're a little wild at that age. We all know that. Even if you're scared, whatever. If she was running past, which is when you run past the hallway that led to Xana's room, if she's all the way in her room, like they said, head towards the wall, feet by the door, she's inside the room. From where she would have been standing at, running by, that's about 14, 15 feet from where she was standing to where Xana would be. It's dark in the house. She's laying on the floor.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
Well,
it appears to be light in the house at this point.
I'm going to guess that it was dark because all there was that one light. And if she's looking in that direction, that good vibe sign should have kind of blinded her from getting a clear view. But
wait. But if Xana's light was on.
If it was on, but I don't know that it was.
It had to have been. Something had to have been to give her that ability to see something at 4:30 in the morning.
Well, that's what I'm saying. She was wearing all black. That was known. And it would have looked like a lump on the floor of something black, in my opinion. But still, How did you see her face from that distance unless she was sitting up looking at her, which is not true. What I think actually happened is that she turned and saw and yelled, Xana, is that you? Are you okay? No response. Did it again. Is that you? You okay? Nothing. And was walking towards her at that point to get her attention. No answer. I think, Sarge, and this is just my opinion, that she went as far as to walk over to Xana and shake her to try to see if she's okay, and realized the mess, because you can't walk away from that without seeing all that blood that we were told that she was laying in a massive pool of blood. Seeing all that, and then she bolted downstairs to the bedroom. That's what I think truly happened. That's my opinion, though, because it's not written in a document. So, and then off she goes.
Well, that's even worse for her, right?
I agree, which is why I think we weren't told that.
Well, if you take her statement at face value, and she crosses the living area to get to the staircase, she has to go by the hallway that looks down into Xana's room. There's no other way. Even when you hit that first step, you sort of have the ability to continue to look down that hallway because it's not a full wall. It's a half wall, right, between the stairway and the hallway. So it isn't a dividing wall. It's a knee wall or even a waist-high wall.
Yeah.
For her to see down that hallway would indicate that there was some illumination into Kaylee's room or into Xana's room.
Well, yeah, and not to mention there's a bathroom that's like right there by her door, so that light could have been on too. So there's I agree with you. I still think she went all the way down there and shook her possibly to try to get her to answer her, to find out if she is passed out.
I'm not sure the good vibes light would project down a hallway because it was actually being broadcast into the living area.
And that's what I was telling you. If she looked in that direction, that vibes light's right here to her left. It should have blinded her view because it's such a bright light. It would have made a glare, in my opinion. You wouldn't have seen clearly. But you could have seen if her light was on, like you said, or that bathroom light, that would illuminate that area down there a bit, in my opinion. So there's that. I'll just say that. But I've always thought, since I heard that testimony or read that's probably what truly happened. But she's not going to tell us that because that will make it look worse.
Look what Terry Martin says.
No fingerprints.
Now let's be clear. They found a glove with blood on it, yet they didn't examine the blood, nor did they open them gloves up and swab them fucking gloves for transfer DNA.
Of course,
there were no fingerprints. So here's the point. If ever there were a time to hunt for transfer DNA, the glove was it. We can all agree with that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right? You got no fingerprints at the scene. You got blood smears in different places. And yet you don't go through them gloves like you weren't. I mean,
I know.
That's just stunning to me, and it just shows the lack of professionalism, or the lack of not even professionalism, just the ignorance of the investigators. It shows that,
right?
Without an argument.
Well, and I also wondered if what I said may have happened when going down those stairs. That bloody handprint on the handrail. I wondered if that could have been from that, possibly. I'm just saying. This is just something in my mind, you guys, is that my reaction to a situation like this that I would imagine somebody would do.
I also want to say everything Dylan is saying is in the past tense. Therefore, the 407 time when that car supposedly parks to 420 can't be relevant.
Right. I know what you're saying.
That really isn't past tense. And until they show us the communications from 352 until the first post of texting that they're showing us in this document, there's something had to have been going on in between that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if you hear a big bang in your house and you're scared and you hear that around 4:10 a.m. Yep. Where's the text message? Are you awake, Bethany? Did you hear that? Where's that? Where's the text during the crime?
Well, if you ask anybody else, they'll tell you she was sleeping, but we know she wasn't asleep.
No, she was not sleeping.
351, she was putting a new contact in her phone. And then according to the toilet paper, the PCA, it states that at 4 something, I think she says that's when she first said she thought she heard Kaylee playing with the dog, which I think is garbage.
Right.
I think they were awake the whole night, by the way, just so you guys know.
She not only wasn't sleeping, but the past tense nature of the text she's sending Bethany and the communications to the deceased suggests to me that crime took place prior to 4 a.m. It may have been, right after.
Yeah.
She added the contact, it may have started.
And it's funny because Sweet and Salty makes a good point in here. Says that Bethany reached out first. Dylan wasn't going to say anything, it seems. And I have to agree with you. And I feel like that once Bethany did that, Dylan felt as if she had to feed her this information now. This again is my opinion, but that's a good point, Sweet and Salty. So yeah, that's what my thoughts are. But then we go forward here. I'm going to keep going. If you want me
we
to.
We also don't know that that's true in the order in which we reached out first and the text that they've released.
Well, it's based on what they show us. Yeah.
Right. Based on the data we have, she's 100% right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, go back. Dylan Moore, but before that, you go back a little bit, and who sent the first communique?
So it says, give me 1 second. At approximately 4 a.m., Dylan heard strange noises crying from the bathroom. She opened her door, saw a man dressed in black, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So this was at 4 a.m. It says she then placed calls and text messages to her other roommates to see if they were awake. Only Bethany. Okay, so maybe this is wrong. Only Bethany, who resided on the ground floor, answered. They spoke for 24 seconds, during which Dylan told Bethany that she thought she heard something. They spoke again. I'm sorry. A minute later for 41 seconds. And then Dylan said to Bethany she saw that man in the ski mask leaving the house. They then exchanged the following text between 4:22 and 4:26. Okay. It looks like Dylan actually is the one that reached out first.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But
Dylan to Bethany says no one's answering, and then it goes from there. So thank you for, yeah. Okay. And either way, it's good, Sweet and Salty. It's still an issue, the whole thing. So, now also it says down at the bottom, I didn't read this to you guys, but it says Bethany testified to her recollection of the content of these two phone calls before the grand jury that first happened, these two phone calls, okay? However, Dylan could not recall, this is interesting to me, specifics about what was said during those phone calls. That's kind of interesting, don't you think? She couldn't recall what they were talking about?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And then it also says that Dylan testified before the grand jury that Instagram is we don't need to know that right now. But anyway, that number 3 footnote is real important to me. How do you not know what the context of those calls were, but you know this other stuff? That's all I'm saying.
Well, right. Here's the other thing too. Once she entered Bethany's room, we know exactly what these two girls were going to be focused on and what their conversations would surround.
Yes.
And yet neither one of them took it upon themselves to call for outside help at the crucial moment in time where outside help call would make sense.
Right.
Even if they don't call 911 at 4:32 a.m., they call Hunter or they go next door and bang on a door looking for help. None of that took place. That's why you can't make sense out of this. Even if it were a prank, there was no reaction in any way, shape, or form that was consistent with a prank or a tragedy. What did they do once they got in that room? What were their conversations?
That's it. Well, we're going to go from here to that point at some point here. But here's my thing. We know now the dance that happened on the 3rd floor, okay? That Kaylee fought back, so they were all over that room. There was a struggle. There was guaranteed screaming, okay? Why did you at that point, when you heard what you're claiming to be what sounded like Kaylee playing with the dog, you're right below her. I don't believe that. Why didn't you pick up the phone and dial 911 right there? Something's not right. 911, period. Okay. And I don't care what Steve says, because he made a statement that it doesn't matter if they would have called or not, that nobody could have been saved. You don't know that. If she would have heard this in the initial process of this happening, you could have prevented maybe 2 other people from being killed or caught the guy in the act and shut this whole thing down, because they were there within 27 seconds of the 911 call. That makes no sense to me why that call wasn't made at that point either, in the very beginning of this. But again, there's a good reason, I'm guessing, according to them. So anyway, that call should have been made as soon as you heard whatever ruckus you heard above your head starting, rather than looking out the door. Okay. You waited and you waited and you waited and you waited.
That's a good
and you still waited. Okay. So that's a joke. That could have been. I think somebody's here was a warning. Very well could have been. Okay.
Yeah, there's a
So
lot of
anyway.
people that think that that these young girls left the house. There's nothing
There's
to
no
support that as far as evidence. But
well, I'm gonna tell you why everybody thinks that, Sarge. There was a point when Payne was on the in the box, and Ann was questioning him. Do you remember his when he was at that hearing? Okay.
Yes.
She asked for video footage from the hotel down there. I can't get the name of it right now. And because he couldn't provide that, has no idea about that, it's believed that supposedly it disappeared. And people believe that they were at that hotel, and that's why that footage is not.
They were at that hotel. Didn't the police put them up in a
After the
hotel?
fact. Yeah, we know they were afterwards.
Okay, so we don't know what video she's looking for.
And it's believed
pre-police or after.
Well, I think in her context, the way she explained it, there's supposedly a video of Dylan being seen at an ATM across the street from this hotel as well. The Monarch, yes, SRB, that's right. So this is why everybody's thinking that they may not have been there, that they may have been at that hotel at that point in time for whatever reason. You know, maybe they were told to leave and come back at a certain time, whatever. Just saying.
Maybe they left the house open.
That's the point I think people are getting at, Sarge. And right, Kate is right. Cy has all that cell phone info, and I hope to God, thank you, Kate. I hope to God that this man gets to put this out, and it proves in pinpoints and triangulates, as she states, where Dylan.
I think people are convoluting the hotel with the crime time, because we know that she was at that hotel, as were Bethany, her, and others that were in that parking lot that very night of the crime.
Well, no, right? You're right about that. But
what I'm saying is, I think some people in the streamers or people in the audience are convoluting, or in their mind they're confusing it with them suggesting that those two young girls left that home and went to that motel, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you think about it, folks. There were a lot of places they could have went that did nothing to do with that hotel. Neighbor, right? Who did they bring over in the morning? A neighbor, right?
Yeah.
The frat was down the street. There were a lot of places for those girls to run to.
Right.
Look at this. Dylan Morrison deleted pics of her wearing a ski mask and holding a knife.
Oh, yeah, she did.
She did?
Oh, yeah.
There was got a copy of that picture?
She had a pink ski mask at one point, I think, and there's some other stuff. I remember seeing pictures like that before, but I got what you're showing me, Tomboy. What is? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is even better.
What do you got?
This has times on it, Sarge. So hold on a minute here.
All right, you're going to take that one out.
I'm going to take that one and move this one over and give you this one instead. There it is. Thank you, Tomboy. All right, that's a little bit better, guys. I knew it was one of these, but okay. Anyway, so this shows the times for everything. Thank you, Tomboy, again.
410 Bethany Funk calls. Go. So jump down from 351. Go up. No, you had the right page. Read those times, but to start down 4 lines.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
253.
Yeah.
Who calls? Who's this? MM.
So this is either Maddie Mogan or MM. Could also be somebody else. I can't think of her name. It's another person, but I guessed it was Maddie. I don't know. But there's another friend of theirs that lived right behind them.
And what time was that?
2:53 MM calls Bethany.
2:53.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And the next one is what?
Then we have 3:51. That's when Dylan was putting a new contact in her phone.
Okay.
4:19. Bethany calls. Okay, so it was right. Bethany reached out to Dylan. Bethany calls Dylan. That's the first one. And then 4:20, Dylan calls Xana Kernodle. 4:20 and 20 seconds, Dylan calls Kaylee Gonsalves. 4:20 and 28, Dylan calls Bethany Funk for 41 seconds. That's the first phone call. 4:21, Bethany calls Xana Kernodle. 4:21:50, Dylan calls Madison Mogan. 4:22, Bethany calls Madison Mogan. And 4:22, Bethany calls Emily. I can never remember her last name, but that's the girl that was on the phone call, the neighbor.
Okay.
4:22:08, Dylan to Bethany. No one's answering. 422:11, Dylan back to Bethany. I'm really confused right now. 422, Dylan to Kaylee Gonsalves. She's saying Kaylee. 422 and 43 seconds. That was like 1 second apart. Dylan says to Kaylee, what's going on? 423, Bethany, outgoing message through Snapchat. I believe that's when she tried to reach out to Ethan. That's what that was. 423 and 15 seconds, Bethany to Dylan. Yeah, dude, what the fuck? 423 and 28 seconds, Bethany to Dylan. Janet was wearing all black. 423 and 33 seconds, Dylan to Bethany. I'm freaking out right now. 423 and 42 seconds, Dylan to Bethany. No, it's like the ski mask almost. 423 and 48 seconds, Bethany to Dylan. Shut the fuck up. 423 and 51 seconds, Bethany to Dylan, actually. 423 and 52 seconds.
Oh, wait, stop.
Yep.
Shut the fuck up. Actually, she's telling her not to continue discussing this crime.
Either that or she's just saying it like what the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up.
No. That word doesn't play that way. Shut the fuck up, actually, is like me telling you, Dago, shut the fuck up, actually.
Maybe.
Meaning, stop talking.
It could be. I don't know how kids talk nowadays.
Well, I don't know how can you interpret that word in any other way? It's like saying literally, Dago, literally, shut the fuck up.
I took it at this point because I've heard, like I've said it to you before, or other people. It could be though. You're right. It could be though, Sarge. Like somebody says something that sounds unbelievable, but you're like, shut the fuck up. Really? You know what I mean? That's what I thought at first, but you could be right. I don't know.
Well, it could be right either way. I can see how you could compose it in that way, but it could also be a statement of shut the fuck up. Actually, like
maybe,
maybe stop kidding around or stop talking about what's going on.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. See, I thought it was like what Justice said. No, it's like, oh my God, really? That's what I thought too. But I don't. You can read it. I guess it relates to the situation and the temperament.
What's all right? Continue reading. See which one seems to fit in best.
Okay, so I'll back it up real quick. So 423:48, Bethany says to Dylan, "Shut the fuck up," and then she says to actually. So it's like a second later.
In quotes, actually.
Yeah, right. So 423:52, Dylan to Bethany, like he had something over his head and his mouth. I don't know what the hell, but anyway. And then 424, Dylan to Bethany. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. And then 424:07, Bethany says, so am I. 424:11, Dylan back says, my phone is going to die. Fuck. 424:14, BR to DM. Oh, okay. That's Bethany to Dylan. Come to my room. 424:22 says and run, and then down here they're within like seconds. 424:39 Dylan calls Emily again, or no,
that's the first time.
No, that's Ethan Chapin. I'm sorry, that's when she tried to call Ethan. Sorry about that. 420:48 Dylan to Bethany. There's nothing, and then it says 425:16 Bethany to Dylan. Then 427:11, Dylan makes an outgoing call. 427:30, Dylan outgoing message through Snapchat. And then again, 427:40, Dylan makes an outgoing message through Snapchat again. 427:47, Dylan calls Kaylee Gonsalves. 428:44, Dylan calls Anna Kernodle. At 429, Bethany calls Madison Mogan. 430, Bethany calls Madison Mogan. 430, Bethany calls Kaylee Gonsalves. 431, Bethany calls Kaylee Gonsalves. 432:57, Dylan texts Kaylee Gonsalves. 437, Bethany accesses her Instagram.
All right, hold.
And then we have that break.
Hold for a minute, Dago. Hold. All right, and another, and it's an obvious observation, but I don't think people understand the significance of this. But the observation that I can see here is that they both knew the four victims were completely involved. Do you understand?
Yeah, based on
this isn't a prank of Zaina laying on the floor to trick them. They understood well before even Dylan left her room that all four of these people were involved in something.
Because they reached out to every one of them. Yes.
Correct. And that's telling.
It is. It absolutely is, in my opinion. They reached out to every single roommate in that house, folks. And that's a good point that he's bringing up. It's a good catch too, Sarge. So they had to have known that everybody was involved in the situation, at least.
So the prior knowledge of the crime or knowledge of the crime in progress is what's being shown to us right here.
Agreed.
Right? I mean, how else can you interpret that? And this is why your investigators are losers. Because even if these two young girls are not involved, there's an awful lot of information that's here that really doesn't make any fucking sense. Why, if you only saw Zaina down, are you worried about Kaylee and Maddie?
Right. And Karen Edith just said it's like they waited and called to see if the girls are still alive. That's a good point, Karen. It is like they waited to see. We don't know that, but it is a good call.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but when I get these observations, I got to spit them out.
You're like me. You'll forget it.
Yeah.
Just like me. I get it. All right. So then we had that break that you caught in the beginning that bothered you. It bothered me as well. From 4:37 till 7:30, they took that break. And I think personally that they may have ran next door to the White apartments and got a hold of Emily and or Hunter and explained what they think may have been going on or whatever. And said, you guys got to come back over here, so on and so forth. That's what I think may have happened in that period of time, but I could be wrong.
That's a crucial period of time. That's 2 hours and 57 minutes or 53 minutes, right? Of what
right.
we're supposed to just fill in. And this is why, and this is what you need to share with these people that are guilters, or even those that are the innocent, that believe the kid's innocent, is that no information doesn't mean anything more than no information.
Yeah.
But in the chain of events that we've witnessed, for them to go completely dark like that, it seems improbable. There's nothing in here that says good night. Nothing, right?
Right.
I mean, we have to assume because we're being told they went to bed, or we heard the story Dylan went to bed.
Yeah.
And so there's just not probable that these girls got any sleep at all.
Not even close.
Night.
Not even close. Gianna says they had to make sure that they were dead before calling police. That's interesting. Yeah. Tomboy said, I believe the 2:53 time of Maddie calling Bethany call was at the beginning of the staging. I believe the cops were called at that point. Just your opinion. I appreciate your opinion. There's a lot of opinions with the way this is rolling, so it makes sense.
And can I also say that the importance of these documents being released this late in the case, people have already made their mind up. These documents are like people like Jeff, they don't mean anything to them, and they'll make all the excuses in the world.
Yep.
But if this was given in a timely fashion, as it should have been, then the reasonable doubt argument that Brian Coberger is the doer of these crimes would be stronger.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
All right.
Most definitely. Agreed. Fizzy has a good point too, Sarge, and said that Dylan's phone use was continuous, which is true. She was on her phone the entire time. There was no stopping. So were there phone calls being made somewhere that are not in here that were redacted? Probably. So I'll just say that. All right, okay. So we had that 2.5 hours that was dead air supposedly. And then at 7:30, Bethany calls her dad. 8 o'clock, Bethany calls her dad again. 30 minutes later, 8 o'clock, Bethany calls another number. 8:01, Bethany calls her home. 8:02, Bethany calls her mother. 8:09, Bethany's dad calls back. So from 7:30 to 8:01, Bethany is frantically, it seems to me, trying to reach somebody at her home. Or she's trying to make, I don't know, but she's definitely trying to reach somebody between her mother, her father, or some other number. From that period of time until the dad calls back at 8:09. So then,
listen, can I say this is the behavior of someone that either had prior or existing knowledge of a crime that just took place, and they don't want to be part of it.
I can agree.
There's no way to explain Dylan and Bethany's actions here is to being innocent victims, because those calls that you're seeing being made in those early morning hours should have been made to neighbors to come help, and or the police, and or
Agreed.
the frat, and or the sorority. And you're
Anybody.
not seeing that.
Yes.
You're calling their parents.
Agreed. And again, Tomboy says that she thinks Dylan knew the whole time what was going to happen. And I have to say that I agree with that at that point. So
yeah, I say she was either had prior knowledge and existing knowledge of the crime, and or let somebody into the home, and or was involved in the crime.
All of the above. Yeah, I'm
Right.
going to say that too. I agree. So then here's the thing. At 8:09, Bethany's dad calls back. And then in between, while that's going on, there's a phone call there. When we all have no idea what's being talked about, but whatever. 8:05:43 through 10 till 10:45. Dylan is on Instagram nonstop the whole time. In between that, at 8:41 to 8:42, Bethany's taking pictures of something, which I would really love to see what those were. 9:04:36, Bethany's mother texts her back. From 10:56 to 10. I'm sorry, between 10 o'clock and 56 seconds to 10:01:40, Dylan messages incoming and outgoing through Snapchat. From 10:01:53 to 10:03:05, Dylan's on Instagram. From 10:03:30 to 10:04:02, Dylan is now on Indeed, which is a job site. Okay. 10:04:54 to 10:23:02.
Stop
Dylan,
for a second. Stop.
Yes, yes, sir.
One of the victims, weren't they on some job website and their account got deleted? LinkedIn or something?
That was Kaylee's LinkedIn.
It was LinkedIn, but not the Indeed.
No, just LinkedIn.
Okay, all right, good. I just wanted to make
taken down and then it was put back up. Right. Okay.
All right.
From 10:04:54 to 10:23:02, Dylan messages incoming and outgoing through Snapchat. 10:23:23, Dylan is texting Maddie Mogan. 10:24:01 to 10:25:04, Dylan is on Instagram. 10:30:18 to 10:45:43, Dylan is messaging and incoming and outgoing Snapchats again. Then we get to 11:21:53. JM is texting Bethany Funk, which is Jenna. God, what's her last name? Tomboy. I can't think of it right now. But anyway.
Okay, stop right here for a second. I don't want to go any deeper than to just say, when was the first time she's recorded as being on Snapchat?
There was well, it states that she tried to reach Ethan on Snapchat earlier on in that messaging, and then it shows up here at 10 to 10:01. Let me back up.
And then listen. Here's what I want to say. This may be exactly
4:27.
Okay, before 37, she tries to get to Ethan.
I think that's the Ethan one. Yeah.
Move forward though. When's the next time it records her being on Snapchat?
Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
Bethany was on there at 4:34. So hold on. It starts again. Oh shit! It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, then that shows that WSU Kim may in fact be accurate.
Oh, I think she is at this point. Yeah.
At 10 o'clock, the people around there knew, and if that's true, right? They knew that there'd been a crime or a murder, or there were dead people in that house at 10 o'clock. Then they got to drop the hammer on these two young girls.
Well, wait a minute, Sarge. Let me back something up, because when I had multiple calls with Kim, off the record. Okay, she told me, and I have to tell you this. This is why I believe this now. At one point, we heard Kim say that she thinks, and is pretty sure that everybody knew around 8:30, started knowing about 8:30, right? So in this list here, it shows that at between 8:05 and 10 a.m., Dylan was on Instagram. Kim mentioned that there were messages going out through Instagram as well. Okay. I'm telling you. So it could have started even there, Sarge. At 4:37, Bethany is accessing Instagram too. So either one of them could have been doing some of this via Instagram and getting a hold of people. There's no way to know until those messages come out, if they do. Okay. So take that into account. Not only Snapchat, but Instagram was being used to communicate with people through this too. So that is definitely another option there. And that's another thing that made me start to believe what Kim was saying about that, because when I saw the Instagram in here, I went, wait a minute. Okay. Now that makes sense. And Tomboy said that Dave said his Snapchat was started at about 9 a.m. when he woke up to it.
And what are they saying they woke up to, though?
They woke up to hearing that there was something that happened. It didn't give details. I think they were told, somebody else told them that it was a drug overdose or something like that at first.
But they knew that there was dead bodies in that house, or at least they were given the indication that there were one or more dead bodies in the house. They thought it was only Zana.
Oh, and Yik Yak too, Vidros.
I'm telling you, and that is the most condemning thing of all for the two survivors.
And that's what I'm telling you. I truly, wholeheartedly believe that they were telling other people something happened. My roommates are dead. Okay. And I'm going to say Kim was right. 8:30. Dave said 9 between Instagram and Snapchat. And who else? Whatever else. We don't know. But it's in here. It's on this paper. It shows it here that it was happening. We have no idea knowing what those messages were on either one of those platforms, but I'm telling you, it makes this make perfect sense. And it makes mostly everything Kim said a truth now. So,
well, at least believable as far as it being absolutely true.
Believable.
We don't know.
Believable.
Right?
I agree with you. Yes.
I mean, it does substantiate that there were communications during that time. What they were about, we can't confirm.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, Sarge. Think about this. This is really what kind of gives me goosebumps. When Kim told those stories coming from her children and her children's friends, we had no idea this existed here. Now that we're seeing this, it literally gave me goosebumps, and it flashed me back to what she was telling me, like, holy shit. This makes that believable. This makes that possible now. So that's all I'm going to say as far as that goes. But yeah.
You're going to see Dylan is going to, if she's brought up on the stand, it's over.
They better, yes, they better bring
her in. Now, they already said she could testify. So,
well,
they're trying to limit the scope of her testimony, but her testimony can be limited to all the collected data that's been given to them in discovery. Mm-hmm. So the fact that they're going to use them to just establish the timeline of the crime is enough for Ann Taylor to literally run this girl over. And stop and back over her again and go forward and backward.
Yeah. Yeah. And we've already gotten proof of that the other day in that hearing that they will be testifying at some point, both of them. And I'm glad to hear that. So however it's done, I like you said, they're going to try to control it. Ann's not going to let that happen. I don't believe that. So,
why is the chat scrolling on the page? Is there something wrong?
Kate says Dave wasn't lying when he said his Snapchat log was deleted from his phone. Yes, they absolutely can delete. Yeah, they can do that. That's facts. They definitely can do that remotely. And guess who has the ability to do stuff like that? The FBI. So there you go.
Let me tell you what happened at 4 a.m. and a nice calm every day. I'm Dylan Mortensen voice. Not a panic, nothing.
And she tried that more than once and they shut her down.
And she knew at that point, there was no doubt that she knew at that point that the victims were deceased, not drunk.
I agree.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm sorry. That's why I think she went over to the body. I think she knew because you could see this massive pool of blood that Mabbitt said was there that they were laying in. I think she went over to the body and saw that. There's no way you didn't. Okay, that's just my opinion, but go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Sarge.
Well, I also think that these communications clearly display knowledge of some crime to the people we're calling victims.
Mm-hmm.
Their behavior shows the involvement of all 4 of the roommates that we all know are dead.
Mm-hmm.
And they're concerned and they're trying to interact with these 4 dead people. To me, it's just a way to cover their own ass.
I can agree. Let me find out where I left off here. Okay, because there's more, and I think these are important too. Shit. All right, I'll just go to here and start and drop down. So 10 o'clock and 56 seconds to 10:01:40. Dylan messages incoming, outgoing through Snapchat. Exactly. Good point, Lynn. 10:04:54 to 10:23:02. Dylan messages incoming, outgoing through Snapchat. 10:23:23. Dylan texts Maddie. 10:24:01 to 10:25:04, Dylan is on Instagram again. 10:30:18 to 10:45:43, Dylan is messaging incoming and outgoing on Snapchat again. At 11:21:53, JM texts Bethany. 10:56:49 to 11:29:08, Dylan is on Instagram and messaging on Snapchat again. 11:29:27, Dylan texts Kaylee. At 11:29:41 through 11:32:45, Dylan is on Instagram and messaging on Snapchat again. At 11:35:36, Dylan is now on Yik Yak. That's the college site there. At 11:36:07, Dylan is now on TikTok.
All right, hold for a minute.
Yes.
Those indicate people on the campus are communicating with her.
Yes.
Right?
Or vice versa. Yeah.
So knowledge has been spread before the police have been called. That's what that's showing.
Agreed. Yes.
Right.
TikTok. 11:36. Yeah. 11:37 to 36. Dylan is on Snapchat again. 11:39:09 to 11:40:14. Dylan and her dad are texting at that point, which I think is interesting there too. At 11:49, Bethany calls Jenna McClure. That's the name, Jenna McClure, which I believe is her brother's girlfriend. At 11:55, Jenna McClure texts Dylan back. At 11:44:06 to 11:50:38, Dylan's on Instagram again. At 11:58, Dylan calls Emily. At 11:51:01, Jenna McClure texts DM. And I believe the subject of that text message is said something about what's going on. Do I need to come pick y'all up? That was Jenna saying that to them, which is interesting again to me. So 11:51:07, Bethany texts Jenna again. 11:51:33, Jenna texts Bethany. 11:51:36, Jenna texts Bethany. 11:51:40, Bethany texts Jenna. 11:51:47, Jenna texts Bethany. 11:53:52, Bethany texts Jenna. 11:53:53, Bethany texts Jenna. 11:53:55, Bethany texts Jenna. Okay, so there is an ongoing conversation here.
And this has been going on now for how many minutes?
Let's see, 1, 2,
20 minutes?
3. Well, that conversation or in total, everything?
In total, with all these outsiders that they're texting to.
Okay, let me back up here. 11:10. About, well, it depends, Sarge, because they're on Snapchat and Instagram. I'm going to venture to say that those are conversations, okay?
So from 10 something, from 9 something. So for a couple of hours then.
About an hour, hour and a half, yeah.
Well, no, I mean, you go back up to when she first hit Snapchat, and that's when at 7:37 or something.
Well, that one was no. The first Snapchat besides the Ethan one started at 10. That was 10 a.m. Yeah.
So we got them interacting with the outsiders for 2 hours.
Yeah, basically.
Right. Okay.
Exactly.
And there's some concern for we already know that Dylan Mortensen witnessed Zana laid out. So there's no doubt that isn't current knowledge in her little circle head. Right.
It's definitely being talked about. Yes.
So
exactly.
For 2 hours, she goes on with this bullshit back and forth with these other people on Snapchat, on Instagram, on Yik Yak, on text messages, on phone calls.
And then there's the Jenna McClure conversations back and forth where I think, like I said, from my understanding, the context of that was Jenna said something to the nature of, do I need to come pick you guys up? I believe that's what was stated. That's all I know. Okay. Then we get to 11:53:55. Bethany texts Jenna McClure again. 11:54:57 to 11:55. Jenna texts Bethany. 3 different texts from 11:54:39 to 11.
Okay.
And then from 11:50. No, I think they were just text messages, be like a personal text message. Those 3, but then 11:54:39 to 11:57:01. Dylan is on Instagram. At 11:56, Bethany calls 911. Okay.
Bethany Funk's phone was used to call 911, as we've been told.
Yes.
Right.
Right. So then it says, the state has selected text messaging as excited utterances and present sense impression and whatever. The totality of circumstances defeat the state's request. Bethany and Dylan texted each other a handful of times, and then they were in the same bedroom. They were together with the ability to talk to each other. They were not asleep for 8 hours. The messages the state seeks admission of as exceptions to hearsay began with a call and a message about being confused. After texting each other and unsuccessfully speaking with any of the other roommates, the pair were together. The state is looking at the messages with the benefit of hindsight. The analysis has to be done in the moment that utterances were made. Text messages in this case, Dylan first claims confusion, then after communicating with Bethany claims fear to leave her room. Despite her stated fear of leaving her room, she does so and joins Bethany downstairs. To get to Bethany's room, Dylan passes the front door of the residence. Bethany was steps from the front door. Neither of them left the house. Neither of them called friends, family, or law enforcement for help. And that's being claimed boldly in this statement, in this document, and I love that. Instead, both have a substantial amount of activity beginning in earnest less than 4 hours after Dylan made her way to Bethany's room. Bethany and Dylan communicate with friends and parents, and Dylan is on social media. The second grouping of message that state claim fit within the exception to the hearsay rule are those from Dylan to her roommates beginning at 10:23, 6 hours later. The state claims Dylan woke up and realized her roommates had not responded to her earlier texts, which we know is bullshit because they weren't sleeping. The state is wrong. Dylan was awake. She was messaging on Snapchat. She was on Instagram, and she texted with her dad. And this is not an exhaustive list of activity on her phone. She was with Bethany, who was also communicating with her parents and then later friends. Mr. Coberger urges the court to view the state's request with consideration of the complete picture. Bingo. And that's what it is. So,
and there's more of the picture the state is hidden from them.
Yeah, definitely.
Right?
Most definitely.
The 4:30 to 7:37, right?
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
4:37 to 7:30, whatever order you want to put them numbers. But that's excluded in this information.
It absolutely is. And that
may be where the exculpatory evidence of Bethany Funk lives.
It probably is. It probably is. Yes, I agree with that. This right here in itself should be enough, in my opinion, to charge both of them. It at least with something. They should have been charged with something at this point. That's just my opinion, but this is just insane.
What about all the phones that had to have been ringing and notifications that had been going off on the texts? I mean, are all four of the victims have their phones in silent mode? That doesn't make no sense, man.
No, it was happening.
They could hear that throughout that house.
Yeah, and I like what you pointed out, Sarge. The way you framed that by stating that it is realized or known, if it already wasn't, that all of the roommates are involved in this situation. That's a very good catch and a very good point. I like that. Because they contacted everybody, folks. They had to have known they were all involved.
She wasn't concerned about what she saw with Zaina. And she wasn't concerned that there was a roommate passed out.
No.
She knew all four of these people were murder victims long before there was any interaction on the phone.
I agree. Because
her behavior shows that.
When they went and got Hunter, the dude ran in the house, went directly to the kitchen, and grabbed a knife. You don't do that if somebody says, hey, Zaina passed out because she drank too much.
You know what was funny was that was one of the first things I caught, and I paid attention to a lot of streams, and nobody really seemed to say a word about that.
Well, I did. I
came out preaching about that immediately. What the fuck's this guy doing going to get a knife?
Yes, exactly. Where is that knife? Where is that knife?
Yeah, where is that knife? And how does that fit the story?
Thank you.
Passed out roommate. And how, if you've witnessed, and this is why I'm telling you, Dylan is lying. And the reason you know she's lying is because she includes pieces of truth that she must use to create the lie.
Right.
A lie has to cover a known truth. And in order to make a lie out of a known truth, pieces of that truth have to be part of your lie.
Agreed.
There's no other way for that to work, folks.
Agreed.
Right? Listen, I got a question for you. Here's the question. We'll take a 2-second break here, but look at, how many kinds of fried chicken are there? Yeah,
So,
see, but isn't making an egg, a fried chicken?
Jesus. I guess so. Yes, it could be considered that. Are you fighting? Are you fighting with your Chat GPT thing again?
No.
just making sure. That's good though. I like that. I'm gonna
You
ask
know,
that.
it's also how about this, folks? Knowing a tomato is a fruit is knowledge.
Okay.
Knowing not to put it in a pie is wisdom.
Although they do make tomato pies.
I don't know who makes a tomato pie. You got to be an idiot.
I've heard of it. I would never eat it, but I've heard of it.
I wonder who
Yeah.
Dylan called at 4:27 a.m. and why that's not part of this discussion on the screen here. Why isn't that in there?
It
You know?
just says 427. Dylan called Kaylee Gonsalves right there.
So, the behavior of Dylan completely proves that Dylan knew that there were 4 deceased people in that home before there was ever any release of this phone information. Not because she heard a noise or she thought someone was playing with a dog.
Right.
She knew.
Agreed.
She would have been better off just shutting the fuck up and not doing anything. And that would have been believable.
Oh, definitely.
Right?
Saying that she slept through it, had no idea what she had heard or nothing. Yeah, that would have been better, but no. 427 is the one I'm talking about, Busy said. Yeah, it's 427 40. Dylan, it has an outgoing message through Snapchat, and then 427 47. Dylan calls Kaylee Gonsalves, Busy. Gonsalves, sorry. Operator says, is she breathing?
Yeah.
Dylan, I don't know. Go check. Come on, Bethany. We have to go check. Well, which is another form of bullshit, DW, because they were already in that house with Hunter before they made that call, and they knew she wasn't breathing.
They knew she was dead. They knew.
Okay, they knew. Yeah,
they knew the 2 girls upstairs were dead. Now, we don't know about the upstairs bedroom door. We're told these doors were open. So we do know from Dylan that Zana's door was left open.
Yep, it had to be because she couldn't have seen her otherwise.
Right.
Which is another lie that was put out there. We were told via Christy through Drunk Turkey that they had to call Hunter over to open that door. Bullshit.
That's a lie.
That is a lie.
Everything that's come from the Gonzalez family is a lie. Everything. All the context that they've placed upon photographs or anything that Brian connects to Brian Coberger is verifiably an untruth.
Agreed. And wherever they got that info from, I don't know. I can't tell you. So
I can't believe she didn't beat this PCA when she appealed it. But I think the reason she couldn't beat it was because all of this discovery was unknown to them or undiscovered to them.
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense, Sarge.
They dumped 64 terabytes of data in their lap and said, here. What's what? We don't know.
They did that on purpose, in my opinion, too. Fully. They absolutely unorganized, absolutely on purpose, in my opinion. Because Ann brought an expert in, as you heard, that said it would take 3 years to go through this cleanly and clearly and verify everything. And they knew that because they wanted to miss something, in my opinion.
And they argue that the defendant requested all the discovery in their possession.
Yep.
And that was why they turned it over as they got it. And that's just a bunch of bullshit.
I agree, because I guarantee you everything they have.
Supreme Court needs to review that with the modern era of technology. Discovery needs to be refined to suit each individual case. Right?
Yep. And it is. I don't know how to say it. If I say it wrong, I'm sorry. Names says absolutely malicious compliance, 100%. That is a fact.
Right.
That statement there. I don't know if I said your name right or wrong. I'm sorry if I did.
But she's absolutely right.
It's 100% what that is, folks. Malicious compliance. That is exactly what that was. Karen said she likes Clue's theory. What was Clue's theory?
Where did Karen say that? I didn't see that.
Right above that comment that one there. Yeah.
Yeah. What is her theory?
What was her theory? I didn't hear it. Or if I did, I forgot it.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing too, DW. Bethany crying, something happened. We don't know what. I don't think maybe she didn't know, but I think Dylan did. I think
No,
if
I think
anything,
they both knew.
well, I think in the beginning Bethany may not have known, and that Dylan fed her everything. That's what I think.
No,
She
no,
was
no, no,
on
no,
the
no,
bottom
no,
floor.
no, 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 no. I'm gonna make a no song, and the whole song is gonna be the word no, because in these documents you can see that that's not true. And in these documents, you can see clearly that Bethany is not confused about what Dylan is referring to. Like, what the fuck, man? So Dylan and Bethany both knew. And even Bethany tries to contact the girls on the top floor, does she not? And
After
therefore,
yeah,
but therefore, you can make this a good understanding that both of these girls knew that all four of these people were victims, and they knew it earlier. They didn't just, they had to have been aware of this all along for that conversation to make any sense. Dylan heard something, but Bethany had to have been in the know or heard the same things all the way down on the first floor.
right.
Okay?
Yeah, well,
Because
I mean, yeah.
I don't want you to agree with me for the sake of agreeing with me. But
No,
if
I mean,
you don't
I
see that, if you can't make sense of that, where is it that doesn't make sense?
I can understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is I wondered if Bethany knew from the beginning as much as I think that Dylan did. That's all I'm saying is I wondered if Bethany was maybe used as a pawn and did not know fully what was going to happen or what was going on until Dylan gave her all that. And then she knew, yes, I agree with that. But that's what I was saying. Maybe it was, there's that too. Well, no. Understand something. That statement that was made that she wouldn't be arrested if she came back. That's a standard statement that they give to people to get them to come in as witnesses, folks. That's just normal.
When you're extraditing somebody, that's commonplace.
Yeah, we looked into that. That's a common statement that they make. But she was petrified to come back to Idaho for some reason and refused to. She didn't want to the point where she completely unregistered herself from school, went to Vegas, enrolled herself in a new school, moved completely away, and had nothing to do with this, and did not want to come
I would have
back.
done this. I'm not saying that impugns her at all. I would have done the same thing. But you can't make sense of these text messages unless both people are on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? What do you mean? What happened? What's going on? Where's any of that in Bethany's communication with Dylan? There isn't.
Well, here's where this is why I said that, Sergeant. Let me go back up here real quick and I'll show you why I came to that conclusion. Where's it at? Let me get back to this. Or wait, I went down too far. Okay, yeah, so dude. At 4:20, which is right after supposedly this crime happened, okay? Right. Dylan called Bethany for 41 seconds. They had a quick phone call. 4:21, Bethany calls Xana. So what I'm thinking, Dylan made first contact with Bethany and said, yo, something happened up here, blah, blah, blah. I hear this and that and everything else. And I don't know what's going on. So Bethany tried to call Xana to figure that out. And Dylan, in the meanwhile, calls Maddie. Then Bethany tried to call Maddie too. Then Bethany called Ethan. And
you understand that they both knew that the four people were involved. Those behaviors are consistent with that.
I get that. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is the first contact after the crime was Dylan calling Bethany. And that's why I always thought possibly that Bethany had no idea of what was going on at first until Bethany called her and said, yo, this is what the deal is. But that's just my opinion. I'm not saying that that's what happened. It's just a guess. But you could be absolutely right that they both knew from the very beginning. And that's what I'm saying. That's all. Because the first contact was made from Dylan to Bethany. And I'm guessing it was a 41-second call. You know,
I don't know how you can come to that conclusion, Paula. Their actions are consistent with two people that are aware something horrific happened in that house.
With what happened, you would have to hear it. Yeah.
They both are on the same page. There isn't Dylan Mortensen telling any big story to Bethany Funk. Bethany Funk even makes the comment like, yeah, what the fuck, dude? So they know something horrific has happened in this house. They both are aware. Now, whether they're aware because they mutually heard this stuff or they knew this stuff is the question. Yeah. Right? But they knew enough to go to check on these, to call these roommates, but to stay away from those rooms. Let's be very clear. Their behavior kept them away from those rooms. And you have to ask the question, what was the intent behind avoiding contact with people that you fucking live with every day? So these are questions that you would ask if these were two young men, but not two young women.
Right. And that's my thought, Paula. I would imagine imagine being in this house in a bedroom, and above you, you hear screaming and yelling and climbing and begging.
I got a better answer for Paula. Let's take what she says. Doesn't mean they thought they were being unalived. So why would they then not, or why would they then do everything they can to avoid making direct contact with their roommates?
Why didn't they go check on it? Right.
You're not going to go check on your kid? Were you ever in college? You're not going to go check on your friend? That's not going to happen. You're not going to be watching TV and hear a big smash and crash in the bathroom and go check to see if your girlfriend didn't just crack her head in the tub. Come on.
Right. That's
trying to make sense of what you're saying.
The noise.
It doesn't mean they thought they were being unalived. It's just an inappropriate comment. They knew something bad enough happened to avoid those rooms. Because everything they did places them everywhere except checking on their friends. Why?
Yeah.
It doesn't. I don't want to hear that they were drunk. You can make all the excuses in the world. You can't make a square into a circle. These girls avoided contact with their roommates, yet they went on and behaved and communicated with others that something terrible must have happened. Something terrible must have happened, and then they avoid all contact with them. Isn't that the time you want to make contact with a friend?
Yeah, and the point that he's making is that if they truly didn't think it was something horrible, or if they truly didn't think it was something horrible, then they would have went and checked on them. Okay? If you thought it was somebody just wrestling around or this or that and anything, you would have went and looked. But for some reason, they didn't leave those rooms. They didn't try to physically contact those roommates. In turn, tells me they knew they weren't supposed to, or they shouldn't, because it's something that bad.
They didn't want to go to those rooms to see what they knew happened.
That's a better way of putting it. I was trying to think of how to put that, but yeah.
They didn't want to go to those rooms because they knew what might have happened, and they didn't want to walk in on it. But that's the point is, when you look at all of these communications, the one thing these communications do is they let you know these two girls knew something terrible happened, and that they did nothing to follow up.
Agreed. That's where I feel that is too.
I think that you're really giving too much credit to these young girls, because young females always seem to get this. If this were two young men, Paula, there's no way you would be making those arguments and suggesting that these two young girls didn't know. How can you, on all fairness, how can you live in a residence where you walk by a roommate laid out on their bedroom floor, see it, go down to another roommate, obviously interact and talk about it, but never go back and check on that person? Why? How do you explain that action? You can't tell me because the girls were scared, because that would then prompt them to call for help. And what do? They don't call for help. See, it's very difficult to make the argument they didn't know when everything they did kept them from being involved in the scene of the crime itself. They stayed away.
There's other things too, you guys, that have come to the surface that it kind of makes me and a lot of other people have come to this conclusion that, one, Dylan called incessantly, and then when she didn't get an answer, went to Kaylee's parents' house to get her to come back here to Moscow to be her +1 for this damn Betty Ball dance.
Wait, this is another good comment. But how many thousands or millions of people think Brian Coberger taking a picture in the mirror that same morning proves he did the crime? You see, this is the double standard, and this is the inability for people to think. They don't think it through. Getting those 2 tattoos may also have been a signatory thing between the two of them. We got away with it.
Or if you didn't get the tattoos like everybody else did, then you're gonna stand out. Okay.
But showing me a picture of Brian in a hoodie proves he's a killer. Showing me a picture of him taking a selfie shows he's a killer. Him picking up a girl at a pool party that he follows up with, and she doesn't. She ghosts the guy, and he doesn't really mess with her ever again. He leaves her alone. A normal thing for a man to do. That's normal, but that proves he's a scumbag and an incel because he got a phone number from a girl at a pool party that approached him. So my point is, we're so willing to look at things that are said about Brian and not give it a second thought, and just he's the killer. And yet these young women and all of their outrageous behaviors that tell a story that isn't consistent with their behavior is ignored. That's just terrible.
And again, to go back to that tattoo thing, think about this for a second, guys. If you, I've seen this on many different shows, the ID channel, cases I've even covered. Somebody that has taken, say for instance, killed their wife, okay, and did something to her. They're the first person to jump in line in most senses because they want to help you find them. Because if you're not doing that, if you're not out there searching to help find them, people are going to look at you in a suspicious way. Okay. In turn, the tattoos could be looked at in that same way. I'm going to get this to memorialize them, because if we don't do something to memorialize them, people are going to look at us.
It could have been a victory dance too, Dago. It could be seen as a victory dance. If two men went and did that,
well, I mean,
they'd be rubbing it in your face. I won't wait. My point is that's a fair statement to make when they're doing that against Brian's images. You see how the double standard is here? And their behavior is questionable, but doesn't mean they knew. But that's not true, Paul. They absolutely knew something terrible happened, so terrible that they didn't themselves want to walk to go check.
I agree.
Something terrible that they did everything but go physically look. You're talking about you live in that fucking house with them. You can't make sense in not checking on your roommates. Right. Why didn't the two of you go into the room across the hall and get a couple of golf clubs and go up the staircase?
I agree.
Why didn't the two of you call 911? Why didn't the two of you run out of the house screaming at the top of your lungs? You can't make sense of what these girls did. And to say that they didn't have any knowledge doesn't fit. Their behavior is completely contradictory to that statement.
That's a good point.
I'm sorry.
I agree. And I understand. I agree with you. I do. Sarge, keep going. I'm going to grab some coffee real quick. I'll be right back. I'll still be able to hear you.
Yeah. I mean, the point is that you've got to look at this information and see if it's telling any kind of a story. And is the story inconsistent with the behavior that you can verify? And it's all over the place here. The way the cops investigated the crime, all over the place here. The way they grabbed a hold of Brian Coberger, and to the exclusion of everything else, including DNA samples in the crime scene. They ignored everything except Brian, to the exclusion of all else. So it's very difficult for me to look at this, and I don't have a horse in this race. And I don't think that Brian Coberger is innocent, and I don't think Brian Coberger is guilty. I think he's innocent until proven guilty. And when you have two people in the crime scene, two people that avoided checking on their roommates, I can't imagine that. You can't make that make sense, especially hours after the original communique between these two girls. Right? Do you literally think that they didn't go up there because they weren't scared of what they were going to find, or that they didn't know what they were going to find, or that they knew somebody murdered people or beat people to death or assaulted them, was still in their home? Something horrible kept them from going up there, meaning they had knowledge or a belief or an understanding. So I'm sorry. I just can't ignore these two girls' behavior. In fairness, you could say some things about Brian. Well, he bought a knife, he went on Amazon. Okay. In the context of this murder, that looks suspicious. Is it relevant? We won't know until trial. So I do see some of the arguments they make. Like the car, I don't accept that at all. Can't accept the car even being involved here. And I can't accept letting these girls off the hook without any question. Right. And that's the other thing. Here's the other kicker. And Name Masty is the one that really, I brought this up a long time ago, but this really knocks it out of the park. Why? Why is the first act of the person you call for help at noon, his first action when he enters that residence is to get to the kitchen to get a knife? What was told to him to make him feel that he needed to provide protection for himself? Clearly, the statement clearly the statement that there was an unconscious person in the home does not fit the action that Hunter performed. So you have to conclude that Hunter was told something different. And whatever he was told made him want to protect himself from physical harm. That's the only conclusion you can make from these statements and behaviors. And it's completely contradictory to what Dylan Mortensen has been telling us. That's why I have a problem with the surviving roommates. It doesn't fit. If you thought someone was passed out from a binge, okay, it's not unusual. That's absolutely see, this is the thing, Paula. That's not unusual. That is a determined, decisive act taken by an individual because of information that he was given and we're being lied to about. That action is specific. It can only mean one thing. It's not unusual, in as much as when you realize that he went into that home knowing that something happened there that was dangerous, that he went and got a knife to protect himself from potential danger. That's what that action tells us. It's not unusual. When the truth is told, that will not be an unusual act. It'll be a sensible act made by a young man that entered a property that he was given the indications of something violent took place in that home. That makes sense for him to do what he did. That contradicts what we're being told about an unconscious roommate. You see? Therefore, the girl or the girls are lying to us about that. Therefore, they had prior knowledge that these people had been killed and or attacked and were unable to communicate back. Whether they meant unalived or murdered or dead, maybe they didn't have that full understanding, but they clearly understood that something terrible happened that required Hunter to feel, I need to protect myself. I'm sorry. These pieces of information tell a story that are sensible. The idea that he went to get a knife for a passed out roommate, that's square logic. You got to make too many turns to make that make sense. Logic should be circular. Your explanation should be circular. I defrosted my chicken. I added oil to the pan, and I turned the pan on high heat, and I began to fry my chicken. It's all circular. One step leads to the next. And you can't find that in the argument, in the statements that are made, in the text messages that we now know, in the probable cause statements that were complete lies that were used to arrest this young man. It's just crazy. Meanwhile, they're depending on character assassination in the media, character assassination on YouTube, okay, as a means to convict this man for a quadruple homicide. Character assassination, propaganda, is not how you convict somebody for a crime.
Agreed.
Yeah, someone with a vacuum. It's okay. I'm here to help. That person was there to clean the crime. And he was talking. It was a statement made to Dylan. I believe that she heard that. I believe that she accepted that man's statement and it wasn't surprised to see that person there at all. I think that man with the vacuum and the cleaning that may have taken place in the home, from what somebody said early on, that the house smelled of cleaning chemicals or something.
Uh-huh.
I think a lot of what Dylan tells us is true, but I think Dylan's truth has been, she modified the truth to take herself out of it. Yep. She's trying to withdraw herself from any involvement or any prior knowledge or any, maybe she let the person in and didn't know any better, right? She could be completely innocent as the driven snow. But an innocent person doesn't tell stories like this.
Right. Right.
Right.
That's a good point too, Doc. Why were they all of a sudden scared enough to call 911? 8 hours later they weren't, but they were then. That's a good point too.
There's no way Hunter did not see Zana laying on that floor prior to him going to the hall, to the kitchen to get a knife. There's no way. He had to have seen that because the door was open and Dylan did it for something in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
When he entered the home, it was high noon. Well, I don't know why you have a hard time with that. It's a potentiality. I mean, nothing I'm saying here is factually convicting these two young girls or painting them as the killers, although you can make the argument.
Well, here, you know what, Sarge, I think I know where she's coming from. Maybe it's hard to believe because you don't want to believe that somebody could do something like that. I think a lot of people struggle with that, and that's where a lot of that comes from in some sense.
And I think, the thing is, you've got to remove the belief from things, and you have to just look at the data. And we're not really taught to look at the world that way. We're taught to worry like our feelings and yeah, I know he's. And I'm sorry, I'm hardwired from a childhood forward that the facts will tell a story.
Mm-hmm.
And facts really are all you should concern yourself with when dealing with factual situations, right?
Right.
I don't need to know the facts of the roller coaster. I'm on it for fun, although I am aware of them, and I know. But my point is, you don't need to know that to go have fun on a roller coaster. But how about when you lose your keys? Aren't you sorting through your mind to find pertinent facts to your last locations to find your keys?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't believe. Well, I believe I left them. You think. You literally start to think in your head. You're not questioning your beliefs. You're using your brain processing power to figure out where I left my keys. And when you use that processing power on these girls' actions, you're like, damn.
Agreed.
Damn,
And yeah, DW, that's the best way to put it. In this case, okay, you have to leave your feelings and emotions away from this because we as people, okay, even the hardest of hardest, people like Sarge here, don't want to believe that people will do something, especially young kids, would do something so horrible to people of their own kind, their own friends, okay?
But
That
on the
would be able to do something like that. I'm sorry.
On the other hand, I believe in the goodness of people and trust the jury. If the case is presented in a way that's factual and data supplied,
right,
I feel that Brian Coberger could easily be acquitted. And I feel that if he's not acquitted, you'll end up with a hung jury. Or even now we're looking at a mistrial, which are the things that I've been saying for a little while now.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we know that it's moving to trial. And so look at it. It's not that I'm so hard-nosed that I think everybody's no good. I'm not that kind of. I take situations and I make my determination based on the data. So,
Right.
that me and you have had outing, right? But
yeah, sure.
we sorted right through it. I'm not one to hold a grudge unless you've earned it.
Neither
or you're unwilling to, if you're unwilling to discuss.
Right.
Where I'm wrong, I want to make amends so that I can straighten things out.
Life is too short to deal with shit like that, right?
And in this case, you can't really look at everything that we now know about this 911 call and the behavior of those young women and not ask yourself, how in the fuck did it take till noon for them to get somebody to come in that home and go get a knife?
And why? Yes.
Why wasn't that happening at 4:30, 5 o'clock, 4:45, 4, right?
At the very least, yes.
And you're go ahead.
No, I was just gonna react, if you didn't mind, to a question. GM said, hold on, I lost it. 5637. A fact in this case is Brian's DNA is on the sheet. Jury will find that very. Let me ask you something, GM, and just realistically, in all reality, with everything we have seen since November 14th of 2022 to May 23rd of 2025, within this case, the documents, the bullshit, everything that we've seen and talked about and heard. What if the DNA wasn't on the sheet? Okay, because when I learned, I can't pass this up anymore. When I learned that they never sent that sheet off to be tested as evidence itself, but they took a buccal swab and said that they swabbed that snap, put it in a little plastic baggie, and they sent that off. What if there wasn't DNA on that sheet? And I know, listen, guys, I know this sounds like a reach, but is it really, though, with everything else that we've been lied to about? Everything else that's happened, what if they didn't take that from his sheet, from that sheet? I'm just saying. I'm not saying that I'm not in a rabbit hole. What I'm telling you is that I find it hard to believe anything that we're told at this point. And after seeing and hearing all this, I had to start questioning myself. Why did you not send the sheet? 2, I don't know what you swabbed. You could have swabbed his asshole for all I know. Excuse the phrasing, but true. They were in his apartment. They were in his car. They were everywhere. And funny to me that they raided his apartment with the search. They served a search warrant on his apartment the exact same day and time, roughly, that they arrested him in Pennsylvania. It wouldn't take much to swab something to get this man's DNA, folks.
No,
and
it wouldn't have.
the fact that they say they got it from that snap, I don't believe that. Sarge, how long does DNA last on a piece of brass?
Well, it won't last anything more than 4 hours, and it's completely destroyed.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know, but the reason there's copper pipes in your house, and I want people to listen very carefully to this because this matters. Never live somewhere with plastic water lines, because copper is an antibacterial, anti-algae, anti-microscopic killer of organisms. Copper is the only pipe that you should have supply all the way to your faucet. Never use plastic, because you want that property of the copper. Now, when you see boats, recreational boats, that get painted on the bottom, that black paint is impregnated with copper. That copper is there to prevent and kill sea life from growing on the bottom of your boat. So just keep that in mind. Now, brass does to DNA what copper does to algae and other contaminants. It kills it. So there's a process. I don't know the right word. Thomas does, if he's in here still. He knows the proper word. So if that knife snap is brass, the DNA sample that was not collected until more than 24 hours after the crime occurred is completely unusable. They wouldn't be able to get an accurate or any sample from it at all. It would be destroyed. Copper could kill viruses. I use copper in my pool to prevent algae growth, and we used it on the bottom of our boats and blah, blah, blah. But brass is extraordinarily destructive. And that means shut the fuck up. That means shut the fuck up. There was something else in here I wanted to. I find it interesting, the double standard that people refuse to, in their head, to accept that they're using a double standard when they approach and view these young women. You're using your feelings and you're not using your mind. And you're not separating the two, because it's okay to feel one way, but it doesn't really work when you apply your feelings to trying to understand what's going on.
We said, Sarge, you and I, Willie, everybody that's talked about this said 2.5 years ago, if this was me and Sarge that were in that house, we'd have been locked under the jail right now, period. Right. And nothing that was said would ever have been doubted that we could have.
Look at Paul is absolutely right. Let's say that let's give the credit to the police, okay? So they found transfer DNA, which is dead skin cells, to which you lose 5 billion skin cells a day. 70 to 80% of the dust in your home is your dead skin cells and your friends and the other occupants or passers through. Everywhere you go in the world, you're leaving transfer DNA behind that they've relabeled to call touch DNA, so that people that don't want to read a science magazine interpret that to mean you had to have touched something. It's a sleight of hand, okay? Mm-hmm. It's a 3-card Monty. It's bullshit. Transfer DNA is skin cells that you lose 5 billion a day, or more than 5,000 per second. And It's all over everywhere you go. Everything you touch, you leave a trail. A human being microscopically looks like Pigpen from Charlie Brown when they walk around. So that's what they're claiming they found. But let's be honest. If that's all it takes to put Brian in front of a firing squad, why aren't we shooting? And why didn't they identify blood on a glove, blood on a railing, 3 samples underneath her fingernail, blood on the sheath? Why are those people not going to face a firing squad, Paula? How can you make the determination that blood DNA isn't a stronger source of information than transfer DNA? And if transfer DNA is enough for you to send this guy to an execution squad, and you ignore and you make excuses or whatever you want to do against all the other samples, you're not thinking. You've surrendered your ability to think to the people telling you how to think and what to conclude.
And on on top of that, if we're going to go with that they have his DNA on this sheet, that's so important. They got it. Great. Why would 6 or 7 other pieces of DNA that they have, why did they refuse to run them through CODIS? Absolutely refused. Just to see. Why did they stop?
Did you guys know the 2 people that are in here? Let me just say this. Did you guys know that Amanda Knox was convicted on transfer DNA?
Yes,
and it was the transfer DNA that they used to overturn the case because it's bullshit. You don't have to explain how it got there. Nobody can tell you how it got there. Here's how it got there. Brian was in that area 23 times. They claim he was in Moscow the morning or the next day of the murders. Okay. That's all it takes. Where did he go? And did any single person connected to that investigation go anywhere Brian was just because they all shop at the same store or they get gas at the same place? Did one of the students that were one of Brian's, did they happen to be the child of one of the investigators, the teams that did the investigating, the police on the scene, the ambulance? You see, transfer DNA, you can't trace to how it got there, but it can get everywhere and anywhere without having an explanation because the key word is transfer. You can touch a gas pump and pick up DNA from me and transfer it to the counter inside that store that gets robbed at gunpoint and swab that counter and conclude I was there. You follow me? Transfer DNA is a joke. I never went in the store. I used a credit card at the pump. So that's really a terrible, terrible source of DNA.
Perfect example. Sorry to interrupt, but the guy that was convicted because a paramedic, okay, and I can tell you how this works, transported somebody that killed somebody to the hospital that had a pulse oximeter on his finger. In turn, they went back on another call, and he must not have cleaned it very well, picked this guy up, and he had the pulse oximeter on his finger, and he was convicted of killing the person that the other person killed because it transferred his DNA into that pulse oximeter. And it wasn't him. And it was overturned eventually, but the man spent time in prison, was convicted because some other guy killed somebody and they didn't clean the pulse oximeter right. That happened. That is a fact. There is a perfect example right there. That's how easy that
I want to give an example to Doc, just so you guys know. You gave the perfect example of you being taught how to think and what to conclude. When you ask that question, how did the transfer DNA get there? You served the program to the point where you have not spent any time on your own independent thought process to go look up and understand the implication of a brass snap, if in fact it's brass, the implications of transfer DNA and its mobility between people. And this is why so many people, and why I tell everybody, don't conclude innocent or guilt. Don't do it. Conclude whether the investigation provides enough fact for you to see that the prosecution could be on the right track or wrong track. That's all, right? And you may work with DNA for 20 years. Great. Then you should know better than all of us that transfer DNA is a literal clown show. That it can be anywhere from any one of it. Your DNA can be in California. You never step foot in the state.
That's right.
Transfer DNA. If you are a luggage handler, your DNA is all over the world. And you never left the airport in Dallas. You've never left the city of Dallas. But I guarantee you, your DNA is in all kinds of places around the globe.
Right.
You see? So if that's the kind of evidence, and that's the only evidence you have, then this case is really not prosecutable. And that's why I've said over and over again, this is imminently winnable at trial. The catch-22 is people that don't really know or don't really pay attention to scientific information, they need to understand the how vital it is to know that of all the samples at the crime scene, the blood is the best. No, but you can look it up, Paula. Brass destroys DNA like acid destroys toilet paper. It's horrific what brass does to DNA. As a matter of fact, Doc can confirm that. He's been working with DNA. It's one of the reasons you'll never see a bullet casing swab for DNA because the bullet casing are made of brass in most cases. If the bullet casing is stainless steel, then they will swab that for DNA.
Right.
But brass is horrible.
Here's another question, guys. We were also told that they pulled DNA out from Maddie's fingernails, right? What about Xana's? What about Kaylee's? What about Ethan's? Why are we only hearing about what came from Maddie's fingernails? There were 40 fingers, folks.
Right.
Where is the rest? Because I'm going to promise you,
I do not. Paul.
I know for a fact that Kaylee and Xana fought to the death. Okay. Therefore, in turn, there's got to be something underneath those fingernails. Where is that?
And where's Coberger's transfer DNA? Why isn't it in multiple locations? You know, transfer DNA can be used in prosecution more often than not, where the case doesn't get overturned. It's because the transfer DNA is in multiple locations directly tied to the crime scene.
Right.
Right. I don't know that it was planted. I'm not going to argue that it's not his. But knowing that transfer DNA is so susceptible to being moved by anybody that's not you, I set that off to the side. And now I want to see the evidence that makes it likely it could only have come from Brian, because you can show me he was in that home. That's where the case falls apart. That's why they're out there trying to destroy this guy on people's view of him, propagandize him. They're trying to show you what a dirtbag, scumbag, incel, hateful to women, all of these stories against Brian that there's no fact to support. As a matter of fact, what you saw from Dateline, if any of you watched it, that stuff wouldn't have been entered in a court of law anyway. And I think even Hippler referred to that in his documents.
Right.
So you're taking data that you dug out of his phone and you're sharing it with a news agency. That information would have never been exposed to a jury because it's not germane to the charges. His interaction at that pool's got nothing to do with what happened that night. You see? Right? It's like bringing up my big toe in a murder case. My big toe got to do with it. Nothing. But I touched somebody with my big toe at a pool party. Whatever.
Right.
You see? No, I mean, you may not have. I'm just saying, for those that watch Dateline, a lot of the data that they shared that came from that phone was never going to be presented to a jury.
Right.
And yet the prosecution leaked that to his character assassinate Brian Coberger.
Pull that up real quick, Sarge. What I threw backstage, please.
Yeah, these things can be both brass and stainless steel, folks. So I don't know that it's brass.
Let me show you something real fast. These are typically painted. You can see how it's painted.
Enamel. Yep,
it's
an
like
enamel
brown.
Yep.
But that's not our problem. If you look at the rivets, okay, they look brass to me. I can't really tell. The inside of this button is what we have to worry about. That is what would be brass if it is. We don't know that it is. There's no way to find out if it is because I have not seen that sheet. This is what the one that they're claiming that it is. Okay. And it would be inside. Yeah, it would be inside there. This is from Amazon. This is the USMC sheath and knife, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, and here's where DNA can be extracted from brass. Let me just tell you that you're wrong. After 4 hours, the DNA sample is unviable.
Right.
DNA in contact with brass becomes unviable. It's one of the worst metals known to science.
Yeah.
Therefore, more often than not, they do not seek for a DNA sample on a brass bullet case or brass objects. They seek fingerprints. You see, so even if you're sweating and you drip sweat or even blood on brass, forget about it. If you don't get to it in 4 hours, you're in trouble. Now, let's look at the crime scene. The cops didn't get there till 5 the next day. So even if the killings took place at 4 a.m., you're at 13 hours. The evidence wasn't collected until throughout the remainder of that day and night. Then the knife sheath had to be sent to a lab. You're talking a couple of days.
That was degraded, then some. Yes.
Oh, it would have been unviable. It would have been unusable.
Agreed.
Now, if it's stainless steel, it can exist on that for maybe years. Probably not years, but on the leather case itself, the leather sheath itself, it could last for years. But they're not saying they took it from the leather. They did find blood on the leather, but they never identified the perpetrator that placed the blood there.
Right.
Right?
That is true.
And I'm calling him a perpetrator. They never identified who owns the blood that was found on the sheath, except to say that it's not Brian's.
Very true.
You see?
I just wanted to show that real fast, and I'm going to show you something else real fast.
Most of them are brass, folks, because I'm
They are.
in
They are.
technical terms. Stainless steel is a very hard metal to work with. You can stamp it out like you can brass, but it's not. You can't do it. You got to have a heavier machine, more expense. The brass snaps. Brass is much more malleable than stainless steel, and that's why most of these snaps on these types of knives are brass.
Mhm.
They don't rust. Stainless doesn't rust. They're made for the outdoors, and so you would want to use a metal. Copper is too soft. Steel would rust. So brass and stainless steel are the two most prominent, if not the only two metals used on these types of snaps.
And I looked, I can't find that it says on here anywhere
That's true, DW.
what it's made of.
They don't. They don't.
They don't. But I'll show you this. And this is an old one. This isn't a K-bar sheath, but I want to show you something too. Let me move this because we don't need this anymore. Right here.
Well, didn't Steve say that the wounds are different on the victims?
Oh, yeah. They don't match at all. He said they don't match. That was his thing. Inside that little snap there, this is not the same sheath, but it's the same concept, okay? Is where they say that they got that DNA from. That little, tiny little bit of DNA came from inside that little snap there. Okay? This is stainless, I believe. Completely different type of sheath for a different type of knife. But just saying. That's where they say they got that.
It can be stainless steel. Those are the two options, stainless and brass. Stainless, right, again, though, would be more expensive.
It could be. It could be. But here's the thing. Being that it's a USMC, there's a little bit of class attached to that. It could be brass. I'd like to look up a way to find what the hell they make that out of.
No, but the question is, why don't we know?
That's a good point. That's
all
this
talk about brass snap. I'll tell you why we don't know. It's because it seems that in this particular case, in any issue that would go against the narrative that Brian did it, that evidence is held from us.
Mm-hmm.
So these conversations that we're going through tonight, that stuff should have been out early. There's no reason to keep that secret from the public.
No.
The reason they kept it secret from the public is because astute individuals would read that and say, this don't make no fucking sense. And they would have questioned. And these questions now are 2.5 years later. You get this 911 call. You get the interviews of Dylan that contradict the PCA 100%. Why didn't they release them 2.5 years ago, Paula? And the reason is their case isn't based on fact. Their case isn't based on evidence. It's based on propaganda and character assassination. Absolutely. You have a similar car as suspect vehicle 1. Brian owns a similar car. Well, I sure don't want to get shot to death for owning a similar Nissan pickup like I do, right?
Right.
I don't want to get shot to death because I bought this Nissan and some goofballs out there killing people in a Nissan.
Not to mention there's 20,000 of that same exact car in that area. 20,000, you guys. That's a lot of damn cars, and you're going to pinpoint that one.
And not only that, the fact of the matter is, for people that keep screaming guilt, let me be clear on this. It's obvious that the vehicle they tracked leaving WSU and heading to Moscow, Idaho at 2:57 a.m. What was the time that they said it? 2:54?
2:54, yeah.
At 2:50, no, it was 2:57. 2:54 and 7 minutes is what?
Okay. You're right, yeah.
The car that they state left WSU heading to Moscow, Idaho is not Brian Coberger's car because the phone was not turned off at 2:54 a.m. The phone continued south for 7 minutes. So the car that, let me just be clear, guys, think how simple this is. The car they're claiming is the car that they're surveilling can't be Brian. The car that left WSU, traveled towards Moscow, is the car they're claiming that they have in other images. Well, Brian's phone remained on for 7 more minutes, going in a completely different direction. So the simplicity of this is that car can't be Brian. All the little videos that they show are based on the identification of that car, which has been proven that it ain't Brian's.
Understand that the tower that Brian's phone did ping off of is the one tower that hasn't been presented to us. That's not in that circle. Okay. It's outside of that circle. There in turn is why he couldn't have done it, because he wasn't there. He wasn't there.
I'm not attacking you, Paul, or telling you you're wrong. I'm taking your questions and using them to feed the stream with giving out information.
She's had good questions. Yeah, she's had good questions.
Yeah. I mean, you got questions that are worth addressing. And I'm not trying to pin you in a corner or attack you.
You're being used as a guinea pig, Miss Paula. Don't worry about it. But no, he wasn't there, guys. They proved that already. They've done 3,800 people off them towers, and every one of them, except for one, and that was his. It wasn't there.
No, I'm not acting like cars can't turn around. I'm telling you what they wrote in their documents. That they have a vehicle leaving WSU and heading towards Moscow.
Right.
And they've never said, folks, they keep saying he owns a similar vehicle to suspect vehicle 1. Let's be clear here, Fizzy.
Yeah.
They have no imagery based on the testimony of Brett Payne. No imagery that can clearly identify the cars belonging or being Brian's, nor do they have any imagery of Brian driving the car they continue to call suspect vehicle 1.
Right.
Okay. And I'm sorry, but if you find my gun at a crime scene with my fingerprints on it, that's circumstantial evidence. That's not evidence that I shot and killed somebody.
Right.
Although you would naturally want to question me, right? Fair enough, Dago?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Read the rest of what she said. She was being sarcastic too on purpose. So, no, you're right though. You're absolutely right. Guys, listen, everything we've been researching this, and this is all of us, Sarge, me, the rest of my team, quite a few other people and you guys know this, a lot of you, for 2.5 years, folks, right, and dug into everything we could possibly fucking dig into, flipped it inside out, turned it upside down, looked at it backwards. Once again, it doesn't even matter to me, and I know it doesn't matter to this man, if Brian did this or not. That's not the problem nor the point. No. It's
if the guy did it, I want the guy held accountable, but
yeah,
you guys, let me just tell you that from 2015 until 2020, I was in politics, and I literally talked with news reporters on national news shows, General Flynn's brother, his son, Sidney, all of these people I was involved with dealing with. And I'm telling you that because I was so deep into politics. But in 2020, I walked away. And I stayed away from streaming. I stayed away from X and all of these. I just walked away. Couldn't take it no more. And then one day, I come on the internet, and I end up on this guy's show, I think.
It was
and there's this probable cause affidavit that everybody's reading. So I go and get it. And I read the probable cause affidavit, and it was a conspiracy theory. There wasn't a single thing in that document that a reasonable person could agree to say that he was there. He did it. He's involved. Nothing. It was all supposition and conspiracy. In my experience, perpetrators or criminals turn their phones off to mask their location at a crime scene.
Yeah.
He drove in that area 12 times. So all of this stuff, folks, is circumstantial. It isn't direct evidence. And normally, probable cause requires, even if it's hearsay, even if the 33rd person you interview says, yeah, I've seen that guy in that car, that's all you need. That guy could be saying it just because he wants you. He could be lying. He could be telling the truth. Don't matter. That is probable cause. You have a witness making a statement that you saw this guy at that time. Boom. There's nothing in the probable cause affidavit that can make that claim. Nothing. It's all supposition and guesses. That's why I got into true crime. I was besides myself that document actually was signed by a judge. And you're right, Paula. Where's the direct evidence? The DNA is not. It's circumstantial. All the DNA at that crime scene is circumstantial.
GM, again, please don't think that I'm attacking. I'm just answering questions. He was out that night alone that early in the morning. Not many answered. Now, listen, that's not completely true because, and we've proven this recently too. As crazy as it sounds, there's a car that literally lives and was parked then and lived there then and now. Well, maybe not now, but until recently, right next door to the house that this murders happened in. That was out and about driving around it. And it's been proven by a guy by the name of Mark B. Clue had on there last year, showed this whole thing, and everybody kind of ignored it until just recently. You can see in the videos that have been put out that car, that green car.
Hey, you want to know where to see that car? Go to the day they tore the house down. You'll see the car you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Not only is the car he's talking about an Elantra, but the license plate is bent under the front bumper, so it appears to have no license plate.
In the pictures,
it fits exactly.
It's identical. It's the same car, folks.
Yeah, same year and everything.
Yeah. It's the same thing. And you can see in the photos that they have of Brian's car, that little bump where that license plate is wrapped around the bottom of that. So don't tell me that that's not that same car, because we've proved it. Even somebody that's a guilter, Jeffrey H., went in and did this little test with different things and proved that car's made out of, I think it's fiberglass mostly, okay? But it shows up white. It shows up white. I'm going to show you something else. Since we're here and they're doing this, I'm going to prove this right now to you guys.
Let me also point out that when they arrested Brian Coberger, wasn't it in the early morning hours?
Yep.
Because I mean,
WSU advertised that day and days before that there was going to be a meteor shower, okay? That night. Brian, to me, because I would go look at it, because I've never seen one. Why is it so hard to believe that he drove out there to see that meteor shower? Because I sure as hell would go look at it when I had nothing else to do, because Brian didn't do a whole lot. There you go. I'm going to show you something here real fast. This blew my mind. Everybody knows me knows Jesse Schul. Sarge, you know Jesse.
Yeah.
Very intelligent guy as well. He's been very involved in this with us as well. I'm going to show you something. This is amazing to me. And it proves that these are facts. It's not just some bullshit thing. Okay. Go ahead and pull this up, Sarge. Okay. This is Jesse's son. Jesse lives in Thailand. Not that it matters. Just showing you. This is with a light on. This is in the dark. Okay. This is his son wearing a blue shirt. It's blue. Under the cameras, same cameras that are showing this car. What color is that shirt, Sarge?
White. Kid's got gray hair too, or he's got
100%,
something.
100%. Thank you. The grass is green. It's a light gray. It depends on, now that other car has some form of metallic whatever in it, and it's also, I believe, I think it's a vinyl wrap. But again, there's proof right there, guys, what these cameras will do.
Well, there's also proof that exact camera that they're using to call the car white turns orange pumpkins gray.
Yep, those pumpkins are in that photo, folks. They look white or gray.
Yeah.
They're orange, bright orange.
And that's the catch-22 with the evidence. The DNA, his car is out that night, early morning, and phone data. It's obvious to me he's a likely. He is a likely spot. As a matter of fact, I agree with that statement. That's probably I've been saying that for years. He was a good suspect, but
agreed. Yeah, I'm not saying that's not an argument.
But they couldn't close the loop on him, and therefore they needed to move their investigation to another view, and they didn't. To the exclusion of all else, they focused on Brian Coberger, and they're trying to force square pegs into round holes, and it just doesn't work like that. Although that's what they're going to do to this guy and try to put him in front of a firing squad. So I'm glad you said that, because there's no argument that he wouldn't have been a reasonable person to be suspicious about.
No, you're right about that. Yeah.
Right. But once they got the DNA and they realized, in all fairness, what we're sharing with you, that the car that left WSU wasn't Brian, he went south. Mm-hmm. Does that mean he couldn't have made a U-turn to kill the crime? Then show me where he did that. Show me where he did that. And why isn't that in your accusations? Why is it that you tell me that the car that left WSU and went towards Moscow is suspect vehicle 1? See, these are facts, right? See, so here, do you understand? They themselves eliminate Brian Coberger when they do that.
Mm-hmm.
These are documented facts that they're telling us. If they would have said that 2 vehicles left WSU, one of these vehicles headed south and made a U-turn at such and such a place and was picked up on a camera at such and such, okay. See, that would make more sense, but they didn't even do that. They didn't even try to correct their error. They're trying to jam it down your throat by pushing DNA. right?
That
He's a
they're not
weirdo.
even
He's an incel. Yeah.
They're not even going to use the damn DNA. They're so easy to throw that sheath out. I wonder why.
Yeah, there's somebody obviously committed these murders,
Right.
be it a sole individual or multiple individuals. The fact of the matter is, these police did not do their job to eliminate or put Brian Coberger on the side and continue to look for potential suspects.
Mm-hmm. They refused to. They had the ability. And Sarge, you said this yourself. With how many other more pieces of DNA did they have? Blood evidence, mind you, and refused to run it through CODIS and check on it at all. They were done. They washed their hands and threw it out.
I'll be very fair with you. If they would have treated the girls as suspects, this case may have been solved.
I can agree.
You see? Because there's no way an honest investigator, and I'm just some guy on the internet, can read the same information that we're all reading and not come to similar understandings and prompt them to want to have more information. They didn't, to the exclusion of all else. They focused on one man. And that's a problem with a lot of investigations. There's a black man that spent 20 years in jail for murder, to the exclusion of all else, because they found his semen on the body. They put him in jail for killing his girlfriend. Well, in fact, there was other semen on the body as well that was from unidentified males that they ignored. He said that I had sex with my girlfriend and went home to get, to go to bed and go to work. They didn't believe him. And they used that semen to convict the guy, and they got the conviction. And to the exclusion of all else. And the appeal approached all else and showed other semen and locations consistent with rape and murder. And they freed this man. So, it's one of the big hazards when you're looking for data, that you try your best not to focus in on one thing unless all else has been excluded, right? You want to exclude all else, and what you're left with is the truth. Fair enough?
Right.
He fought 4 victims. Well, the 4, we don't know what happened with poor Ethan. I don't know how people can run around and demand. Now, the guy may be guilty. Let me just say, but if you're looking at the same documents we're looking at, but there's no proof that he drove around the house. GM 55637. There's no proof that he drove around that house. Did cars drive around that house that night? Yes, they did. Did cars similar to the one Brian owned drive around that house? Yes, it did. Yes, they did. Right? So what you're saying, why would he drive around the house several times? You have no evidence that he in fact did that. There's no proof that took place. None. Not video that shows it, not phone pings that show it, nothing.
Also, Sarge, that's kind of stupid to me that somebody that's going to commit murder is going to showboat for an hour and show the whole world, hey, here I am driving in circles. Do you see me? And then go commit murder and leave. That's stupid to me. That's dumb. That makes no sense. That's why I don't believe that car was even there. I don't think there
was any car used in this crime at all. I think it's more likely the perpetrators of this crime knew the victims
and they were on foot
and entered that property stealthily on foot and left in the same order.
Yes, sir. I agree with you wholeheartedly. That there was a car, it was on Walenta somewhere else, parked somewhere else, and they walked, period.
It's also possible that somebody let them in. It's also possible that somebody let them know everybody was home. It's also possible that somebody that may have done that wasn't really understanding the severity of what was going to take place, and they're completely innocent. But the way that these 2 young victims, especially Dylan, behave tells a story that's not consistent with what we're told the story is, and that's a problem. I don't know what that means. Their favorite white boy is innocent. Something Wong, are you just a troll or just some racist prick that needs his fucking face rubbed in shit? Well, let me know.
What?
Yeah.
Their favorite white boy is Something Wong. Oh, wow. Grow up. Grow up.
Something
anyway. I mean, yeah, going back to all of that, there's too many. Listen, like I was trying to say earlier, there's too many things there's one thing, in my opinion, that made me go, okay, that can be damning. And that's the fact that they saw that he purchased a knife on Amazon. That doesn't mean that he kept it. He also bought a gift card. I think personally that if he did buy it, which I've not seen a receipt yet, but if Brian did buy that knife sheath and sharpener, think about that. Sharpener with the knife in a knife sheath. That to me, Sarge, sounds like a gift. Okay. If he did, it could be a gift. It could have been a gift for somebody. It could have been sold to somebody. It could have been stolen by somebody. Okay.
We're never going to know. That's the worst part.
And that's what I'm saying. If he actually did purchase the knife, that's what I think could have happened because it makes sense to me.
That's more character assassination. There's no evidence that they didn't recover the murder weapon.
We don't even know that it's that's something else I want to stress too. Just because they claim they found this knife sheath doesn't mean that was the weapon. Not at all. That's an assumption based on a piece of information that was given to us. Okay, remember that. Because even the father of one of the victims stated, mind you, Dr. Mabbitt said this was a very large blade that caused this. A 7-inch blade is not a very large blade. Okay. Now, machete, that's a very large blade. That sounds more like what I've heard, but I'm not going to go there right now. I'm just telling you.
Right.
There are too many things that state to me that this is not what this is. That he did not do this. Everything points away from him, except the fact of that. Okay.
No, here's another thing that's consistent with their actions. Is they did search Pennsylvania. They did recover 3 knives. Mm-hmm. 2 of them were specifically identified, a fillet knife and a folding knife made by whatever.
Yeah.
And the 3rd knife, they didn't give us a description.
Nondescript.
They didn't say butter knife. They didn't say Perry knife. They didn't say butcher knife. They just said knife. Is that a K-bar that they recovered from Brian's home? They recovered a firearm. And here's the problem is that why is that one knife left out and there's no ID of it? Why? So if they recovered a K-bar in Pennsylvania, which I bet you is what happened here, and they neglected to call it a K-bar, they called it a knife because, again, like the text messages, like Dylan's stories contradicts the PCA, anything that could fall into the column of rising questions has been buried from the public.
Very true. Very true.
Well, look at, like I said, if you find my gun at a crime scene where someone has been shot and killed, my presence must be established at that crime scene. My gun itself isn't evidence that I committed that crime. I know this for a fact because I've been a criminal and they've gone to indict me on different crimes. And in most cases, in one specific, they couldn't indict me, even though the evidence from a casual observer would say he did it. And in fact, I did do it. In all honesty, I committed the crime. But they couldn't indict me because what they were using for evidence could also have been proof that my presence was there for a known reason. Mm-hmm. And that known reason was good enough that they had to ignore that piece of evidence. And without that piece of evidence, the case never was indicted. Yeah. So the idea that transfer DNA is present isn't enough evidence to say he pulled the trigger. And be aware that that's exactly what the jury has to conclude. Mm-hmm. Right? That Brian Coberger, by himself, went into this residence and with a knife murdered four young adults.
Right. And yes, Mike's just said, in my opinion, it seems like the more that's found, the more that's covered. Very true. Every time we find something new, something happens again. You know, Steve goes on his world tour. Jury tainting. Dateline comes out. Jury tainting. All of it. That's every time we look at something that says, you know what, there's another thing, guys. There's another reason why this could have been Brian. Boom. Something comes out. More jury tainting. Because, oh my God, we cannot get off that narrative that Brian did this.
Let me just say, I'll give you another indicator, folks, that this does have some bearing on how to view this. People mention Hippler and his attitude and his demeanor can influence the jury. But one of the influencing factors that a lot of you should probably pay attention to is when you look at his lawyer, if there was evidence that conclusively showed Brian Coberger committed this crime, there would have been a strong push for Ann to get him a plea bargain.
Yeah.
Now, even though that's still possible, it's almost completely unlikely at this point.
I don't see that coming at all.
Lawyers will fight for you, but with the intent and the fever, with the fury, with going for looking to test other DNA samples, all of the effort that she's put in, she stood by her client's argument that he's innocent, and I think her actions show that. And I don't think most public defenders or even private lawyers would be as aggressive as far as she has been in doing this.
Oh, I can agree. And don't forget, you guys, there's one more thing. Two things. There's another thing that's been proven to be bullshit. We were told from the beginning that they swatted his house, kicked in the doors, windows. They found him separating garbage with gloves on his counter in the baggies. That's bullshit. The document proved that. It came out that he was cleaning his bathroom and if he had gloves on, I'd be wearing them too. There's one thing. So one more piece of propaganda that they've used to try to make you believe this guy's crazy or something, okay?
There's no evidence of that microdot.
DM called Kaylee to say Murphy got
We don't know that to be true.
Yeah, I don't know that either, but there's a lot of that going around, but I get what you're saying. So then next up, okay, we're to believe, and they want us to believe, the whole world, that this kid, first of all, he's on the spectrum, okay? He has dyspraxia. And if you don't know what dyspraxia is, you need to look it up and understand what it does to the body, the human body. Okay? Taking that into account. And again, I mean this with all due respect, but Kaylee had 54 stab wounds on her body. 54. And I believe Xana had 40-something, okay? That's a lot of mobility and a lot of movement and a lot of speed for all this to happen. And Hippler said 4 minutes or some stupid shit like that, okay? All of that happened. One person did it. Bullshit.
That's just the most ignorant thing I've seen in my chat room in a long time. They lost sight of that vehicle. Why is their sighting from WSU broke, and then all of a sudden he comes from Indian Hills? How do you get to Indian Hills to come out of that area? Where's the daisy chain of drive to there? There isn't. There is no daisy chain that connects that one single car to the movements that they're telling you are movements of suspect vehicle one. That's the big problem. There is no daisy chain. They're telling you there is. They're getting you to say, well, this car is the same. The headlights look the same, but there's no direct evidence to make a daisy chain of travel. And that's another reason why so many of us are like, show me one piece of evidence,
right,
that can show me without you trying to convince me that Brian Coberger's car was at that home. I don't want to see blurry images and night vision images and your description of how the car must have moved. They don't even know how the car left the neighborhood. If you remember the first early interview, he must have gone this way where there were no cameras. Oh, okay. So he knew there were no cameras on the escape, but he didn't have any idea to worry about cameras while he was driving around town.
And not to
mention, can't make squares into circles, folks, right?
They have other cars that they're saying is hit. Guys, there's a BMW somewhere in this mix too that has that soup can engine rolling around that they're pointing at saying that that's him too. There's a green Elantra over there that looks like it might be out rolling around. They're saying that's him too. This is all bullshit. There's no way to prove that. There's one way to prove this though. When Cy Ray comes out and tells everybody that he was in Lewiston and he wasn't anywhere near there, that's when that's going to be proven. And I pray to God that's allowed, because that is where the proof's going to come from. I'm telling you. Again, Brian's phone pinged off of a tower that is not included in that mix that they're talking about with the cast. The only tower. And Sarge pointed that out a while back. Okay. I'm just
Ann is already established. And this is for the person there that said about the daisy chain. Ann has already established through the police's own work that there's two vehicles, an 11 to 13, and then later they identified a 14 to 16.
Yes.
Okay. And the FBI agent that made the initial identification of 11 to 13 has stated unequivocally that he's more comfortable with that identification than he is with the 14 to 16. Therefore, the daisy chain cannot be true. Cannot be true because the professional that identified both year vehicles is more content with the earlier year. And it also shows that there were two different year, make, models followed. So here's the point I made earlier about the 7 minutes. was the car that left WSU 11-13. And are they basing the travel of that vehicle, suspect vehicle 1, and telling us that that's Brian, which is exactly what they're fucking doing.
Yep.
And that's where Cy Ray's value will be so strong.
Oh my God.
Right?
Yes. Absolutely. That's why prosecution doesn't want him there. That's truly why.
It's rather shocking, man, that people they form an opinion and they just don't really want to look any deeper. My opinion is there isn't enough evidence to convict Brian until there is.
No, and listen, I said this from the beginning, almost 3 years ago.
Here, take this for a minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, if they come out when this trial hits, if they come out and they pull something out of their ass that's some kind of a bomb, I will eat with salt and pepper every word I just said and ever said about this. Okay,
well, Paula, before I jump back, there is no 7-minute video footage.
No.
They claim Brian's phone stopped reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. It, in fact, it did not stop. It stopped reporting to that tower at 2:47 a.m. But It took a handoff from a tower heading south and remained on the air until 2:54 a.m. That's the missing 7 minutes. It's not video footage.
No, it's just
actual cell phone footage of location. So the car that they're tracking heading to Moscow cannot be Brian's, because 7 minutes after that particular point in time, his car was still in motion with the phone on.
Exactly.
That's what Ann was trying to. The court, for some reason, went fucking ignorant and deaf on this point.
Yeah, they weren't listening to that. But that's the fact right there.
Right.
Go ahead, Sarge. I got it. But yeah, guys, that is the fact and factual statement, folks. And they didn't want to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that does not want to believe that Brian
could not. And they think that the prosecution has some explosive. See, that's the person doesn't know how our judicial system works.
And all these guilters keep
you
saying
you can't trial a man by ambush. Just so you know, me, myself, and I.
Yeah, no,
that evidence would have had to have been provided in discovery and would have been argued. And people like me have been saying from the beginning, the PCA contains everything. You don't arrest somebody if you have perfect evidence to show I committed the crime. You don't keep my gun secret. Right? You don't do what they did here. If they had one solitary piece of evidentiary fact that Brian was in that home that night, that would have been part of the PCA.
We just saw that 2.5 years ago, 100%. Yes.
They're not going to. They don't understand how the system works. It's kind of funny. And so you want to believe the guy's guilty, so you want to believe that there's some bombshell, and that's
they can't come out that way,
right? No, you've been taught to be a non-thinker. You're living through the view of other people. It's
believing what everybody else is saying. Yeah, Anne has to know everything that they have already at this point. She has to know that, and just like they have to know what she has, they can't come out and go, "Well, guys, we heard what you had to say, and that's good for you, but guess what? Boom! Surprise!" It doesn't work that way. That's not legal in the legal system. They're not allowed to do it. Okay, and if that was the case, mistrial immediately. That's all there is to it. If he's guilty, he's guilty. Like I said, and I respect that, me myself, and I do, but that's not how that'll work. Like I said, we'd have saw that a long time ago. She would have brought up documentation about that too. Okay, we'd have already known. There's no way to there's no other way to say it. We would have known. She would have known. Everybody would have known. They don't have anything like that. It would have came out then. They can't hold on to it nor sit on it. So I don't know, Michelle. I don't know what's going to go on with the Cy Ray stuff, but I will say this much: with everything that has just happened over the past couple weeks, especially with the Dateline shit, and I said this the other day that this is a perfect point, at least at the very minimum, for Ann to motion to get the death penalty off the table, because this is a big mess that they've made. Is that going to happen? Probably not, but it sure as hell, like the judge, I could tell from that last hearing, he's kind of leaning a little, and I feel like he might be seeing this mess for what it is at this point, and maybe that will refer him back to Cy's affidavit and make him go, okay, now that you said that this has all happened, maybe I need to look at this a little closer.
Well, let me come back. And me, myself, and I isn't thinking. There's no thought process involved in what you're doing, me, myself, and I.
You think they have solid evidence?
You've come to the conclusion that's been pushed out onto the public, and now that you're seeing the whole case has got holes everywhere, you're holding on to the belief that Brian is guilty, and so you're holding on to the last straw, and that's what people do that don't want to take what's there. Where on this side of the aisle, I don't know if he's innocent or guilty. All I can talk about is the facts that they've presented, and the facts do not show Mr. Coberger in that home.
No.
They allude to it. They make him a fantastic suspect to start with. But there's so many other things that are so questionable that you have to consider a separate perpetrator and or additional perpetrators. And the catch-22 to that is, if the jury determines more than one person was involved, Brian Coberger can't be found guilty on this charge. Because you have to show without any doubt that he was the only person wielding the weapon that caused the loss of life to 4 young adults. There can't be other perpetrators in that home. Yet there's multiple DNA samples in that home.
Right.
So there's a lot of problems with this prosecution. And here's the other thing. If they had that one piece of bombshell data, why are they showing pictures of him in hoodie and trying to convince the public that proves he's a murderous stalker? Why are they showing pictures of him in his bathroom mirror? Right? And they destroyed all of these idiots that said he used his shower curtain because the police put in their report when they searched his apartment, the shower curtain wasn't present. And then they made the leap that proved Brian Coberger used his shower curtain. And what I'm saying is, those aren't thinking people. Don't be a part of the non-thinkers and be told how to see things. Read the data and try to understand it.
Do you think that we
come to a conclusion?
Right. And do you think that they would be working so hard with the smear campaign and the propaganda train they've been running through this whole thing if they had him dead to rights like that?
They did that to Scott Peterson too.
Yep, same thing.
They did that to the Delphi. They did that to Karen Reed.
Yeah, they wouldn't need to do any of this. They'd just sit quiet and wait for the trial, give their shit, and we're done. And you got to pay attention to what the defense does too. Me, myself, and I. I'm not picking on you. Please don't take it that way. If you pay attention to what the defense is doing, we would have already seen either motions or we would have already seen Ann doing certain things because she would have to know if they had this smoking gun. Okay. She would have been filing other things to prevent that from coming out, so on and so forth. None of that has happened. There's nothing that she's doing that would even remotely make me believe that they have something like that. We would have seen her doing it already. It's not happening because they don't have it. Listen, that's why they're fighting so hard to do all this shit, because there's nothing there.
See, this is really not a very objective way to view the evidence. The fact that he was out that night does not exclude nor include him. You see, you're trying to have him prove to you that he's innocent. And that's not how the jurisprudence of the United States works.
He doesn't have to do that.
Brian Coberger is innocent until proven guilty. And I'll argue that and stomp up and down and go to war to prove that, to protect that. He's innocent until proven guilty. And the fact that he was out driving that night does not require him to exclude himself from that crime.
No.
The government must show beyond a reasonable doubt that he was involved in that crime, and only him. That's the standard you should be viewing this through. Not that he talked to some girl at a fucking pool party. Not that he dated an Asian girl that he decided he didn't want anything more to do with. Not that he tested difficult to his students. Not that he was quiet and kept to himself. The guy was 28, and he's in a school with 17 or 18, 19, 20-year-olds. Of course, in their view, he wasn't one of them. I mean, my point is, show me beyond a reasonable doubt the evidence that the state has produced that places Brian in that home committing that crime, and you can't do it.
It's not there.
But if you want other people to think for you, if you want other people to read the data and tell you what it means, and then come on a chat room and act like you know something, you're woefully deficient in what you know, because you don't know anything about what you were told. You're not thinking.
You got to notice that if you pay attention, guys, what we've seen in the past month, the prosecution has basically destroyed their own case. The prosecution themselves destroyed that PCA. Think about that for a minute, okay? And then here again, Thompson says that PCA is irrelevant now.
But
why'd you put it out in the first place? That PCA, in my opinion, that proves that Brian is innocent in this. If we're gonna go there, okay? Because that PCA, Sarge said this almost 3 years ago, that PCA is Brian's alibi. Think about that and process that, and think about how that could be. Okay.
Something wrong. Something wrong. You know, this is why I stopped letting your mother suck my cock.
You both ignore all
Because
the
there was always some kind of complaint, or my eye burns, it tastes salty. I just couldn't take it anymore. So I banned your mother from sucking my dick.
What do you mean by evidence grifters? What kind of shit does that even
they're
mean?
gone. They're gone.
Wow. Wellington said hi, Steve. Oh wow. Okay. The only point that we're trying to make, you guys, and again, it's not whether Brian's innocent or guilty. It's everything else that has been presented to the world that's bullshit. That's not true. That's not real.
You don't establish a crime based on communications between two people that were there before, during, and after the crime, and then ignored the crime only until they couldn't ignore it anymore. That's not how you determine the time of the crime.
No.
Fair enough.
Absolutely.
You bring a coroner and you take a temperature of the liver, right? Or whatever other outstanding forensic tools that we now have in our toolbox. That's how you determine the time of death, not because Dylan and Bethany were texting. Right? I mean, what kind of bullshit is that?
Let's end, Yvonne. Don't worry about the guilters. We can handle them. You don't need to hide because they're out. Don't ever think you need to.
I'm sorry, but when I get these sandbaggers in here and these bots, I say whatever comes to mind, and that person happened to get the old "your mama sucking my dick."
I like that, and that was very, very nice of you, Paula, to say. That wasn't nice to say, and that was very nice.
Wasn't supposed to be nice.
No, that's Sarge for you. That's classic.
See, but there was blood on the knife sheath. Listen, dude, there was blood on the knife sheath. That wasn't Brian's. There was 3 DNA samples under Maddie's nail.
He was excluded from all that.
There was blood on gloves outside the house. There was blood on a handrail leading down to the first floor. There was a shoe print outside of Dylan's door. So listen, here's the thing. How the hell can all that other DNA get none of your opinion that then there was more people involved? If you would come and say that, then I wouldn't have any reason to point out your thing. Right? I mean, I can accept somebody coming to that, but you're saying it's highly probative. It is. It's highly circumstantial, though. It's like finding my gun at a crime scene. It's circumstantial, and that the gun in and of itself can't tell you the story. You have to build a story on facts that are verifiable. Those facts then paint the picture. I shot and killed somebody in that home, or in that store, or down the street. But if you can't do that, then the idea that your DNA alone is enough to throw you in front of a firing squad is just ludicrous.
Yes, sir.
Tell Paula how you could be nicer.
Paula's awesome.
When people go out of their way to troll a chat room, I go after their mothers, their sisters, their cousins. I don't care.
Well, and here's the thing: there's a lot of you guys in here. Most of you, we're all critical thinkers, or we wouldn't be having this conversation. Okay, the ones that come in here that make these stupid statements are definitely not. They're just not. There's no two ways about it. So they don't belong here anyway. So
right, and they just throw shit out on it to see how we deal with it. They either want attention, or they're just doing it because they're bored, or maybe sometimes, like, you may be able to get someone to think. Some people aren't preconditioned to think for themselves.
Agreed.
Well, listen, Paul, it is my chat, and it's an unmonetized channel. It's basically nothing that I'm here to make money or do anything with other than share my thoughts. And I am that kind of asshole at times, and that's just how it is. That's not going to change. I've been like that my whole life. So I respect what you're saying, but I'm telling you what to expect. Just know where you're at, right?
She said before that she's the mother, and I respect and understand that. And he blames it on the Asperger's, folks.
You gaslight my stream, or you come in here to troll my stream, I'm going to attack you viciously, whether it be your mother or whoever. I don't really care.
He will.
Yeah, right. Dago knows that. That's why in my stream, it's all, you can say whatever you want in here. You're welcome to come up, but just be aware that I'm not going to entertain people like that.
He doesn't. And I know this. I've known him for almost 3 years. and he doesn't like stupidity, and he doesn't like people that won't think for themselves. And that's a fact, folks.
Or they're coming in here just to be disruptive or to just be smartasses, right?
Which is a lot of what some of that is. That's true.
Yeah. Time is unknown. I think the two bodies were transported. Yeah, there's a billion ways we can guess what happened. Thomas is sergeant is sergeant. Yeah, if you're going to come in here and troll me and try to irritate me, I'm going to let you have it.
Next
time, it may not be anything sexual. It may be something completely different. I may attack your lifestyle, your type of housing or lack of income. I don't know. Whatever. It just pops into my head and comes out of my mouth. Sorry. Right.
That's a fact. And there are paid trolls out there. And it is what it is. Who cares?
It adds a little. At least it adds to the stream, right? It got her hair up on the back of her neck.
Oh, it'll definitely gives it a little bit of variety.
Spice. Yeah,
there you go. Spice and variety.
Yeah. So the whole point of the stream though was to say that Hippler basically told Steve G that people. What was your stream I was on yesterday where I said Hippler should sit down directly with Steve and tell him to shut the fuck up, and then somebody puts in the chat room, there was a closed hearing today which did the G family in it. And I was like, really? Perfect.
Yeah, they're I know that there's no relation to it because it was supposedly due to some hate that came out on their Facebook page, but their Facebook page went down yesterday too. So a lot of people thought it was because of that. So the hearing today very well could have been because of that, because that was part of the whole, like I said, the Steve G World Tour, as I've been calling it, where he just went crazy with all these interviews and all this crazy stuff came out that means nothing and had no truth to it. So,
but I could relate to that simple comment. It made you look like you couldn't answer that simple comment, but in fact, you're mistaken, Paula. I identified it for what it was and treated it in the rudest way I could, because that's what it asked for. You're not seeing that. So I understand your perspective, but I've been doing this a long time.
She's looking
and I can tell you that person I already put in timeout because they were making comments earlier in the stream and they were on a timeout and they came back and the first thing they did was make that comment. That's why I went after them. They're not here to have a discussion. Now there's another person that's in here, even you early on, that are seeing things or not knowing things or know things and are adding things that are in disagreement or agreement, and the conversation flowed well all night long. You didn't see me attack anybody or call anybody any kind of nasty name.
All I'm trying to
that person begged for it, you see.
She's coming at you like a proud mother saying she feels that you're better than that, and you don't have to do that to get your point across. That's what
I came from the gutter. I never forget where I came from, and for people to see that occasionally, I can apologize up front, but that's just what it is.
I get it. But
anyway, I'm not going to debate
you anyway. It's good. I understand you, Miss Paula. It's okay. Yeah. And I understand him too. I love him to death the way he is. That's what makes him who he is. So it is what it is.
We don't know how he was stabbed in the legs or what they mentioned carving or something.
Yeah.
We don't know what that exactly means.
Well, here's the thing is I gotta wonder, because they did make that statement that somebody sat down in this chair, covered it with blood, and then they said his legs were carved. Does that mean that somebody took the time to sit down and like do some really grotesque shit to him specifically? And that's how they did it, was by sitting in this chair and doing what they did? Or does it just mean, is it a basic blanket statement? You know what I mean? I heard that they did go, and my understanding was that they cut from like right below the buttocks straight down the back of both of his legs and like laid them wide open. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I was told.
That's what people are saying. But I'm thinking carving is maybe they were using a knife in a chopping motion, or they carved a symbol in his leg. We don't know.
Right.
That's the problem with this case is they let stuff come out, and then everybody's got to make this science. They got to make this leap in their head as to what it means. All I know is they mentioned his legs were carved up. That's it. I don't know what that means other than that. And
it is a strange way to phrase it, though, don't you think?
That word carved is very disturbing.
It is. It's very descriptive too, as compared to cut or sliced or hacked or something. Carved is a very descriptive word.
And I mentioned maybe when he was struggling with Zana, some of the wounds, some of the strikes missed and hit his legs, and it appears that way. But that's one alter. Or he carved a symbol in the leg, or or we don't see what I mean is that there's an infinite rabbit hole that you can't really, I won't go down in a stream because there's no answer.
Right. And real quick,
I can't determine from that statement what that means. Like when I read Bethany and Dylan's text and I read their interviews, you can extrapolate a meaning from that or an understanding.
yeah.
Right. That to me, that's valuable to talk about. When you look at a video of the cops at the crime scene and windbreakers, and you want to discuss just how inefficiently they searched that crime scene. Well, that's a great topic to cover because you got facts.
Yeah. And Satiris, that statement where you said that was rumored early. Listen, I got to tell you something on that one. That was rumored early that they cut the hamstrings and did all that. And I'm going to tell you, that's not something that an amateur would do. That's a military move, folks. That'll stop somebody from moving. That'll shut them down right there.
One of Ann's alternative suspects, I think many will agree with this and many won't, is going to be Brent Kopacka.
I agree.
There is somebody connected to this case that can't be held to account or be made to answer for it.
I agree.
Something to that effect was stated in court. And I think that her alternative suspect, her primary suspect, will be Brent Kopacka.
I do agree he will be one for sure. And I promise you there's going to be somebody else that is military trained that's going to be in there as well. Hey, Bonnie. Good to see you, Miss Bonnie. My love. Wonderful to have you here tonight.
Yes, it did. And a matter of fact, I suspect that there's going to be some ancillary connection between Brian Coberger and Brent Kopacka.
I agree.
Okay. And I think, folks, that if people are looking or want to interpret what might be an explanation for transfer DNA on a sheath, if that sheath belonged to Brent Kopacka and they had any interaction, there's your answer that he really doesn't need to supply, but that connection may supply an answer to that. But we don't know that to be true, right? That's speculation. But the fact that they're saying there is that there was a suspect that can't be answerable to this crime means something, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is wild how much the media can produce. Yeah, and the funny thing is everything they're doing is simply character assassination.
That's all it is.
And
absolutely.
And we all suffer from the idea of being told what to think.
And I'm telling you, folks, I swear to you, it was done on purpose as jury tainting. Period. That's all I'm telling you. That's what it was. I truly believe that. Hey, Beckles.
We got a couple hundred people in here from YouTube.
I drug a bunch of people over here too with me, and or at least told them to. Well, of course, Mikey. I told everybody when we were leaving Mikey's to come over here too that could. So it's a great time over here. Great conversation.
I think in America, our media has become the most destructive force in the country.
Yes,
literally, it's more destructive than a lot of the crimes that we observe, because they have really taken the ability in the process of our school. The process of thinking is not difficult, but it does require effort. And because something seems like it fits, right. Brian Coberger appears to fit this crime. To then be told that he is the criminal, then to be seeing all these little clips that he is the criminal, none of which provide evidence to support that, is how they've trained us to deal with information. You believe one side or the other, and you'll argue back and forth one side or the other. You believe that the bodies were moved there. You believe the frat did it. You believe, but you have no evidence to support these. It's simply you've been taught to believe in information instead of analyzing and coming to a summation of it. You then believe. And being taught to believe when you're having conversations about things like this is just a huge mistake. Like, I support a lot of things the government is finally trying to correct now. That doesn't mean that I'm a Trumper or that I believe everything they did is right and everything. Not even close. I take each thing one thing at a time and try to understand it to the best of my ability and think for myself. Look things up. Like I heard from one of the crazier streamers earlier on. She was a woman that was trying to copy that drip drop.
Oh, yeah.
Remember her?
Yes.
She said that in the military, she was said that gun or that bullet casings were never swabbed for DNA because they were made of brass. And I was like, what? And then I immediately started to try to understand that. And I looked it up and she was right, but she didn't even realize how that could pertain to the Coberger case.
Right.
And that's when I put one and one together. I actually pissed off that, who's that guy there? What was his name? He did Linda Lane like a freak every day.
Oh, Jesus.
You know how I mean, he used to complain all the time he didn't get the viewers and blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
Anyway,
not Gray.
What's his name?
Gray, not Gray Hughes.
No. It was another guy, and I haven't seen him in a while. He changed his name to
CJ.
Not CJ, no.
Jesus, Sergeant pissed a few people up. I can't remember.
Get a clue. Get it. That's his name.
Oh,
Get it.
no. Jesus, yeah,
He
he's
got
gone.
furious because I posted that in the stream. I think it was your stream. And he came across that. And I did get a couple of things wrong, but overall the point was that brass is the worst metal. That gives there's the prescribed amount of time the DNA remains viable on brass.
We had
after that, it's done. Forget it.
Yeah, we had that figured out, and he had that set for a show to come the day after, and we put it out, and he was pissed. He was pissed. And swore up and down that we stole it somehow. We had no way to get into his shit. But
no, and I didn't steal it. But when that woman said that,
yeah,
see, that's what I mean about thinking, folks. Like when Dago read all of those texts earlier, and I'm just thinking to myself, that kind of a current knowledgeable conversation between, they know what happened in that house. It makes no sense for them not to have known to carry on that conversation.
Right.
And then the one thing they did the whole night is they've completely avoided going to those rooms
in any way they can.
And you can't make that make sense when you live. These are the girls you do everything with. You're your 24/7 friend, right? I mean, that's almost family. What would you do if you heard crazy noises up in your parents' room and they didn't come down for breakfast that morning? You wouldn't go up there and check? Of course you would.
It makes no sense.
So but again, I'm not bragging or nothing. I'm just saying it comes from thinking.
Right.
And I honestly think that there was never any basis to look outside the residence for a perpetrator. I think they should have concentrated innocent as the driven snow, Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk. But their entire investigation should have focused 100% on them as if they were suspects. Okay?
That's the first problem is they let them just wander off and mingle with the crowd and stay at a hotel that night. They didn't do anything that they were supposed to do in any type of an investigation. They should have all been segregated, locked down, questioned. They should have been swabbed. They should have been tested for everything. It all should have been done.
Everybody they texted with, listen, everybody that they texted with, even parents that might have been across the country, those local police departments should have been contacted, and that person should have been brought in for questioning.
Yeah.
In that police department, and held for someone from this police department to fly out and talk to them.
Right. They let them all leave and go home for Thanksgiving. Every one of them.
None of these people that were on that property should have been treated any differently than a suspect to the crime.
Nope. And which one of them people that left and went home for the holidays took the murder weapon with them? It could have been.
We don't know that they did. They could have, right? Yeah, we don't know, but
it could have been. They didn't know that, but they let everybody go. Hey, Gene, good to see you tonight. That's the thing, guys. That not only is there issues within the investigation, but from the very moment that they got there, from the very beginning, it's completely botched. Completely. So explain that one. There's too many things wrong for it to be a coincidence, folks. And there's no coincidence.
There's no evidence of that, Microdot. We don't have. Do you have any evidence that shows that? Do you have video? Do you have audio? Do you have documentation from the courts? And I don't think you have any of that.
Where did that even come from? I've never heard that.
That's what I mean. And then you form some kind of conclusion. And it's like you don't have any evidence to support that. So
there's no proof that Brian even knew who Demetrius Robinson was. There's no correlation between the two.
Right. And now here's it. Like, I believe it. Well, that's what I just went over with not believing information, and here we are.
Well, that's what happens.
I believe it.
Stuff like that gets spread out like butter across this whole thing, and everybody takes it, runs it as facts, and it's not.
Well, it makes perfect sense. It sounds reasonable. It does include people that are known to be involved with that house and around those
Right.
victims, right? So it's not like, is that possible? Sure. But where is that in evidence? Where is that in testimony? Where is that in imagery? Where is that anywhere? It's just a guess. It's a good guess, but it has no bearing in reality at all.
Well, here's my problem with that statement. Brian and what's up, Tita? Brian and Demetrius Robinson, they're not in the same group of people, first off. So how did Brian end up at a party at Demetrius's house? Brian is not that type of person. He's not in that crowd. Let me put it that way, okay? I'm not saying it's not possible. It's doubtful to me. That's all I'm saying, especially with him being a new person in that area, not knowing anybody per se. I find it hard he would wind up at a party at Demetrius's. Saying it's not possible. I'm just saying it's a little doubtful to me. That's all. But you could be absolutely right. It is believable, like Sarge said, to some extent, but it's just odd.
And that's what the internet and that's exactly what Dateline and all these other places are doing. And they're putting stuff in your mind that have no evidentiary value to the case until and unless it becomes, because it's true, right? But again, like we know that Brian was approached by a girl at the pool. We also know, based on the description, unlike Dateline, if you're fair about it and you're a man that's approached women before, that Brian handled that exactly the way a woman would like it to be handled.
Agreed.
Right? He texted me. I got busy and never got back to him and never heard from him again.
The universe got in the way. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, there's nothing, but they try to make it look like Brian stalked it. Oh, he took her phone and typed his text message to himself. That's the easiest way to give somebody your phone number.
That's the way everybody does it nowadays. And don't get me wrong. Who said that again? Back it up. Or you don't have to, but I'm looking. Hold on. The Demetrius statement.
That was said back here.
I'm looking, not DW, but it was.
We can all speculate to an understanding, but the speculation doesn't really.
I did a deep dive on Demetrius and Emma Bailey, and I had Kim. We all know who she is, who knows Demetrius because he's been in that area forever and knows his family and his brother and her kids do, and so on and so forth. We looked into him deep. There's a whole different group of people besides the people Brian would know. Believe me. So it's a doubtful thing for me. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying you're wrong, so don't take it that way, please. But I know a lot about him. I'll just put it that way.
Chrissy.
Brian wanted to speak with the judge alone, but it was dropped. I always wondered what he wanted. Me too.
And I really wish that house still existed, only because there is a similar crime that was never solved of a shorter individual.
Yep.
And based on Dylan's own description of being around 3 feet away from the guy when he looked her right in the face, places him in the living area prior to stepping into the hallway. Therefore, that person couldn't have been her height or taller. So there's a lot of little inconsistencies that are never really going to get dug up because.
Well, them little things are important. Those are the things that can build something big. So, yeah, you're right.
He did not meet with Judge as far as we know.
No, I don't think it ever happened because Judge wouldn't allow for it. So, hey, Gray, good to see you, dear. I had a bad day, but other than that, everything's okay.
But Microdot, you've got this story about all of these people involved in drug, but you have no evidence. It's just, it's great. But you can't derive what you're saying from the facts that are available to us. And so we don't want to go off in these rabbit holes of people that came up with these, what appears to be a good rabbit hole or a bad rabbit hole. We don't do that.
That statement there, you're right. That's something that could be very, very plausible. Okay.
Right.
But there's no proof. I've looked into that theory myself because it does make sense. I agree with you. But we don't have any way to prove something like that. Therefore, there's nothing that you can do with it.
It's not even worth talking about. When you talk about the evidence that they've supplied to us and try to make sense of it, that to me is what we should be doing in true crime.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Not impugning other people. Yeah, there's a lot of criminals in that town. There's a lot of people you could accuse of doing it, but that's not that isn't the defense being given by Ann at this point. And once she does offer an alternative suspect, right? Yeah. Then all information that can be factually substantiated is on the table worth discussing. But as to
Agreed.
who it is and who they are, if it's a they or them or one, right? So
I can't wait for that part to come out. That alternative suspects thing. I am so looking forward to that. I'm like anxious about that because I want to see what the hell she says. And I hope that she gives enough foundation to Hippler that he allows for it. That's the big one. I think she will. I think she knows what she's doing. I've been saying for a while that I don't believe that Ann does anything without knowing the consequences ahead of time. I don't believe she'll ask a question without knowing the answer, and I think she knows what she's doing. So,
you know, the other thing with what Paula, I think there's a document to which she says something to the effect that she expected his face to jump off the page, and something in effect about the nose.
The nose. With the nose like that. Yeah,
right?
With a nose like that, I would expect it to jump off the page. She has no clue who it is. None.
She can't identify him at all.
Nope, not even a little bit. So that says everything to me right there. What I'd like to see is for her to get a lineup of certain other people and watch how she reacts to that.
I think she will be able to produce an alternative suspect.
I agree.
And it doesn't have to have anything to do with Brian having an alibi. None at all. And I think that the alternate suspect that she's gonna have, a couple of them, they took it upon themselves to have that other DNA looked at. How much of it we're not aware of, but the other DNA that she had that completely excludes Brian from the potentiality of being part of that DNA is going to be where she may find an alternative suspect.
You know what I want to know, Sarge, is for anybody that, whether they're in here or not in here, that believes that Brian's guilty. If and when it comes out and it's proven all through and through that Brian had nothing to do with this, not even a little bit, I want to know what everybody is going to think and feel at that point about it.
They're not going to see, because they don't think. Unlike I will accept an unimpeachable evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that Brian did it. 100%.
Same here.
And I'll understand it as such. And all of these other things are going to be not relevant. In other words, all these other things may then be seen as accurate. Even if it was a guess that was his car. If there's a piece of evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, even if they got how he got to the house wrong, it won't matter.
Right.
Fair enough.
Right. I agree. That's why. And who just said that? Clifton said it still won't change their closed minds, and a lot of them know. You're right. It won't. I think the probability of Brian not having any knowledge of anything that has to do with November 13th is less than 1%. I respect that. I do. And
I don't think that
I agree. Me, myself, and I. That's what I think we all want. That's why I say I've been screaming this. Everybody keeps saying there's going to be a mistrial. We need a mistrial. No, we don't. I do not want this to be a mistrial because I want everything to come out. And if we get a mistrial, that's it. And that can't happen. We need to get this trial.
Sorry.
You all right? You're all right.
I'm good.
If this goes to mistrial, that's not good, folks. We need this to go through and through, full trial. So every bit of this shit comes out. That's what I hope for. And we need to see, I think. So.
Yeah, I'm not so sure Brian has any knowledge of anything other than what, is being dumped in his lap. My impression is that Brian knew the crime took place, but that's it.
Well, I'll be honest. I think, just like Kaylee's mom said, Christy, that whoever did this is somebody that they knew. That's my opinion. And she said that the first week. Okay? That she thinks that somebody did this. Whoever did this, and this was before Brian was arrested, obviously, but she thinks that whoever did this was somebody that Kaylee knew. I stuck with that. I'm sticking with that.
Yeah, and I think that the totality of this is, the four people were all targets.
Could be.
You've got to be in a criminal environment to understand. Your most likely thing when you think you're getting caught is to get out, not continue into a bigger crime. And there were the sliding door to get out through. There was the front door to get out through. Mm-hmm. You retreat, and yet this doesn't appear to have happened. what is clear is that from what they're telling us, we can conclude that each individual was in the location and killed in those locations with thought, with prior thought and intent. In other words, it doesn't appear based on what we've been shown that this person that committed the crime killed one with no intent to kill the other three. Those two rooms were specific. They were a distance apart. And even if one of the roommates, now Dylan is a good example. Her statement that she saw someone tells you that the people that were already killed were intentionally killed. So I guess if you're breaking into a store and you've got what it is, or you've stolen from the safe, and you stand up and you see lights outside, you normally don't duck down to kill the people coming in. You try to get out. And this didn't happen here. This criminal, even if confronted by Zaina, didn't take Zaina down in the living room, in the hallway, in the staircase, in the kitchen. Zaina was dispatched in her room. That's what we're being told. So was Ethan. So was Maddie. And so was is it Bethany? Not Bethany. It's Kaylee. So that tells me that there was an intent, and those four people were targeted, which means there's something common that they all share. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
I don't think that there was, like Steve said, they didn't have to go upstairs. I completely disagree with that. Unless going upstairs was a mistake. And once that task was confronted and done, the real target being downstairs had to be taken down. That could be true.
That makes sense, yeah.
Right, but there again, that shows a level of intent to take out these four individuals.
Right.
And not Dylan. And not Dylan. That doesn't make any sense at all. And what actually, just to be very honest with you, that does fit what I'm trying to explain. If the intent was to kill these four individuals and get out of the house, that's exactly what happened. Even upon seeing Bethany, the perpetrator did not continue on a killing spree. Do you follow me? So,
right.
So the idea that these people were unknown to the killer has got to be almost zero.
Good point. Good point.
It's got to be almost zero. Or the person that did the killing went to target these people as a result of being paid or being part of a group, or may not have known them personally. But there has to be some kind of daisy chain connection to the person that killed these kids. I just can't see one person going in a house and killing two people like that in the bedroom, and then coming down and doing the exact same thing in a bedroom on the complete opposite side of the home, and then walking out as if he owned the joint, seeing Dylan and just continuing on. So I don't think in other words, none of these deaths I think were an accident. I think these deaths were planned before the person entered the home.
I can agree. And one more thing that you got to take into account was also in documents. And it was stated that Ethan and Xana were killed simultaneously, meaning at the same time. One person can't do that, folks. Remember that.
Well, I still want a little wiggle room there. And I'm not. Let's simply say that a blow to the chest that penetrated his heart. He's out, and then you turn and immediately go after Dana. That would be a simultaneous attack.
Yeah, but I still struggle with that, Sarge. You know that.
Yeah, well, again, but not to the point where you're going to conclude that means there's two people. So the word simultaneously, they were killed simultaneously, could still refer to one individual. Realistically, there is an understand. What I just gave you was an explanation of how one individual could kill two people simultaneously.
No, I understand that. But we have, like, Ann pulled out that there was a tip given to her about two people with two separate weapons. That's something that I could see. Then hearing that makes sense too. I've always thought that there was more than one person, and possibly more than.
I think all of us have, right?
A lot of us have, yeah.
I don't think they said his jugular vein was cut, Norma. They said that
they pierced a main artery is what they pierced. Yeah, and the document says they pierced the main artery.
And that could also be in your chest cavity, your neck, or your leg.
Carotid, any main artery.
So we don't know. And look, I think it's likely, my opinion, no fact, that there were more than one perpetrators is that there were. That's my opinion.
Right.
But we're not being faced with that accusation. We're being faced with the accusation Brian and only Brian. One person did this crime. So if that's the case, then the simultaneous explanation has to be that the first blow was the deadly blow, which we've been indicated that's to be true about Ethan. And then Zana was attacked. It's a very strange thing. It's sad when you really get down and think about it. And I think, to be honest with you, Hippler did the right thing by shutting this stuff down with these fucking storytelling, character assassinating leakers.
Yeah, I'm glad he did. It shows, like I said, I think we talked about it earlier today or yesterday. It kind of shows that it at least makes me think that I think he's looking at things maybe a little bit differently than he did a month ago. With all this stuff happening, and I think that it's going to make him look at things in a different way, possibly now with the defense. So, and that could be a good thing. So,
well, I think that I think that's what I'm saying. I think or if I had the capacity to put together all those clips of these court hearings where the things that were said to judge by the prosecution are completely not being adhered to in this particular prosecution. Right? They changed judge and now they're back to the original story he's talking.
Right.
I mean, that to me is a big problem, especially after that crazy Bill Thompson was. What an idiot to do what he did, right? That's the other thing. What a fool.
Yeah, that wasn't smart at all.
Well,
whatever. They're tearing their own case apart. So,
yeah, and there's the other thing too is you've got to be the most. Maybe listen. I was going to say you got to be the most calm, cool, and collected individual to do what's been done here. And that, in fact, does kind of describe Brian Coberger. I mean, and this is why I say that. There's no deletion of his Facebook, his internet activity, his activities during the day after the crime took place. He went to the doctor. He did all these things. And he continued on doing what he had always done. Nothing changed. He did nothing incriminating, right?
Nope.
Whatsoever.
Went to the doctor. Got a haircut. Yep. Went back to work.
He did everything that he had been doing before the crime.
He didn't hurry
up. Very calm, cool, and collected. And what do we see at the jury at his defense table every time he shows up in court?
Very calm, cool, and collected. Very competent.
Right. So, I mean, you want to be fair and look at other indicators that could tell a different story. He's been consistent. Right. Which is also consistent with an innocent man. I mean, that's the other thing. That those actions, those behaviors, right?
The story that has been told from his side of things has never changed. But the story from the other side sure has. There's the difference. Yeah, and I agree. Like Brian has always seemed from the very beginning, in my opinion, very competent from the moment he was arrested. And he did make a statement that his attorney did clarify that's factual when he was in Pennsylvania and said that he cannot wait to be exonerated for this.
Right. That's even made the statement. Then they released that he said they got my phone. They could look at my GPS.
Yep. Yeah. So he's had that confidence from the day he was arrested.
So, again, I don't know that the kid's guilty or innocent, but I can sort of surmise that it's a stretch to say that what these people have on him shows his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, because it just doesn't.
Right.
Yeah, I suspect she does have, but is the judge going to let it in?
Well, and that's why I said I hope she brings very good foundation for that, because I want to see who she thinks this is. And I agree with you. I think one of them very well could be Kopaka.
I suspect it's going to be Kopaka, and I think.
Listen, me, myself, and I. No disrespect intended. Yes, I watched that. and I don't mean this disrespectful. I'm tired of seeing people try to compare him to Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was a failure. Think about it. He was a failure. Okay. He did what he did. Yes, he had charisma, but he was a failure at what he did in some aspects. And I don't think Brian's nothing like him at all.
He did what a narcissist truly does.
Right. And Brian's not a narcissist.
Right. Yeah,
right. Complete opposite.
That's the thing, is you don't really get a fair reading on Brian. Everything on Brian is the context of he did it. And so everything forward looks, you could frame anything in it. Look, I've shared my past. And so if I'm accused of anything that's similarly connected to anything I did in my past, it would be reasonable for you all to say I did it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have an issue with that. Right? I mean,
right.
But you got a young man that there is no criminal history. There is no any accusations, any sealed. Well, the crime against his sister was a sealed record that was leaked. He did that in his youth.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't even be in the public. And when things like this start happening in any proceeding, whether it be political or it be a criminal case, then you really have to, your hair should perk up on the back of your neck, and you should say, we better pay close attention to this bullshit.
Everything they said is bullshit. Every bit of it, yes.
Why is an overweight guy that switched himself over to veganism, that's clearly interested in astronomy and what's going on in the sky, pursuing a career in a actually the most technical, the most difficult aspect of forensics, which is cloud forensics? Go and complete his degree, get recommended as one of only 2 people ever by the professor that ran the school that he attended online. Get recommended to this particular location, and pursue it he's pursuing it to the last level of degree that you can get in any field, right?
Yep.
Right. Okay. So all of that is who Brian Coberger was. He overcame an eating disorder. He overcame a drug disorder. He became a vegan. You could see how thinned down, maybe to the extreme that I think he should have kept eating meat. Nonetheless.
Agreed.
But he made all of these life changes to better himself. Right?
And we're pursuing a doctorate, folks, and he's going to throw that all away. That's such bullshit.
Nobody's looking at him for that. So the other thing is, when I looked at the PCA, it's perfectly okay for you to accuse me of committing a crime or suspect me and say it's known that criminals turn their phone off to mask their location. That applies to me, but not Brian Coberger.
No.
He's not a known criminal.
He's not
in no way or shape or form is being investigated by your agency or any agencies that you're aware of. Has he been convicted of any crime of any magnitude at all?
Never.
Right?
Never.
His father was still interacting with him. His family helped get him back on his feet, right? From when he was a drug addict and when he was overweight. His family stood by him. How do you know that? The father flew out twice.
And that, by the way, that was planned before Brian even moved there for
Right.
his father to do that. Okay. His family, another lie told by Mr. G and other people, that his family was going to testify against him because they thought he did this, that, and everything. That's all bullshit. None of that's true. Okay. Absolutely not true. And again, we're to believe, like Sarge just explained, this kid who was not an incel, who did not hate women, who did have the ability to talk to women, to have relationships with women, all of that, he was on the spectrum. He had dyspraxia. This is all documented from a young age, okay, that did not act in a way that a criminal will act before or after they commit a crime at all. Couldn't even fillet a fish, for Christ's sakes, folks. And he has OCD. I have it. You're not going to get blood all over you and everything else if you're like that. The guy is very particular about these things like that. All of these things that say that he didn't do this, but you're still going to say he did it. Miss me with the bullshit. That's all I'm saying. It makes no sense. It never will make sense to me. It just won't. Now, like I said, if you can find a way to prove to me that he did it, then I'll stand on my head and tell you, you're right, but I don't see it.
Well, I want to address this because I think me, myself, and I, maybe you're not understanding the differences. You see, my view of the people that were in that home are based on the information that's been released from their own actions and their own words. And that's why I'm suspicious of the two survivors. There's nothing been given to me on Brian Coberger other than he's an incel. He hates women. He went to school to become a master criminal. And yet all of these things that they claim he did are just like idiotic. And nobody's given any attention to who this kid was before he got wrapped up in this. So as I spent a few minutes explaining what we know about Brian Coberger, what does that say about the man? What do we know about the surviving roommates? We know that nothing they said adds up to them thinking there was an unconscious roommate. We know that their 8-hour delay, there's got to be something suspicious about that. We know that when they contacted others to finally go look, the first act of one of those individuals was to run to the kitchen to get a knife. That tells me that he actually climbed the stairway from the front door. Okay? That means he ran to the kitchen to get a knife. And you wouldn't run through the sliding glass door to get a knife, right? So, in other words, when you contrast the data that we do have about the survivors with the truth that we now can derive from the information, they are suspicious. When you try to take the information about Brian personally and then try to make the suggestion, suspect vehicle 1, and that's why they're calling it suspect vehicle 1. Understand, they're not saying Brian Coberger's car. They're saying suspect vehicle 1 because they cannot identify that car, nor the occupant, as being Brian Coberger or Brian Coberger's car. That's a problem. There's nothing that connects them to that house other than what they're telling you is transfer DNA. That's it. And that isn't enough. Now, the girls, there's enough misstatements and their behavior tells a story that doesn't fit their recollection that there was somebody passed out. Nothing that they did is consistent with that. A passed out friend would require your attention to go check on them. You wouldn't spend 8 hours avoiding going to those bedrooms. And why, if Xana is your passed out friend, are you so worried about Kaylee and Maddie? That doesn't make any sense. So that does make sense if you accept that they knew all 4 of these people had been killed. Now it starts to make sense why they were diligently trying to connect to all 4 of these people. Why did they avoid going to the room? Now it starts to make a different picture can be painted. When you take the picture that they've painted and realize it's nonsensical, but what would make it sensical? And the only answer is obvious, that they knew that these 4 people had been killed. Were they involved? Did they have any involvement? I don't know. It's possible, and even more likely, I suspect, than the stories they've told us about Brian Coberger. I think there's a much, much better, stronger circumstantial case to implicate the survivors than there is the accused.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I don't think I'm being unreasonable with that.
Not at all. And me, myself, and I, your other statement, I agree with you. I want to see trial evidence, everything. I do too. But then the other statement you made as well, that BK's suspicion and his driving around that home seems crazy. But he wasn't. That's the problem. That's not him driving around that house like that. That's the other problem. Okay.
The mentioning of a man in a mask is also conclusive evidence that she knew more happened than the passed out roommate. You see, what people have been denied the ability to do is really think and examine what you're being told. And what you're being told is written in black and white, and it's memorialized in police interviews and witness statements. And those particular pieces of information do not match in any way, shape, or form that there was a passed out roommate. You cannot connect that dot. So what dot can be connected by her statements of a man in a mask? Well, her knowledge that something severe and drastic took place in that home. What kept them from looking in on these girls by themselves prior to calling anybody from the outside? Well, their knowledge that something horrific happened to their roommates. You see? You can't make a square fit in a round hole, folks. And that's the problem for the survivors. Their story is a square. Brian's is a round hole. And he's trying to put a round peg in a round hole. Do you see that, Dago?
Yep, the two don't go together. That's a fact.
Well, that's another good question. It's to me, I've said this from the beginning, and matter of fact, anyway, and that her involvement is much more convoluted than I think any of us could guess. Stating that there was a man she said, I saw a guy about my height or taller. All right. Athletically, not what did she say? Not heavy set, but athletically built. That statement, Paula, is a description of herself. And oftentimes, and this is a true story, go to anybody anywhere, and bump into somebody, say, hey, my name is Joe, and stick your hand out to shake your hand. Say, hey, my name's Joe. What's your name? They're going to tell you their first name without lying. See, you're programmed to tell the truth. Whether people want to understand this or not, this is a true story. This is a true fact. Your initial response to people is the truth. Always. You have to intercede with your brain to tell a lie. And when Dylan stated, and I remember when I said this 2.5 years ago, her description of the perpetrator matches hers until she jumps over to it being a male.
Right.
In black clothing, wearing a mask. You see that she didn't say bushy eyebrows. That was not what she described. But her description describes herself until she adds to it. It was a dude all dressed in black wearing a mask that covered his mouth and his forehead. Mm-hmm. Now she described herself, and then she turned herself into some unknown guy that nobody in the world could ever find. Right. And I've been making that point from the very beginning, before all this extra data that we now have on them came out.
I believe she was fed the description. Truly, I do. I'll just say it that way. But
she didn't see anybody in bushy eyebrows. The police officer planted that.
Yep.
The police had already known that her room was covered. The walls, there were pictures of eyes and eyebrows and eyelashes in her room. So for whatever reason, Dylan has an attraction to eyes and eyebrows and eyelashes. That's cool. But when the cop asked her, did she see the eye color? He said, no. She said, no. What else did you see? Did you see his eyes? No, I didn't see his eyes. And I don't know what color they were. Did you see his eyebrows? And that's when Dylan then came back and said, I saw an eyebrow. It was bushy. Mm-hmm. That isn't. So in other words, that was not her generic description that she originally gave the police.
And then she says, I know he was a white guy because I just know. What kind of an answer is that?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
No.
What kind of an answer is that?
It's not.
I know people might think I'm crazy, but I think if you review the information and try to make it make sense without, I'm not trying to say that these girls did it and I'm saying they could have, but I'm not saying they did. They had prior knowledge. It seems likely, but I'm not saying that's true. But you can actually extrapolate that from the data that was released from their own mouth and their behavior. It's just, let me just add this. Imagine if the day after the crime, Brian canceled his doctor appointment and didn't go to school and nobody saw him. He stayed in his apartment for the next week. That'd be suspicious, wouldn't it, Dago? What's he hiding?
Exactly.
Or the doctor said he came in with long sleeve shirts and he wouldn't raise his sleeves. And he walked out of the appointment. See, little pieces of data like that tell a story that may not be telling you the whole story, but it gives you the focus to say, wait a minute. And Dylan Morrison, it gives you that problem. And so does Bethany. I never really, and you know that, I never considered Bethany at all.
No.
But now reviewing these texts like we did tonight and trying to put a focus on them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely agreed. Like I said, I don't believe that Dylan was able to give a true description. I truly believe she was fed it all the way down to the mask that was drawn. I think she was told how to draw it. Okay.
Yeah, because she was told what kind of a mask.
Exactly.
A ski mask or one of those what do you balaclavas, or I don't know how to say it.
A balaclava. But yeah, they gave her every detail she needed to be able to make this description. In turn, there it is, and then she changed it, guys. She saw a fireman. She saw somebody carrying a vacuum cleaner attachment. She saw one eyebrow. She saw two eyebrows. She saw a white guy. She saw that. She don't know what she saw because she didn't see anything, in my opinion. They told her what she saw. Think about it. Okay.
Well, no, I don't think that means she didn't see anything.
No, that's what I think. But you go ahead.
I think that she saw something or was very conscious of what to expect was there. Okay. So the idea she saw nothing and then her description to take her out of it means to me that and look, the evidence is there. Everything she said, everything she claims, and every behavior that she performed until the police were called kept them out of those rooms.
Right. And she gave the perfect excuse, Sarge.
Right.
I was drunk. I was really drunk. Come on.
Right. I don't know if what I saw was dreaming, but I want to address this. It was 2 days after the crime. I think on Tuesday of that week, that Brian Coberger had a doctor appointment.
Right.
That is a known fact. That's not somebody just saying that, but I think it was 2 days. It could even have been during that week. Let's even say that. During the weekdays that followed, one of the near weekdays that followed the night of the crime, Brian Coberger was at a doctor's appointment. And they said that he was very charming, very relaxed, very nice. So,
the doctor's appointment was Tuesday, the Tuesday after the crimes. He also had a barber's appointment that he went to that was within either Thursday or Friday. And he went back to work Tuesday or Wednesday like nothing happened. So, again, one more important thing to remember. With what we know about Kaylee fighting back, with what we know about Xana fighting back, to the point that she almost had her fingers taken off completely, there's no way that I'm going to believe that at 10:26 a.m. the next day that Brian Coberger took a picture and looked like he did after doing that. There's no way on God's green earth you'll make me believe that. Because whether he had a mask on or didn't have a mask on, there's going to be bruises, scratches, marks, anything. Have you ever seen a girl fight, Sarge?
Yeah.
It's a nasty thing. They claw, scratch, grab, pull, punch, everything. That man did not have one mark on his body that we could see visually on his face, his hand. No, nothing. So there's no way in hell that happened. And he got out of it like that. Sorry, I won't believe it.
I'll tell you what, watch MMA and you'll see women don't always fight like that. There's women in MMA who kick my ass handily.
And that's the funniest thing, too, is the two that I know for a fact that would have fought to the death are the two that did. Xana and Kaylee. Facts.
Yeah.
And I truly believe that Xana herself probably could have beat the shit out of Brian by herself.
I really think any one of those girls would have given that kid a fight.
Absolutely.
Somebody said defense says there's evidence of a cleanup.
Yeah, there was. They brought that up already too. The first officer on the scene, when he showed up, he said that there was a smell of bleach, a strong smell of bleach. That was something that I had seen in a document way back.
It was in the document?
Yes, I believe it was. Oh God, Gunderson. It was either Gunderson, Nunez, or Smith. I can't remember which one.
Okay.
Dago's gross. Okay.
Dago?
Christina Rain said, I'm out. Dago's gross. How am I gross?
She wasn't in here when I said what I said to the troll. So
did I say something gross?
Dago is gross. Yeah, I'll accept it.
Wow.
Yeah, I would look at I think and I think a lot of people in this chat room will agree. Wow, where do all these viewers come from, bro? 250 of them. There's 330 people in here from the different streams. I don't know.
I'll tell you what, I'm showing my face and you're calling me. Why don't you show me your face? Let's see who's gross.
That stuff that looks dirty on a shower curtain, that's mostly
nice people.
It's I'm from Clue. Somebody had clues. what is Clue's theory? Somebody was in here and said that Clue had a theory. I agree with that.
What does Clue have to do with it? I don't have any issues with Clue.
No, neither do I. No, they're telling you they're from Clue. They're not. No. They got nothing like that.
I see her saying that, but
it's got nothing to do with your
being gross. Whatever.
No, I think you said something about the way women fight. Blah blah blah. Whatever. It doesn't matter, Dago.
That's not gross. It's a fact. I've seen women fight that way. Thank you.
Moonlit baby is awake. Yeah, I think it's that everything about Brian has been perverted into these stories that are unsubstantiated. And literally, if you're an honest human being, none of the interactions that we have now been shared about his interaction with women, none of them are violent. None of them are freaky. They try to make it look that way. They make claims that someone accuses him of getting into her apartment. But they have the person that they're saying said that hasn't come forward. So, I mean, it's just, it's
you and I feel the same way have the same views and thoughts on this, right, Sarge? Pretty much. I mean, we have for the most part. I don't think anything differs.
I think there's some minor differences in how we see things, like my opinion of the trial. I think,
but I'm talking about the crime and our views, because that person doesn't agree with my thoughts and views.
Janine.
It's the same as yours, but that's okay. It's all right. I mean, I can't please everybody.
I'll be live as soon as I get a haircut. My hair, just so you know.
Thank you, Gene.
That image is a year old, and my hair goes down below my ears from the top of my head down to my top lip. The back of my hair goes down way past my collar. That image has got to be updated. And once I get my haircut Sunday morning, I probably will turn on a cam. I've let my hair go crazy. That one girl was completely interested in Brian, and he wasn't. Right?
And that, I think it's funny, because I think that's why that whole story that came out, and then I come to find out that she completely denied the interview from Dateline, and it tells me, I don't think she said the things the way that they put it out there from her. Otherwise, she would have put that out there in her own interview, and she wouldn't do the interview with them. That's kind of funny to me. So,
right, she probably doesn't see Brian as the killer that everybody's trying to paint him to be.
Right.
I mean, there's a high likelihood that otherwise, women love drama, women love attention. Sorry, lady, but that's, for the most part, when we talk about younger women, that's really the key. And so for this girl not to come out and take interviews and disparage him is just, that's very telling. Unless she's here illegally. She might be a Chinese person on a
to go to college. I don't
or something, right?
Yeah, I think that the college thing tells that different. I think that there was a bunch of bullshit that they took and twisted. And that's why she wouldn't give the interview, because it's probably not true to. Thank you very much, Paula. I appreciate that, by the way. It's not true to what she actually said, in my opinion.
What do I like? What's she saying I like? You like it too, Sarge. I don't know. What? The drama, the chaos? Wow. Younger women? Yeah, I do. Sorry, ladies. Not all the time, though. I've dated women in their 50s. I'm not that shallow, although I am fucked up. There's no doubt about it, ladies. But I'm a good fucked up. Right? I eat good.
Yeah, I agree. I
live good.
You got a good heart. You mean.
Thank you, Dago.
What does that mean? I don't.
What?
I just thought when you said that you were referring to my appearance. That's why I said that, because I never judge people by their appearance in that sense. That's all. And that's fine.
What eggplant stuff? Who said anything about eggplant?
Eggplant? Oh, that's Heather. That's Heather.
What? What did Heather say? Heather being dirty?
She's embarrassed that she wanted Brian's eggplant. Heather.
Oh.
Heather.
Oh boy, she put her own cake, placed it in her own microwave, something like some Korean woman. I dated a South Korean, and I dated a Cambodian. And I'll tell you what, that girl from Cambodia was a supermodel, and her hair literally with the shiniest black hair you ever see in your life, and it went all the way down to the floor. You couldn't go anywhere without people looking at her. Even little kids, you'd go into a restaurant, kids in high chairs would stare at her. They'd reach out, they'd want to talk. It was crazy, Dago. I never seen it, and I've never dated anyone like that again. But
I'm glad I know that story now, Sarge. Thank you.
Well, she was a tough girl to date, though. Everything you did, you cheat on me. I'd say she used to, instead of cheat, she'd say sheep. Her first name wasn't Jenny, it was Yenny. What the hell is that?
Oh,
you couldn't call her Jenny. She'd get mad.
Right. No, Christina, you misheard me. I didn't say change your profile to. I said show it. I thought you were judging my appearance. I said you mistook what I said. I would never do that and judge somebody by their appearance, is what I was trying to say. And
I've
clarified that's not what you meant, so my apologies. That's not what I was saying to you. But anyway, go ahead.
Listen, I got jaded. I was on some of the years ago. I was on Match.com and a few of the dating sites. And boy, I'll tell you what.
Right. That reminds me of the dating game. If you remember with stick toes over there with Clue and all that, that was a blast.
Well, I'm telling you,
that was great.
The people that I met that were so far from what they said or what they posted as a photo that I'm telling you right now, if one of those women murdered me and they connected me to a profile that I was supposed to meet that night, the picture in that profile would never have been a lead in finding the perpetrator. That was what was bad about online dating.
Right.
I mean, I had a woman tell me she was petite, and this woman weighed well over 300 pounds. One of the biggest women I'd ever met personally like that. And that's fine. Listen, I don't care if you're heavy or not. It's none of my business. But when you tell me you're petite, and then I show up and you yell across the room, "Oh, you're better looking than your picture on Match.com," and I'm stunned. And I look at her, and the first thing that came out of my mouth is, "What do you think I said, Dago? Come on."
I know what you probably said. I'm not going to repeat it.
I said, "You said you were petite." And she says, "Oh, you're that kind of shallow man like that? You don't like a real woman? Well, let me clue you in, buddy. Petite means short." And I go, "Well, that you are," because she was about 5 foot. I'm telling you, there was a tomato with legs. It was crazy. And I was just flabbergasted. And she goes, "We came here to eat, and I'm famished. Are we going to order some food?" I said, "Clearly, you don't know what the word famished means, because you and that word make no more sense than the word petite. I got to get out of here," I said.
Did she whoop your ass before you left?
No, dude, I booked. She couldn't get out of the booth fast enough. She was jammed in there.
That's too funny. I love it.
Then I met another girl you had never seen. She was like that Asian girl. She was, I don't know, she's Polish and Ukrainian and mixed. But when I tell you, this girl was smoking hot, beyond, like, I'm sitting there thinking, this girl's way out of my weight class. I mean, talk about punching up. And we're talking, blah, blah, blah. Do you like kids? Yeah. I had a daughter at the time. This is a long time ago. She pulls out her wallet and she flips it over and faces me. And this like big fucking row of pictures falls down. And she goes, "These are my kids. I have 8 of them. I've got 2 sets of twins and then 4 other kids." And I'm
You were like the road runner out of that door.
Bro, I was like, "No." She goes, "Yeah." And she shows other pictures with them. And I'm thinking, and she goes, "I thought you liked kids." I go, "Yeah, but 8. She goes, "Wait, though." She goes, "I didn't plan on having 8 kids, but I'm allergic to, what the hell are condoms? Latex."
Yes, I've heard that before.
And where is she? That girl that was trying to tell me to be nice earlier. She's going to love this.
Paula.
This young woman tells me, she was 28. I was probably 34. She says, "I'm allergic to latex," in my defense. I said, "Well, I guess there's something to be said for keeping your feet on the floor and not in the air."
Jesus God.
What did you say, you son of a bitch? Blah, 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 blah. And I just got up and walked out. 8 kids. Now, in all fairness, folks, these thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant.
Yes.
I can't even take this family for fucking ice cream. I need to buy a school bus. They don't sell a 10-passenger vehicle. There's no vehicle you could buy to take all those kids to an ice cream shop. You can't take them around the corner. You got to do it with 2 different vehicles, or you need to buy one of them short buses from the school. I mean, how the hell do you have 8? How many dads does she have? Are you serious?
That's a lot of
28
work.
years old. And you listen, there was nothing in her figure and her appearance and her talk that would make you think this woman had 8 kids, bro.
I get it.
I was out of there. I couldn't chill. I had to go.
Do me a favor, even if she thinks I'm gross and disgusting or whatever, throw up that statement that Christina made up here.
What's that?
The one that says Brian was acting as a typical male, because that's my biggest argument after what was put out. She said Brian was acting as a typical male. Why are people judging him by doing? And that she's absolutely right. That's one of my biggest issues with the
Why
Dateline.
can't I find it? How long ago did she say it?
It's up a little bit. It's right underneath. Oh shit, I lost it now. Where'd it go? It's right underneath Lucy Morningstar saying Gray Pearl, oh my effing God, speed dating with Sarge was the best. Between that one and Wellington Otis, laughing out loud.
Yeah, this thing doesn't let me really. I could scroll up, but it's like.
Well, anyway, you don't have to show it. I'll just read it. She said Brian was acting as a typical male. Why are everybody? And that's a fact,
Right.
folks. They made this big deal out of him having pictures of women in bathing suits on his phone, looking at certain types of porn. Not getting social cues, which is you can leave that to the ASD. Sitting down talking to women. There's nothing abnormal about any of that.
You want to know what's crazy? It's not only is it abnormal, but I'm not trying to be a braggart, and I'm not like some stud, but I've had my share of females in my life, and several of them liked really rough sex that I was not comfortable with. That was the impediment to the relationship. I couldn't do that to a woman. But here's the point I'm trying to make is that it isn't just men that get into rough, crazy sex. Women are too. And
Yeah,
so,
I was married.
My point is you don't have to like it. I didn't like it. I couldn't do it. I don't want to be choking someone and smacking them. And no, I'm sorry. I don't really want to get into that. So, but for Brian to be into it, or for other people that aren't you or aren't me to want to get into that stuff, that's perfectly acceptable. That's adult behavior. And there's nothing, right? Janine just said, there's nothing abnormal about that at all. And I don't care what age you're at. Right?
There's not at all. Looking at porn, and he was 28? He's single. He's in college. Okay. Every bit of what he did was normal, in my opinion. And they made that out to make him some kind of a creeped out, sexual deviant. I mean, none of that makes you anything like what they made him out to be.
No.
It's normal. That's normal stuff for a single guy to do. And sorry, guys.
And I don't ghost people. The last person I dated, we hung out for a few weeks, got to know each other, and there just was no compatibility. We were both going different ways in our life. And this person still wanted kids. She already had 3, and it just I said that in the beginning. This may not be as easy as it seems. You have 3 children, and I'm pretty much of the mindset that I don't want to raise any more kids.
Right. And even the stuff when
but
they
it
brought
was
up
reasonable. Nobody banged her and threw her in the garbage can or ghosted her. I didn't do that. Which is, you see men do that all the time. And from what we hear Brian did, he seems to have handled that adult-like. Right?
Agreed. And like I said, the other stuff that they were pointing out to him that he was looking up about the certain sexual assault stuff and all that kind of stuff. Don't forget the man is a criminology student. A lot of that stuff can be related to what he was studying in school too.
That's true too.
They combined all that together to try to make this guy look like this creeper freaking weirdo. And truly, in my opinion, a lot of that is all normal stuff. I absolutely don't think that none
You're
of
right.
that was.
That researching that, trying to understand that, yeah.
He's
Although
definitely not by any means is the man an incel. He's not an incel whatsoever. Like I said, Willie, Willie knew his friends and stuff, and a lot of them all said, "No, dude, Brian dated people." The first girl that they interviewed, Casey or not, she told Willie when they talked that they cut all the decent things that she said about Brian out of that interview, and they dated him. So I mean, that they've been on that train trying to make him look like this monster from day one, and it's sad. So
there's no basis to do that to the kid.
Not at all.
And look, if there was criminal references and records, and they allude to that he had issues. There were reports about him with women. I think they were trying to say that happened in the other college, but it was an online college. I mean, come on. Who was he bugging at the other college?
I've never.
People on Plenty of Fish. I mean, they've made these insinuations to character assassinate the guy.
Right.
And even if he did commit these crimes, those character assassinations don't fit the facts that have been released or found. Right?
Nope. There was no call for any of that. None. So, yeah.
Oh, look at this, Tom. I got Thomas Sharp laughing. Why do you got tears coming out of your eyes there, son? Come on now.
The same reason why I was just dying a little bit ago.
Some of my stories, I got so many stories, it's crazy. But I can tell you that even when I look back at the bad things that happened to me, I wouldn't trade any of it for $1 million.
Life experiences.
Yeah, man. We all got our story, and your story is unique to you. Even if you grow up as an identical twin, your story is still different.
Mm-hmm.
Your experiences, your interactions, how you deal with things, it's all yours, man.
Agreed. Very much agreed.
All
of that was put out there on purpose, in my opinion, to taint the jury, to make him look like this monster that he's not, to make the case go in their direction. Because
they're controlling YouTube with that. I mean, we listen, we do come up with opinions and ideas of what this stuff may, like I see things the way I see them. Can I be wrong? 100%.
Right.
But I'm not trying to bring up stories that the mainstream media is telling me matter. Right. I don't really give a shit what porn this kid looked at. That doesn't mean he killed these 4 young adults. Where's the relevance to knowing that? That's what I mean. This is information that would not be brought to a jury.
Yep.
None of this is relevant. I mean, you can't draw a line between that crime and what they're claiming in these news shows. And I refuse to let these people tell me what to think. And they've actually got YouTube doing the same thing. How many tens of thousands of users out here? All Brian's guilty, execute him.
Agreed.
How about the website that the Gonzalez's had? They were all on board. Execute him. Look at the shirt the mother had. Right? Didn't she have a shirt she was pointing to about death penalty or something?
Yeah. Wait.
Me, myself, and I is hung up on eggplants. Yeah. We don't know why you're hung up on that, but yeah.
I think they're still trying to figure that one out. And I do agree that the prosecution leaked. Well, somebody on the side of the prosecution leaked that truly, because I don't know about, well, the way you phrased it. Yeah. I think they know that they're not going to get him based on what they have. So they have to make it work somehow. And that's why they leaked all that stuff, in my opinion. I agree.
I didn't know what that wasn't. I was later in high school, 11th, 12th grade or something. And I had to be 11th because I quit. I didn't graduate. But they're one of the girls that I really had a crush on. And that's what my stepsister said. She's got birthing hips. I was like, I don't really care what you want to call them. There's nothing about that girl that's unattractive. Yeah, so whatever. I could see people adding that to their description of a woman, like it or not. I mean, men say the things men say usually among themselves, but someone like me just say whatever comes to mind, no matter who's around. Well, unless there's kids, I'm very conscious of children.
Yeah,
yeah, man. I think that should be the most cherished, protected part of life, and I honestly think that we need to remove the transition from childhood to adulthood. And the big transition that I think we're forced to make and accept is that everybody lies. right?
Yep.
That's the big difference. You see lies, you're suspicious of lies, and it's because people do. But when you're a little kid, that doesn't even dawn on you, right? Unless you're exposed to it.
Mm-hmm.
The innocence of a child. You tell them about Santa Claus, they think it's real,
Yes, sir.
right? And that the wonderment and the amazement of the world. And then as you get older, your big transition is to see that it's not really as amazing as you thought it was. And there are a lot of people lie, so you got to be careful. So I wish that was one part of, becoming an adult human that we didn't have to go through.
Agreed.
Agreed. And
people are mean and hurtful and they do it every day.
Brian did it. Then let's convict Brian Coberger with the evidence that shows he did it.
Agreed.
And move on to the next one. The same goes for Karen Reed. That's just farce. It's farcical to think that she backed into this guy's arm, even at 24 miles an hour.
Those are dog bites, Sarge. I showed you that.
Yeah, I know, but if the supposition that the state is giving, where's the bruise to the side of his ribs, his shoulder? Where's the bruise to his thigh, to his hip? You mean to tell me all she came in contact with his arm and it threw him dozens of feet and killed him by an impact to the arm? That I don't care how fast the car was going.
Not to mention, there's no way in hell with the speed she was going, the force that it would have shattered her taillight that way. It didn't happen. It just didn't. And all you got to do is watch the damn Sally Port video on that, and that tells you everything you need to know in that sense, in my opinion. So, it's just ridiculous.
There's another case where they don't want you to look over here. Here's the shiny coin. So here's a guy that gave us images and measurements of a crime scene, of which not only did he never see the crime scene personally or where the body was found, but the person that told him where the body was found was never there to see that the body was found there.
Right.
Do you follow me?
Yep.
So I don't understand. How is that guy able to even do his job and not question the idiocy of the task at hand?
No idea.
It's like being a stock boy and being told that you got to bring out one bottle of barbecue sauce at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say, but they're in a box of 48, and we need 48 on the shelf. Nope, you got to do it one at a time. I'd say I quit. I'm out of here. I'm not doing that. Right?
Yes, sir.
Some people would be like, okay, and there's that guy.
Right. Me, myself, and I, yes, I do have a channel, and I just put my link down there in the chat for you if you'd like it. But yeah, Sarge, I agree with you. You're right.
The idiocy is just, it abounds. I mean, for this guy to say, I wrote the PCA, it's not information I can verify, it was given to me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shouldn't you verify that before you accept that into a warrant that's going to take a man's freedom? Right?
That's a good point. It's a good point.
How do you view your job? Are you just a secretary? Or are you Officer Payne, Sergeant, Officer, Lieutenant, whatever the fuck? What is your job?
Mm-hmm.
I understand you need to trust the people that work around you, but a good investigator and good people that work together as a team make the process of verification part of the turning over the data. In other words, it should be expected and appreciated. Right?
Yeah.
Like I got that with the guys that do the work for the business I have. They don't, when I come and I look around, they don't have an issue. I'm not looking to point fingers or complain, but I'm just verifying what I expect to see. That's all. And so they should have no worries or concerns or stop what they're doing. It's not a surprise. I own the business. And so some people take that as accusatory. Why are you looking at what's going on? Man, get back to work. It took me a little while to get these guys to but they've been with me for years. But in the beginning, it's like, don't worry, I'm not here to check you like a mama hen. I'm up here appreciating what you did and just seeing what you did. Don't worry. And you should welcome that. Not be thinking I'm up here looking for problems to cause a fucking issue. But anyway, I don't know. If I investigated with people, I'd want to hear their side of the story, see the work they did, have them lay it out so it makes practical sense, and then put it in the warrant. I can't say that for DYL. Can't say the same for Dylan. Who's DYL?
She said that she knows for a fact Bethany didn't have anything to do with this, that the poor child is still in therapy today, and then said, I can't say the same for Dylan, meaning that she thinks that Dylan did.
Oh, I didn't see her. I don't know how you would know that for a fact. I mean, I'm not sure somebody that would ever admit that to somebody, right? I mean, and I don't know that either of these two young girls had anything to do with this at all either. But boy, I'll tell you, their story is so convoluted and fucked up and so nonsensical that what are you left thinking?
Mm-hmm. It definitely makes you have to think certain things. I agree.
Or at least ask certain questions that have never been asked.
Yeah.
Questions that people think, well, they're a victim. You're shaming them. No, I'm not shaming them, but I'd like to know why that they avoided those 2 bedrooms for 8 hours. I just find that to be very peculiar.
I agree. I'll never understand. I'll never understand what would stop you from, if certain things were true, what would stop you from going and checking on your roommates?
You can't explain that away. And the explanation, here's what their explanation is, that there was a passed out roommate.
Mm-hmm. That's what
but
I mean.
That doesn't fit. Right? I could see
Not,
if they
not
said
what went on. No, I agree.
we didn't know what happened. We were afraid to go upstairs. We knew that there was some chaos up there, and so we kept texting them, hoping that they would come down. They didn't, so then we called help. Perfect. That makes sense. But nothing they told us even comes close to making that kind of sense.
Mm-hmm.
Everything they told us tries to keep and isolate them from what happened that night.
Right.
So, did Bethany's actions contradict what they were verbalizing? Yeah, they did. Not only did her statements contradict her actions contradict what they were verbalizing, but Hunter is like the icing on the cake. You don't go into a home for a passed out college friend and go, first thing you do is run to get a knife. That's nonsensical to the extreme. Right?
Agreed.
All right. What few words do you have? Some of your wisdom, Dago.
I put it out there. Once again, since I'm so gross, I kind of agree with her, Sarge. I told you that earlier, that I thought that Dylan fed Bethany information, and I don't know. I don't get the vibe from Bethany that I get from Dylan, if that makes any sense. And I felt that when I saw that Bethany did not want to come back to Idaho, that she was actually, highly against it, this and that, everything else. It made me feel like that she was a pawn per se within the situation, and that Dylan fed her that, and I just don't trust Dylan at all. So that's my answer as far as that goes, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I mean, I felt that way about Bethany as well. For the longest time. And maybe we'll know more if the exculpatory evidence that was claimed by their investigator is produced for the court. Right? So the argument that investigator made that her stuff was unique to her and is exculpatory to Brian. So yeah, and I don't know. Well, Dago, it's been fun. It's been a long stream, man. Look at that. 4 hours and 32 minutes.
That definitely a long one for you, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's been fun though, because we've gone over so many different aspects.
It was a really good one. It was a great conversation. I agree with you.
Yep, we covered that. Timeline of 4 a.m. doesn't seem sensical at all. Dylan is very manipulative. Well,
I'm 100% with her on that. I feel the same way about Dylan. Wholeheartedly, I do. And I don't trust her. I never have trusted her. Sarge, you know that. I told you that when you first came on board with me 3 years ago, that I had issues, but we never were allowed to talk about it. Remember?
Yeah, that Linda Lane shit dropped and put a block in it, and everybody ran towards Linda Lane. And the irony of that was I was accurate in what I said that was going to be a distraction.
And see, that her being manipulative. If you're a manipulative person, you could do it to anybody, including law enforcement and anybody else you need to get your way. That's how I see her. I've always seen her that way. I've never trusted her, and I don't see Bethany that way. That's what I was trying to explain. I could see her manipulating Bethany into believing and being.
Yeah, Bethany has the appearance of she's a follower, not a leader.
Exactly.
And exactly. And Dylan looks like a schemer and a planner.
Yes, sir.
Right? And Maddie, or not Maddie, but Maddie looks like a follower. Bethany looks like a leader. Right? So does Zaina to some extent. But those two girls, Maddie and Bethany, both look like followers.
Right. Tell me why Bethany is in therapy for this and Dylan is not. Bingo. That's a great. See?
Well, everybody
good point.
Deals with things differently, right?
Listen, Sarge, in my opinion, if those girls are called victims, okay, they both should need therapy for that. Why is Dylan not going through that? Why is she not having such a hard time? Why are we not seeing or heard shit from her? Other than the fact that her stepmother, who's the attorney, said don't say a damn word. I've seen video. Here's the thing. I saw videos of her before this all went down. And her actions in the videos and the stuff that she was saying in these videos and acting, she comes off to me as like, for lack of better terms, kind of like the thuggy, manipulative, just arrogant, cocky type person. I don't like that. And that's how I see her. Bethany's not that way to me. That's what my issue has been with the two of them. And I feel like Dylan, absolutely, I'm going to say it again, manipulated her into the situation and made her feel like this is what we got to do. This is what's going on. This is what happened. That's what you're going to say.
Yeah,
that's just me.
Well, somebody that was involved in a crime might be seeking therapy under the guise that they weren't involved, but they need therapy. They need to, doesn't mean they're going to be telling their secrets. I don't know. I don't think I could use that as a basis to suggest involvement one way or the other. I'm basing it only off of the words that we're able to read off of a piece of paper that's produced by the prosecution. Those words are the most nonsensical jibber jabber bullshit that I can't imagine any real investigator just fluffing over like that.
Right.
And that's what they did. And yet a shadow of a car is enough for you to take this man's freedom away. And never calling it, but only calling it suspect vehicle 1.
Yeah.
And Brian owns a similar vehicle. That to me is just not how an American should lose his freedom. Telling me these stories that Dylan's telling. And I could see if Brian had some convoluted story, but there isn't even that from him. The only convoluted stories are coming from the prosecution and from their supposed witnesses. There's nothing convoluted, and Brian's never changed the story. He didn't create a different alibi. He said what he said. And everybody made fun of him. Oh, he was out looking at the sun, at the sky, a night watcher, to only find out that was a big time period to actually be a night watcher, right?
Right. Yeah. Right.
Everything he said fits. In other words, you can make sense of it, whether he did it or not. He was at least smart enough to tell us what he did, and what he did does make practical sense. And there's supporting data to. You could argue his story is not a fabricated pie in the sky. Oh, I was out driving. Well, the police established that he did that all the time.
Right.
He doesn't deny any of that. So when you compare his on what we know about him, his story, his alibi, and the facts, they fit. Nothing Dylan told us, and nothing that happened that day from Bethany make any fucking sense at all.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. FBI bullshit, nothing. So, all right. Well, what's going on in the near future? They go anything interesting? Oh, you got some missing kids you chase around. Have they found them yet?
Not that I've seen. No, it's very scary and sad situation.
See, that's
that the brother and sister, Jack and Lily Sullivan from Nova Scotia, and there's something dark with that too going on at this point. I don't trust any of it.
Could it be trafficking?
It could be. That there was a scent followed from the house from scent dogs, of course, and it stopped dead in the driveway. I think those kids were taken out in the vehicle.
Of course, the dog isn't going to get it too wrong.
No, and they're just the way they searched that area. They covered everything, and there's nothing about them kids on that property whatsoever. So they were taken out somewhere. They're gone. Something bad happened, and I don't trust the parents on this one. Just based on the mother's interview and some other things, there's things that just aren't right with this, and it just bugs the hell out of me. So hopefully there's something that comes out of it. I had a bad feeling from the day I first started covering it, in that gut feeling, and I felt bad about it from the beginning. So it's going to be another sad ending to that one, I believe. Very sad. I hope it doesn't go cold. I hope it doesn't end up like Sebastian or Summer's case, because at this point it's just really looking that way. I'm sad to say that.
No, I think, to be very, very honest with you, I said that with Sebastian too. I honestly think that there is a high likelihood that these kids were taken, not by the parents' involvement or the parents' knowledge, but they were simply taken.
Yeah.
In Sebastian's case, how he ended up at that time of night, I don't know. It could have been something very innocent, somebody knocking on his window that he either recognized or didn't, but just went and opened the door. I mean, there could be a million ways. So those,
there was another kid that went missing for a period of time in Hendersonville, 4 miles from where Sebastian lives, that was autistic as well. They found him, luckily, but still, there's a lot of these groups. The trafficking things become very hot, especially in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
There's Venezuelan gangs that are doing this out there. These kids are in Canada, but it's a very hot thing in Canada too. I didn't even know that, but it is. It's just everywhere, and it's very scary, guys. So please, obviously, you guys know this, but hang on to your kids and watch them closely, especially like on the internet, because I still think that Sebastian could have been an online thing, that somebody lured him, talked to him, coerced him into something, and out the door he goes, thinking it was going to be a different situation than it was.
I think also in the Sebastian Rogers case, you do have a situation that I can relate to, in as much as he was the problem in both families' life. He was the focus of attention of contention and other issues.
And yes.
And yeah. And so being on the spectrum, and now, you're always the problem, or you're always doing things that other people don't like or whatever. And he was going to then go live with his father, but not going to be able to attend school. So there was a lot of reason for him to be lurable. He was susceptible to being lured away.
Yeah.
Do you follow me?
Yes.
And so in that case, the other case of these 2 young kids seems like an opportunistic thing took place there. Right?
I can agree. Definitely. And there's not a lot of stability on that side. They have a younger baby that will draw their attention. The bio dad did speak out, but he hasn't been in their life like ever, from what I've read on it. So yeah. And I even wonder, I got some thoughts about this. To see where they live at, there's no, and I mean, Sarge, I've never seen anything like this. There's no reception, not even for like SAR services or first responders. Their radios didn't even work out here. That's how far out this place is. And the mother had to leave that area to go make that call to 911 to get reception. How far, I don't know. And as I told you, it was weird the way this happened. They were sleeping. Then they say they heard the kids. Then they woke up. The kids are gone, blah, blah, blah. The stories just don't match to an extent. But I wondered at some point, because of the way the dogs followed their scent, and then it stops in the driveway. The stepfather said he jumped in his vehicle and took off running back these back roads and this and that. She takes off to go make a phone call to 911. I just wondered if those kids may have been in that car, and wherever she went to, if they could figure that out, if that's where those kids might be.
Well, deceased in that vehicle, were there any cadaver dogs that got hits?
They said they didn't bring them in. Thank you, Christina. Pull that up, that last comment there real quick, Sarge. That's the one I was talking about, you guys. He was found, but he was lured into a vehicle that he thought, see? That's what I'm talking about. Could that have been what happened with Sebastian, that, he followed a cat outside that night, and it was just a crime of circumstance or opportunity that somebody was driving by and lured him over? And this is what people are doing. That's what I'm saying. It's happening. Please watch your kids. Now, these other two kids that we're talking about in Canada, though, I don't trust their mom. Something's not right with her. I get this bad thing from it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's a very bad, weird vibe. And the stepdad doesn't give me that. He's the one that comes out. He's talking to the public. He's crying. He's showing real emotion. At least it looks like it. And he's out there huffing it, trying to make this happen. She did none of that. She did one interview. She bolted. She broke up with him, took off, took her down, her Facebook down, took down this, did that. Everything is crazy with this woman. It's weird. No emotion, Sarge. None. She's standing there talking about her kids being gone. And she's like, it's like she's reading a script. And she's not crying. There's nothing. I'd have been bawling. No, not him, Christina. I'm talking about the other kid. I thought you were talking about the other kid that went missing in Hendersonville the other day.
Yeah. She is. And somebody mistook that for saying Sebastian was found.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. I got you. You're good. No. Anyway, but yeah, the other two, there's something wrong with the moms, and she left. Like, would you leave, Sarge, if your kids go missing, and leave where they went missing from, like the day that she left, right in the middle of the press conference, and off she's gone, and she takes off to a whole other province with her mom? I could never leave the area that my kids went missing unless I knew something. Okay. I feel like she knows that they're not there or they're not going to come back. That's what I think. And it bugs the shit out of me because maybe I'm wrong, but I get that vibe from it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we try to interpret people's actions, but we don't know
what
they know. Right. And exactly. So she made any statement that would incriminate her or seem suspicious?
The only one and only statement she made to the public. The stepfather made like 4 to 5. She made one. The entire statement, if you watch it, I'll show it to you maybe tomorrow. It's so strange and so scripted. The things she says, like she says that, the sliding glass door, we can't hear it open and close. Then she says they were outside playing, but we didn't know it at the time. And we didn't hear the door open, but the door opened. Like, what the hell are you saying? You know what I mean? None of it makes sense.
Were they half asleep? Were they having sex?
She says that they were half asleep, dozing in and out, so on and so forth. All this kind of stuff. Okay, fine.
Is this another case like this? Yeah. I mean, I paid attention to some of it, and you got to wonder.
Yeah. And that's the other
day they said they went missing is the actual day they went missing.
And Christina made a point that I was going to get ready to say. The last time that there was any proof of life with those two kids was Tuesday when they got off the bus from school.
People sell their kids for drugs. Right?
Listen to this and you tell me what your thought is. They went to school Tuesday. They came home, got off the bus. Everything's fine. Wednesday, they didn't have school. It was closed. Thursday, they're called off of school for the little girl having a cough. The boy could have went, but he didn't. They called them both off. Friday, they go missing, supposedly. My thought is that they actually went missing before that. Maybe even as early as Tuesday night. Okay. I don't know for a fact. I'm just saying it could have been that long because that's the last proof of life that anybody ever saw them besides those parents was Tuesday night. So they have
not parents. Wasn't it a boyfriend or who's the man she was with?
That's her stepdad. They call him the stepfather. I guess in Canada, if you live together for a year, you're common law married. So therefore, in turn, he would be their stepdad.
I gotta stay out of Canada.
Yes, you do. But anyway, and I feel like that they very well, most of the people in our stream that we've talked to agree that they feel like that they could have went missing days before they were reported missing.
Well, look are either of these parents involved in drugs? Is there any
there's claims, there were claims of drugs, and supposedly they found drugs and drug paraphernalia when they searched the trailer. That they took him in for quite a bit of time, and there's talk of being charged for drug shit, but they're dealing with this first. I don't know for a fact, but they definitely said that they found drugs and drug paraphernalia with it.
You're gonna have a hard time. You went in the house to look for missing children, and you find another piece of paraphernalia. It's a stretch then to turn the case
again. It's hard to charge with that. Yeah, no,
your search warrants have got to be pretty specific, right?
Agreed. Yeah, and then but they brought in the major case, which they said they do that in that area for missing kids. But in the beginning, major case said that they didn't see any reason for foul play or anything suspicious. And then they gave a presser, and that changed. That changed. I believe that they're working a criminal case now, and I just biding their time to get their evidence to do what they got to do. I think And I think we'll see
Well,
some
you
form.
saw that one person with a baby went missing. The guy was supposed to be an uncle, but he wasn't. He sold the kid for drugs, right?
Yeah.
So, and
Anything is possible.
Those were going to bring you a lot of drugs. They were two cute little kids. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. And the weird thing is Satiris is right. You know, two kids going missing at the same time is very strange as far as like
that would make sense. The mother leaving because the home was deemed unfit for children.
And no, agreed. There was an argument that happened between the families. The mother of the boyfriend, husband, stepfather, whatever he was, told them to get off their property because they were accusing the stepfather of being involved, and it was a big old fight thing. And my understanding is that CPS told her it would be a good idea for you to take the baby and go. But then I also understood that the baby is being held by, I don't know if it's true, but that Children's Services or CPS, whoever has the baby there, in their custody. So I don't know if that's all true or yet or not.
This person was camping in the middle of a road.
I remember
Talk about playing in traffic.
I'm from a reservation, and I remember BU would camp out in the middle of the road where my kids went missing.
Oh, did you find your kids?
Yeah, I was gonna say it. Did that happen to you? If so, that's horrible. I'm sorry. Hey, Sarah.
That's terrible.
That is horrible.
Yeah, very, very.
What is BU though? I didn't unless that was just a misprint. Camp in the middle of the road. Now there was a guy that they said, we looked into him a little bit, that was released. He's a RSO that was released from custody and supposedly moved to that area. So we looked into it, and I don't know that he's still living there because, you know, we were looking to see if maybe he may have been around and grabbed them. I don't know, but
out there out there in places like that, we're going to find a lot of people that are anti-society and may do things that are just inappropriate to the extreme.
Yeah.
Right. And he rolls by, he sees these two kids out in the front yard. He stops, asks them, you want to go get some candy? You want to go play? Whatever. And then the guy rapes and kills the kids. This wouldn't be unsupported and like unheard of.
Yeah.
I know people think Canada's full of nice people, but people that live out in the sticks like that don't want to be around other people.
They're way, way out there too. Like it's so rural. It's not even funny. They said that they went, the last that they heard that Friday morning was 8 a.m. and then they called at 9:40 or 10 a.m. So it was a couple hours between the time that they say they realized the kids were not there until they called. When I was going,
they probably didn't expect the kids to be that far off either. I mean, as a parent, your first thought is that someone snatched my kids, right? You live in the middle of nowhere. I'd be looking for wild animals snatching my kids. Is there any evidence of that? Coyotes?
Oh, yeah. That's what I looked into that, too, to see if there was any kind of predatory animals out there that could have grabbed them. But it's possible, but they would have been something found, Sarge, like scraps or clothes or something. There's nothing. They have found nothing of these kids in those woods.
You'd be surprised. They grab that little kid by the back of his collar and just pick him up and run with him.
But there's two of them. So one of them would have made some noise, I think. And here's the thing. The period of time that they said, which was like a 20-minute period of time before when they heard him and then didn't hear him, they're little kids, like 4 and 6. If they got out that door, there's no way they got that far away that they couldn't be found. You see what I'm saying? Based on if they're telling the truth, that's the thing. If they're telling the truth, which I don't think they are, their story doesn't make sense. Those kids couldn't have got that far away to not be found. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's the problem.
It's more in the farmland. They lived out in fucking like a forest. How about a forest?
It really is. If you could see the property, it's insane. It's huge. And it's all trees. Nothing but trees and grass and fields and grass and trees. That's it. That's it. There's nothing else there. It's like, I don't even know how far to get to the closest town. It's way the F out there. But anyway.
It's like a forest. It's in your middle of literally nowhere to be anywhere, so that you can't even make a cell phone call.
Right. And like I said,
there isn't any telephone wires coming out to the house.
Nothing. The radios you know, like the portable radios that law enforcement uses or first
Right.
responders, those don't even like work out there. That's how bad it was. So somebody, they live in a trailer. Somebody took a trailer and hooked it up and drug it out in the middle of a forest somewhere and left it. And that's where they lived.
Oh, Chris, she didn't lose her kids.
Now I see what she's saying now. That if that's what I'm saying, Christine, is that's 100% the way most mothers would be. You would camp where they went missing and you wouldn't leave till you found them. This mother bolted. The day they did the press conference, halfway through it, she was gone. She went and sat in the back of an ambulance for a little bit, packed up her shit, and off she went. And you couldn't force me to leave if those were my kids. I'd be like her, sleeping in the middle of the damn road until I found them. You're not going to drag me out of there kicking and screaming because that's where my kids went missing from. That's just odd to me. It's just very weird.
Well, you know, what is she going to do with her baby in a house that she says they can't have kids? She's got to go.
And that I get. You know, I understood that at the end, but she made that decision before they said that. And that's what I'm saying. That's a little strange to me. So
look at that. 2-year-old walk about 7 miles in the dark.
The Arizona story. Yeah, I know about that. And it can happen. I get it. I get it.
I chartered me a helicopter and
they found can take care of the baby while you search for. Yeah, she's got a good point. The relatives can take care of the baby while you search for your child. 1,000,001%. I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
She's on point with that one. Every bit of it, guys. You couldn't drag me away from this. I just don't understand this mother. And once again, there was not one tear shed in that interview. With what she was saying, she should have been bawling. Not one tear. But their stepfather, who's not even related to them by blood, was crying like crazy. It's weird. It just makes no sense.
That's well,
yep, that's
all
true.
These missing kids, all this terror heaped upon our youth. You know, like I'm glad they now are preventing any of the sex change surgeries. Which I think if you're an 18-year-old person and you want to become a female or a male, I think that's wonderful. But I don't think that should be, you know, little boys played with dolls. I did it. You put on your mother's high heel shoes and walk around in them. I get it. We don't know. You don't know when you're little like that. You're 5, 6, 7. You have no idea.
Right.
What any of that is, you know. And that isn't justification to start giving these people drugs that they use to, what are they, for pedophiles? What are those things? They, castration drugs. That's what they're doing to these kids. So I'm glad they outlawed that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And why is it that in Hollywood there's more transgender children at the age below puberty than anywhere else on earth? It's not that how come it's just to these people it's so unique. It isn't the child, it's the parents imposing that upon the child. And I'm glad that they've, you know, this administration put an end to all of that. And they're teaching that in the schools. And I mean, for God's sakes, leave these little kids alone, man.
Yeah.
And, you know, if your little boy wants to play with a Barbie doll, let him. He'll grow out of it or he won't. Right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And you accept him for who he is. He don't want to play baseball. He wants to color in books. Let him do it.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do? You know, I mean, the kid may end up being Leonardo da Vinci or whatever those famous painters are. Right? And you want him to be a football star. Well, it don't work like that.
No, you got to let them make their own choices. I agree.
To some extent, you got to guide them along and not force them.
Yeah, they need guidance, but you have to. Yeah.
And I'm glad they stopped that. But I'm not against people when they're an adult making decisions that adults are allowed to make.
Well, when you're an adult, because here's the thing: as a child, you're not developed enough mentally to make a decision that's a permanent decision. Okay, you cannot just go in and flip flop it back and forth. That's crazy. So, just saying. You know that, and Christina, that's another thing too. That reservation thing that you said there, that's best place to go. And I also wondered if the mother, because maybe it was a bad situation, kind of like masked this situation and had the kids taken and maybe sent to the reservation where her mother was. Because once you're on that reservation, not everybody can get to you. So if she's trying to get away from a bad situation, maybe she was hiding the kids. But I think after almost 3 weeks, I think we would know something at that point, don't you?
The authorities would have been contacted or something.
That's what I thought too. That's what I was wondering. So, but that's the best place to do it at. She's right. That they will protect you, and there's only certain people that have access to that. So
right, and if the state confiscated the children from the parent, the state would notify the parents.
agreed.
Right?
Yeah,
Unless your state officials are involved in child trafficking,
100%.
which is possible. It's it's not impossible.
Nowadays,
in today's day and age,
yeah, you're right. Anything's possible.
All
I would
right,
love to find out that maybe the kids were taken, hidden, and they're alive and well, but I just have a bad feeling that's not going to happen. So go ahead,
I
Serge.
agree. Well, look, we've been in here 5 hours, 4 hours, 58 minutes, and 58 seconds. 4:58:58. Pretty awesome, man. And I appreciate you spending all your time. And all in the audience, we're still kicking 267 viewers,
Yes,
which
sir.
is pretty fucking awesome. So,
Yeah, it was a good conversation. Yeah. Always good conversation.
I'm glad you know what you know about those young ones, and I hope they come back home and none of this ever happens or anything like that again.
I don't know that they're going to, Sarge. Like I said, I had a bad feeling from the beginning, and I just feel like something bad happened and it's being kind of covered up to an extent, and I feel like there's something that's going to pop on this soon, and there's going to be an arrest, I believe.
I hope so. And I hope they find the kids. I don't care about who did what to anyone. Just get the kids back safe and sort all that shit out and then do what you got to do.
Yeah, Satiric, I'm burnt. It was, like I said, thanks for having me, Sarge. It was a bad day. We found out really bad news today. We lost one of our team members. This is really sad. And I just
how did she pass?
I don't know yet for a fact. She said she was having some stomach problems, and I come to find out something that she had to have a procedure done for. She went and had the procedure. I believe she came out after it. Well, a couple of days she was not around, so I messaged her to see, how you doing, what's going on, and she said this was the day before yesterday. And she went to the emergency room, and I said, well, I hope you're okay. And there was no response. And then that was the day before yesterday. You're welcome, Christina, and thank you for giving me the chance to do that. But I messaged her this morning or last night, and then this morning with no answer. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe she's just not feeling good. She's in the hospital again. I did my morning show this morning, and at the very end of it, Molly popped in and said, we need you in voice now. There's an emergency, so on and so forth. I jumped in, and they said that she had passed. So I don't know if it was complications from the procedure she had done, or if there was something ongoing that we didn't know about, but we loved her. I mean, I did, Sarge. She was a foundation member of my community. She started the channel with me. She was a huge part of our life and our family. And I don't even know what to say.
Well, I could for sure.
I'm in shock. Still.
That's the second person since I've been around that someone has passed away in true crime.
Yeah. We lost Golf Inspector last 6 months ago.
Not even 6 months ago. It was recent.
Yeah, and then now Wisdom helped me create this channel. So I just don't even know.
Well, her prayers are with her family and friends, obviously, and crazy. Well,
yeah.
So we're going to end on the note of that, which is sad, but in memory of Wisdom Speaks.
Yeah.
Thank you. She had a unique take to some of the stuff, and Wisdom Speaks. She was very wise. So
she was.
She had the appropriate name.
Very much so.
So, all right. 5 hours, 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Get your ass out of here, Dick. I booted his ass. He's still standing there thinking, what the hell's going on? I don't know if he can hear me, but I can still see him. Off to the chat room he goes. I mean, you'd think he'd be used to this by now. Anybody that comes in here and hangs out to the end of the show, you'd think they'd be used to how they get kicked out of here, but nope. I lull him to sleep, and then I boot him in the ass. That's how it works over here with Sergeant Friday. Oh, thanks. Have a good night. All right, folks, that's the end. Like I always say, be good or be bad, but if you're going to be bad, don't get caught. You all have a good evening.